In the beginning, there was only a vast, empty space. There was no light, no earth, and no sky. It was dark and silent. Then a great power moved over the deep, cold waters that covered everything. A voice spoke into the darkness, calling for light to exist. Suddenly, light appeared, breaking through the shadows. This light was good. It was separated from the darkness, creating the first rhythm of time. The light was called day, and the darkness was called night. This was the start of everything. Next, the voice spoke again to create a space in the middle of the waters. This space pushed the waters apart, some going up and some staying below. This open expanse was called the sky. It was a clear, wide ceiling over the world. After the sky was set in place, the waters below were told to gather together in one spot so that dry ground could appear. When the water moved away, the solid earth rose up. The large collections of water were called seas, and the dry land was called earth. The earth was still quiet and bare, so the voice commanded the land to produce life. Grass began to grow, covering the brown soil in green. Plants and trees of all kinds started to push through the dirt. Each plant carried its own seeds, and each tree grew its own fruit, ensuring that they could grow again and again. The world was now filled with the smell of fresh leaves and the sight of growing things. This was a good change, and the second cycle of time passed. To mark the passing of seasons and years, lights were placed in the sky. A very bright light was made to rule over the day, bringing warmth and clarity to the world. A smaller, softer light was made to shine during the night, accompanied by countless tiny stars that sparkled in the dark. These lights helped to separate the day from the night and gave a schedule to the world. They stayed high above, watching over the new earth. Soon, the waters and the sky needed inhabitants. The voice called for the seas to be filled with living creatures. Large whales and small fish began to swim through the deep currents. The sky was filled with birds of every color and size, flying through the air and nesting in the new trees. These creatures were told to be fruitful and to fill the earth with their kind. The world was no longer silent. It was filled with the sound of wings and the splashing of water. Then the land was given its own residence. Cattle, creeping things, and wild animals of all sorts appeared on the ground. They walked through the grass and rested under the trees. Finally, a different kind of being was made. This being was created to look after the world, the plants, and all the animals. They were given the responsibility to care for everything that had been made. They were told to use the plants for food and to live in harmony with the land. When the work was finished, everything was looked upon, and it was very good. The world was complete, and on the next day, there was rest. A special garden was planted in a place called Eden. It was a beautiful area filled with every tree that was pleasant to the eye and good for food. In the middle of this garden, there were two very important trees. One was the tree of life, and the other was the tree that gave knowledge of good and evil. A river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and from there, it split into 4 different branches that traveled to distant lands. The first human was placed in this garden to work the ground and keep it healthy. There was a simple rule to follow. The human could eat from any tree in the garden, except for the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Eating from that tree would bring a heavy consequence. However, living alone in the vast garden was not ideal. Even though there were many animals, none of them were a perfect match or a true companion for the human. While the human was in a deep sleep, a companion was created to stand by their side. When they woke up, there was a sense of joy and connection. They were both in the garden, living simply and without any sense of shame or worry. They spent their time caring for the plants and watching the animals. Among all the creatures in the garden, there was one that was more clever than the others. This creature approached and asked questions about the rules of the garden. It suggested that eating the fruit from the forbidden tree would not bring harm, but would instead open their eyes and make them wise. Looking at the fruit, it seemed beautiful and good to eat. A choice was made to take the fruit and eat it. Immediately, things felt different. The simple peace they had known was replaced by a new, uncomfortable feeling. They realized they were bare and tried to cover themselves with leaves. When they heard the sound of footsteps in the garden in the cool part of the day, they felt afraid and tried to hide among the thick trees. They were called out from their hiding place. When asked why they were hiding, the truth came out. They explained what had happened and who had spoken to them. Because of this choice, life in the garden would change. The ground would no longer produce food easily. Instead, it would grow thorns and thistles, requiring hard work and sweat to harvest a meal. The harmony between the people, the animals, and the land was broken. They were given clothing made of skins to protect them. However, they could no longer stay in the beautiful Garden of Eden. They were sent out to live on the rest of the earth and to work the soil from which they had been made. To ensure they did not return to the tree of life, guards and a flaming sword were placed at the entrance of the garden. Outside the garden, a new life began. They had 2 sons. The older son, Cain, worked the land as a farmer. The younger son, Abel, was a shepherd who looked after sheep. When it came time to show gratitude for what they had, they both brought gifts from their work. Abel brought the very best of his flock, while Cain brought some of his crops. Abel's gift was accepted with favor, but Cain was not. This made Cain very angry and sad. He was warned that his anger could lead him down a dark path if he did not control it. But Cain did not listen. One day, while they were out in the field together, Cain attacked his brother. When asked where his brother was, Cain tried to avoid the question. But the truth could not be hidden. As a result of what he had done, Cain was told he would have to leave his home and wander the earth. He was worried that others would harm him, so a special mark was placed on him for protection. He moved away to a land east of Eden and started a family of his own. Cain's descendants began to build cities and develop new skills. Some lived in tents and raised livestock. Others learned to play musical instruments like the harp and flute. and some became workers of bronze and iron. The world was growing, and more people were born. Another son was born to the first parents to take the place of the one they had lost. This son was named Seth. During his time, people began to call upon the power that had created the world. Generations passed, and the family line grew longer. Each person lived a long life, witnessing the world change around them. One man in this line, named Enoch, lived in a way that was very close to the Creator, and it was said that he eventually disappeared because he was taken away. As more people filled the earth, the quiet peace of the beginning started to fade. The thoughts and actions of the people became more selfish and unkind. The world was becoming a place of struggle and violence. The beauty of the original creation was being covered by the shadows of human choices. However, there was one man who stood out from the rest. His name was Noah. He was a good man who tried to live correctly in a world that had forgotten how. The earth had become a place of great sadness and trouble. Everywhere, people were choosing to be unkind and violent toward one another. The quiet harmony of the garden was now a distant memory, replaced by a world filled with noise and anger. Looking down at the creation, there was a feeling of deep regret that things had turned out this way. The intent for peace and beauty had been overshadowed by the darkness in the hearts of men. It was decided that the earth needed to be washed clean so that a new start could begin. However, in the middle of all this darkness, Noah was a light. He was a man who walked quietly and did what was right, even when no one else did. He was told that a great flood of water would soon cover the entire world to wash away the violence. To survive this, Noah was given very specific instructions to build a massive wooden vessel, a great ark. It was to be made of cypress wood and coated inside and out with pitch to keep the water from leaking through. The vessel was to be enormous, with 3 different decks, a side door, and a window near the top to let in the light. Noah began his work, cutting down trees and shaping the wood. For a long time, he labored on the dry land, building this giant structure far from any sea. People likely watched him with confusion, but Noah stayed focused on the task. He was also told to gather enough food for his family and for all the creatures that would join them. When the building was finally finished, the time came to gather the animals. Pairs of every kind of living creature, birds, cattle, and everything that creeps on the ground came to the ark. There were also extra pairs of certain animals that would be needed later. Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their wives all stepped inside the wooden walls. Once everyone was safe and the animals were settled in their stalls, the great door was shut tight. Then the sky changed. For the first time, the windows of heaven were opened, and the fountains of the great deep burst forth. Rain began to fall in a way the world had never seen. It did not stop for 40 days and 40 nights. The water rose higher and higher, lifting the massive ark off the ground. Soon, the hills were covered, and eventually, even the highest mountains disappeared beneath the gray waves. Everything that lived on the dry land was gone, leaving only the ark floating on the surface of a world made of water. For 150 days, the water stayed high. The world was a vast, silent ocean. But then, a great wind was sent to blow over the waters, and the rain finally stopped. Slowly, the water began to recede. The ark eventually came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. Noah waited patiently as the tops of the mountains began to poke through the surface like small islands. To see if the land was dry enough to live on, Noah opened the window and sent out a raven. The bird flew back and forth, but found no place to rest. Later, he sent out a dove. The dove returned quickly because there was still too much water. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove out again. This time, the bird returned in the evening carrying a fresh olive leaf in its beak. This was a sign that the plants were growing again. After another 7 days, the dove was sent out a 3rd time, and it did not return at all. Finally, the ground was dry. The door of the ark was opened, and the air smelled fresh and new. Noah, his family, and all the animals stepped out onto the earth. The animals spread out to find new homes in the forests and plains. Noah built a place to show his thanks, and a promise was made that the earth would never be destroyed by a flood again. As a sign of this promise, a bright, colorful bow appeared in the clouds, a rainbow to remind everyone that the seasons of seed time and harvest, cold and heat, and day and night would never cease. Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, began to have families of their own. As the generations passed, the number of people on earth grew once more. They all spoke the same language and used the same words, which made it easy for them to work together. As they moved eastward, they found a wide plain in a land called Shinar and decided to settle there. Instead of spreading out across the world as they had been told, the people wanted to stay in one place and make a name for themselves. They decided to build a massive city with a tower that would reach all the way into the heavens. They made bricks out of clay and used tar for mortar. They worked hard day after day, stacking the bricks higher and higher. They thought that by building this tower, they could show how powerful and unified they were. But this pride was not what was intended for them. It was seen that if they stayed in one place and shared only one language, they would continue to try and reach for things that were not meant for them. To encourage them to spread out and fill the earth, their language was suddenly changed. One person could no longer understand what another was saying. The work on the tower came to a sudden halt because no one could coordinate the building process. The city was called Babel because the language of the world was confused there. From that plain, the people began to drift away in different directions, grouped by the languages they now spoke. They moved into new lands, across rivers and over mountains, eventually forming different nations and cultures. The earth was being filled again, just as it was supposed to be. Many years later, in a place called Ur, lived a man named Abram. He lived a quiet life with his wife, Sarai. One day, a voice spoke to him with a very big request. Abram was told to leave his country his relatives, and his father's house to go to a land that would be shown to him. In exchange for this leap of faith, he was promised that he would become the father of a great nation, and that his name would be respected all over the world. Abram did not hesitate. He took Sarai, his nephew Lot, and all the possessions and people they had gathered, and they set out on a long journey. They traveled through many lands until they reached the land of Canaan. When they arrived, Abram was told that this specific land would one day belong to his descendants. Even though he was a stranger in a new place, he felt a sense of purpose. However, a great hunger came to the land of Canaan because there was no rain for the crops. To survive, Abram and his family had to travel south to the land of Egypt. Life in Egypt was complicated, and they eventually had to leave and return to the place they had stayed before. By this time, both Abram and Lot had grown very wealthy. They had so many sheep, goats, and cattle that the land could not support both of them staying in the same spot. Their herders began to argue over who should use the best grass and water. Abram, wanting to keep the peace, suggested that they separate. He gave Lot the first choice of where to go. Lot looked out and saw the plain of the Jordan River, which was well watered and beautiful, like a lush garden. He chose that area and moved his tents toward the city of Sodom. Abram stayed in the hill country of Canaan. Even though Lot took the more fertile land, Abram was reassured that all the land he could see in every direction would belong to his family forever. Lot soon found that living near the cities of the plain brought trouble. A war broke out between several local kings, and the city where Lot lived was caught in the middle. Lot and all his belongings were captured and taken away. When Abram heard the news, he didn't hesitate to help his relative. He gathered a small group of trained men and chased after the armies. In a clever night attack, he defeated them and brought Lot, the people, and all their goods back home safely. On his way back, Abram was met by a mysterious king and priest who brought out bread and wine and spoke a blessing over him. Abram showed his respect by giving a portion of everything he had recovered. Though he had been successful in battle, Abram's heart was still heavy because he and Sarai had no children of their own. He wondered how he could be the father of a nation if he had no heir. He was told to look up at the night sky and try to count the stars. Just as the stars were too many to count, his descendants would one day be just as numerous. The years continued to pass, and the promise of a vast family still seemed like a distant dream. Abram and Sarai were getting older, and the natural time for having children was slipping away. Sarai, feeling the weight of the empty years, suggested a different path. She had a servant named Hagar who had come with them from Egypt. Sarai thought that perhaps through Hagar, the family line could continue. This was a common way of doing things in those times, but it brought a new kind of tension into their home. When Hagar realized she was going to have a child, the relationship between the two women changed. There was a sense of pride on one side and a feeling of being overlooked on the other. Eventually, the tension became so great that Hagar fled into the wilderness, feeling alone and lost. While she was resting by a spring of water in the desert, a voice spoke to her comforting her and telling her to return. She was told that her son would be named Ishmael, and that he, too, would be the father of many people. Hagar was amazed that she had been seen in her moment of deepest need, and she went back to Abram's tents. When Abram was nearly 100 years old, he was given a new name to reflect the big changes coming to his life. He was now to be called Abraham, which meant a father of many nations. His wife was also given a new name, Sarah. They were told once more that a son would be born to them, specifically through Sarah, despite her age. Abraham found this hard to believe and even laughed at the thought, but the promise was firm. As a sign of this lasting connection, a special tradition was started for all the males in his household to mark them as part of this chosen family. One warm day, while Abraham was sitting at the entrance of his tent under the shade of some large trees, he saw 3 men standing nearby. He hurried to greet them with great hospitality, offering them water to wash their feet and asking Sarah to prepare a meal of fresh bread and meat. As they sat and ate in the shade, one of the visitors spoke of the son that would be born by the following year. Sarah, who was listening from behind the tent door, laughed to herself. She wondered how such a thing could be possible at her time of life. The visitor asked why she laughed, reminding her that nothing is too difficult for the power that created the world. As the men rose to leave, they looked out toward the cities of the plain where Lot had settled. Abraham walked with them for a short distance. It was revealed that the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah had become places of great darkness and cruelty. The cries of those who were being treated unfairly had reached a point where action had to be taken. Abraham, thinking of his nephew Lot, who lived there, began to speak on behalf of the city. He asked if the entire place would be destroyed, even if there were good people living there. He moved from 50 down to 10, asking for the city to be spared if even 10 good people could be found. He was told that for the sake of 10, the city would not be destroyed. 2 messengers arrived at the gates of Sodom in the evening. Lot was sitting there and, like his uncle, insisted on showing them hospitality. He invited them into his home for a meal and a place to sleep. However, the people of the city soon surrounded the house, showing exactly why the city was in such trouble. They were aggressive and unkind, ignoring Lot's pleas for peace. The messengers had to step in, pulling Lot inside and striking the crowd with a confusion that kept them from finding the door. The messengers told Lot that he needed to gather his family and leave immediately because the city was about to be destroyed. Lot tried to warn his sons-in-law, but they thought he was joking. When morning came, Lot still hesitated, perhaps because it was hard to leave behind the life he had built. The messengers finally took him, his wife, and his 2 daughters by the hand and led them out of the city, telling them to run for the mountains and not to look back. As the sun rose over the land, a great fire fell from the sky onto Sodom and Gomorrah. The cities, the surrounding plain, and all the vegetation were consumed. In the middle of the escape, Lot's wife turned back to look at what was being lost, and in that moment, she was gone, leaving only a pillar of salt behind. Lot and his daughters found safety in a small town nearby and eventually moved into a cave in the mountains. Abraham moved again, traveling toward the south and staying in a place called Gerar. There, he faced similar challenges as he had in Egypt, but he continued to find favor and protection. Finally, the time that had been promised arrived. Sarah gave birth to a son, and they named him Isaac, which means laughter, reflecting the joy and the surprise of his birth. Sarah remarked that everyone who heard about it would laugh with her. As Isaac grew, the old tensions in the house resurfaced. Ishmael and Isaac did not always get along, and Sarah felt that Isaac should be the primary heir. With a heavy heart, Abraham sent Hagar and Ishmael away with bread and a skin of water. They wandered in the desert of Beersheba until their water ran out. Hagar, unable to watch her son suffer, sat down a distance away and wept. But just as before, they were not forgotten. A well of water was revealed to them, and Ishmael grew up to be a skilled archer in the wilderness, eventually starting a large family of his own. Abraham's life became more settled. He made a treaty of peace with a local leader at a place called Beersheba, which became a home for him for many years. He planted a tree there and lived quietly, watching Isaac grow into a young man. But then, the greatest test of his life arrived. He was asked to take his son, the one he loved and had waited so long for, to a specific mountain, and offer him up as a sign of his total devotion. Abraham rose early the next morning, saddled his donkey, and took Isaac along with 2 servants and enough wood for a fire. They traveled for 3 days until they saw the place in the distance. Leaving the servants behind, Abraham and Isaac climbed the mountain together. Isaac noticed that they had the wood and the fire, but no lamb for the offering. Abraham simply replied that the lamb would be provided. When they reached the top and everything was prepared, Abraham showed that his trust was complete. At the final moment, his hand was stayed. A ram was found caught in a nearby thicket by its horns. This animal was used for the offering instead. It was a moment that proved Abraham's heart was fully committed, and the promises made to him were repeated with even greater strength. His descendants would be like the sand on the seashore, and through them, the whole world would find a blessing. Sarah lived to be 127 years old. When she passed away, Abraham needed a place to bury her. He did not want to just take land, he wanted to own it fairly. He spoke to the local people in the land of Canaan and purchased a field with a cave in it called Machpelah. This was the first piece of land that Abraham actually owned in the land he had been promised. As Abraham grew very old, he wanted to make sure Isaac had a wife from their own people, rather than from the local groups in Canaan. He sent his oldest and most trusted servant back to the land where his relatives lived. The servant took 10 camels loaded with gifts and traveled a long way to the city where Abraham's brother had settled. He waited by a well outside the city in the evening when the women came out to draw water. The servant prayed for a sign, asking that the woman who offered to give him a drink and also water his camels would be the right choice for Isaac. Before he had even finished his prayer, a young woman named Rebekah came to the well. She was kind and energetic, drawing enough water for all 10 thirsty camels. The servant knew his journey had been successful. He gave her golden jewelry and was invited to her family's home, where he explained his mission. Rebekah agreed to go with him, leaving her home to start a new life in a distant land. Isaac was out in the fields in the evening when he saw the camels approaching. He welcomed Rebekah, and she became his wife, bringing comfort to him after the loss of his mother. As time went on, the long life of Abraham eventually drew to a gentle close. He had seen the promises made to him begin to take shape through his son, Isaac. When he passed away at a very great age, his sons Isaac and Ishmael came together to bury him in the cave of Machpelah, right beside Sarah. It was a moment of quiet reflection for the family, marking the end of the first great journey in this new land. After his father was gone, the focus shifted entirely to Isaac, who continued to live in the southern regions, near the well where Hagar had once found comfort. Isaac and Rebekah lived together for many years, but like the generation before them, they faced a long season of waiting for children. Isaac spoke on behalf of his wife, asking for the family line to continue as had been promised to his father. Finally, Rebekah realized she was going to have twins. Even before they were born, she felt a great struggle within her, as if two different paths were already competing. She was told that two nations were in her womb, and two types of people would come from her. The older would eventually serve the younger, a reversal of the usual way things were done. When the time came, the first boy to be born was covered in red hair, so they named him Esau. Right behind him came his brother, holding onto Esau's heel, and they named him Jacob. As the boys grew up, their differences became even more apparent. Esau loved the open outdoors. He was a skillful hunter who spent his days in the wild forests and fields. Isaac grew very fond of Esau, especially because he enjoyed the taste of the wild game his son brought home. Jacob, on the other hand, was a quiet man who preferred to stay among the tents, helping with the daily work of the household. Rebekah found herself drawn more to Jacob's steady and thoughtful nature. One day, Esau came back from the fields completely exhausted and faint from hunger. Jacob was busy cooking a thick, red lentil stew that smelled wonderful. Esau begged his brother for some of the food, saying he was about to die of hunger. Jacob saw an opportunity and asked Esau to sell him his birthright, the special double portion and leadership role given to the firstborn in exchange for the meal. Esau, thinking only of his immediate physical need, brushed the birthright aside as if it were worth nothing. He agreed to the trade, ate the stew, and went on his way, showing that he did not truly value the spiritual legacy of his family. A great hunger returned to the land, much like the one that had happened in Abraham's time. Isaac considered going down to Egypt, but he was told to stay in the land of the Philistines instead. He settled in a place called Gerar. While there, he became very successful. He planted crops and harvested 100 times what he sowed, and his flocks and herds grew so large that the people living there began to feel jealous of him. They even went so far as to fill in the wells that Abraham's servants had dug years before. The local leader eventually asked Isaac to move away because he had become too powerful for them. Isaac moved into the valley and began the hard work of reopening the old wells and digging new ones. Every time his servants found a spring of fresh water, the local herders would claim it was theirs. Isaac did not stay to fight. He simply moved on and dug another. Finally, he dug a well that no one argued over. He named it Rehoboth, meaning that there was finally enough room for everyone to flourish. Later at Beersheba, the local leaders came to him to make a treaty of peace, recognizing that he was clearly being looked after by a higher power. As Isaac grew old, his eyesight failed him until he was nearly blind. Sensing that his time was short, he called for his oldest son, Esau. He asked Esau to go out into the field, hunt some game, and prepare a delicious meal so that he could give him his final, formal blessing. Esau grabbed his bow and quivers and headed out into the wild. Rebekah overheard this conversation and moved quickly to help Jacob. She knew of the promise that the younger would lead the older, and she wanted to ensure Jacob received the blessing. She told Jacob to go to the flock and bring 2 young goats, which she cooked to taste exactly like the wild game Isaac loved. To hide the fact that Jacob had smooth skin while Esau was hairy, she covered Jacob's hands and the back of his neck with the goat skins. She then gave him Esau's best clothes to wear so that he would smell like the fields. Jacob went into his father's tent, pretending to be Esau. Isaac was confused because the voice sounded like Jacob, but when he felt the rough skins on his hands and smelled the scent of the outdoors on the clothes, he was convinced. He ate the meal and gave Jacob a powerful blessing, promising him the moisture of the heavens, the fatness of the earth, and leadership over his brothers and many nations. As soon as Jacob left the tent, Esau returned from his hunt. He prepared the meat and brought it to his father, only to discover that the blessing had already been given away. Esau cried out in bitterness and grief, asking if there was any blessing left for him. Isaac was shaken by what had happened, but could not take back the words he had spoken. Esau received a lesser promise, one that spoke of living by the sword and eventually breaking away from his brother's rule. From that day on, Esau held a deep grudge against Jacob, and Rebekah feared for Jacob's life. To protect him and to find him a wife from their own relatives, Isaac and Rebekah sent Jacob away to the land where Rebekah's brother, Laban, lived. Before he left, Isaac blessed him again, sending him off on a long journey toward the east. Jacob left the familiar tents of his childhood and headed out into the wilderness alone. As the sun began to set on his first day of travel, Jacob stopped at a certain place to sleep. He took a smooth stone and used it for a pillow. That night, he had a vivid dream. He saw a great ladder or staircase resting on the earth, with its top reaching all the way into the sky. beings were moving up and down the ladder. From the top, a voice spoke to him, repeating the ancient promises made to Abraham and Isaac. He was told that the land where he lay would belong to him and his descendants, and that he would be watched over wherever he went. When Jacob woke up, he felt a sense of awe and even a bit of fear. He realized that this was a special place where the heavens felt very close to the earth. He took the stone he had used as a pillow, set it up as a pillar, and poured oil on top of it to mark the spot. He named the place Bethel, which means the house of the Creator. He made a vow that if he was kept safe on his journey and returned home in peace, he would be faithful and give back a portion of everything he gained. Jacob continued his journey until he reached a well in the eastern lands. 3 flocks of sheep were lying nearby, waiting for the water. A massive stone covered the mouth of the well, and the custom was to wait for all the shepherds to gather before moving it. While Jacob was talking to the shepherds, a young woman named Rachel arrived with her father's sheep. She was his cousin, the daughter of Laban. When Jacob saw her, he was moved with emotion. He single-handedly rolled the heavy stone away from the well and watered her flock for her. When Laban heard that his sister's son had arrived, he ran out to meet him with a warm embrace and invited him into his home. Jacob stayed for a month, helping with the work. Laban eventually asked what Jacob's wages should be. Jacob, who had fallen in love with Rachel, offered to work for 7 years in exchange for the chance to marry her. Those 7 years felt like only a few days to him because of his deep affection for her. However, when the wedding feast finally took place, Laban proved to be just as clever as Jacob had been. Under the cover of darkness and a heavy veil, Laban brought his older daughter, Leah, to the wedding instead. When morning came, Jacob was shocked and upset. Laban explained that in their country, it was not the custom to marry off the younger daughter before the firstborn. He told Jacob he could also marry Rachel, but he would have to work another 7 years to pay for it. Jacob agreed, and a week later, he married Rachel as well. Jacob's household became a place of complicated emotions. Leah was the one who was able to have many children early on, while Rachel, whom Jacob loved most, had to wait a long time. Over the years, through Leah, Rachel, and their servants, Jacob became the father of many sons and a daughter. These children would grow up to be the foundation of a very large and influential family. But for now, they were growing up in the middle of a rivalry between their mothers. The household of Jacob continued to grow in the distant land of Haran. While he worked for his uncle Laban, a large family began to form. Leah, the older sister, gave birth to 4 sons in a row: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. Each name carried a meaning of hope that her husband would grow to love her as much as he loved her sister. Rachel, seeing her sister's growing family, felt a deep sense of sadness because she had no children of her own. In her frustration, she gave her servant Bilhah to Jacob so that a family could be started through her. Bilhah had 2 sons, Dan and Naphtali. Not wanting to be left behind, Leah also gave her servant Zilpah to Jacob, and 2 more sons, Gad and Asher, were born. The family continued to expand, as Leah had 2 more sons, Issachar and Zebulun, and eventually a daughter named Dinah. Finally, after many years of waiting and hopping, Rachel gave birth to a son of her own. She named him Joseph, expressing a wish that even more children would follow. With a large family and many years of hard work behind him, Jacob felt it was time to return to the land of his father, Isaac. He spoke to Laban, asking for permission to leave and take his wives and children back to Canaan. Laban, however, had noticed that his own wealth had increased greatly since Jacob had arrived. He did not want to lose such a productive worker and asked Jacob what wages he would require to stay. Jacob made a unique proposal. He suggested that he would continue to look after the flocks, but he would take for himself every lamb or goat that was spotted, speckled, or dark in color. Laban agreed, thinking this was a deal in his favor, as most of the animals were a solid white or gray. Jacob used his knowledge of the animals and a few clever techniques with peeled branches near the watering troughs to influence the breeding of the flocks. Before long, the strongest animals in the herd were producing spotted and speckled offspring. Jacob's own wealth grew rapidly, and he soon had large flocks of his own, along with many servants, camels, and donkeys. This success did not go unnoticed. Laban's sons began to complain that Jacob had taken their father's wealth, and Laban's own attitude toward Jacob became cold and unfriendly. Sensing the change in the air, Jacob called Rachel and Leah out to the field to talk. He told them that he felt it was time to leave and that he had been prompted to return to his home country. Both women agreed, feeling that their father had treated them like strangers by selling them for years of labor. Without telling Laban, Jacob gathered his family, his livestock, and all his possessions and slipped away while Laban was out shearing sheep. They crossed the river and headed toward the mountains of Gilead. It took 3 days for Laban to realize they were gone. He gathered a group of men and chased after them, finally catching up in the hills. Before he reached them, he was warned in a dream not to harm Jacob. When they met, Laban expressed his hurt that Jacob had left so secretly, not giving him a chance to say goodbye to his daughters and grandchildren. There was a tense confrontation, but eventually, the 2 men reached an understanding. They set up a heap of stones as a boundary and a witness of their agreement never to cross over to harm one another. They shared a meal, and the next morning, Laban kissed his family goodbye and returned home. As Jacob continued his journey toward Canaan, he began to feel a growing sense of dread. He was approaching the territory where his brother, Esau, lived. The last time they had been together, Esau had been filled with a desire for revenge. To prepare, Jacob sent messengers ahead with a peaceful greeting. When the messengers returned, they brought news that made Jacob's heart sink. Esau was coming to meet him, and he had 400 men with him. Terrified, Jacob divided his family and his flocks into 2 groups, thinking that if one was attacked, the other might escape. He then spoke a humble prayer, acknowledging that he had left home with nothing but a staff and was now returning with a great multitude. He sent a series of generous gifts ahead of him, hundreds of goats, sheep, camels, cattle, and donkeys, hopping to soften his brother's heart. That night, after sending his family across a stream called the Jabbok, Jacob was left entirely alone in the dark. A mysterious figure appeared, and the two began to wrestle. The struggle lasted until the break of dawn. When the figure saw he could not prevail, he touched Jacob's hip, putting it out of joint. Despite the pain, Jacob refused to let go until he received a blessing. The figure told him that his name would no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because he had struggled and persevered. As the sun rose, Jacob walked away with a limp, forever changed by the encounter. The moment of truth arrived as Jacob looked up and saw Esau and his 400 men approaching. He arranged his family, placing Rachel and Joseph in the very back for safety. Jacob himself walked out in front, bowing 7 times as he neared his brother. But instead of an attack, Esau ran to meet him. He threw his arms around Jacob's neck and kissed him, and they both wept. The years of anger had faded, replaced by the bond of brotherhood. Esau looked at the large group and asked who they were. Jacob introduced his wives and children, and they all came forward to bow. Esau at first refused the gifts Jacob had sent, saying he already had plenty, but Jacob insisted until he accepted them. Esau offered to travel with them, but Jacob, mindful of the children and the young livestock, suggested that Esau go on ahead. Esau returned to the land of Seir, while Jacob eventually settled near the city of Shechem. Life in the new land was not without its troubles. A difficult situation arose involving Jacob's daughter, Dinah, and the people of Shechem, which led to a violent conflict initiated by 2 of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi. Jacob was deeply troubled by their actions, fearing it would make his family hated by the surrounding tribes. He was told to move the family to Bethel, the place where he had seen the ladder to heaven years before. Before they went, Jacob told everyone to get rid of any foreign idols they had and to wash themselves as a sign of a fresh start. At Bethel, a place of worship was set up, and the promises made to Abraham and Isaac were confirmed once again for Jacob. The family then moved on toward Ephrath. Along the way, Rachel went into labor with her second child. The birth was very difficult, and as she was passing away, she named the boy Benoni, but Jacob called him Benjamin. Rachel was buried there on the way to Bethlehem, and Jacob set up a pillar over her grave. Eventually, Jacob made it back to Hebron, where his father Isaac was still living. It was a poignant homecoming, though his mother Rebekah was no longer there. When Isaac finally passed away at the age of 180, his 2 sons, Jacob and Esau, came together once more to bury him in the family tomb. The focus now turned to the 12 sons of Jacob, who were growing into men. Among them, Joseph was the clear favorite of his father, a fact that would soon lead to a new and dramatic chapter for the entire family. The family had now settled in the land of Canaan, where Jacob's father had lived as a stranger. Among his 12 sons, Joseph was the one Jacob loved most of all, because he had been born when Jacob was already an old age. To show this special affection, Jacob gave Joseph a beautiful, long robe with many colors. When the older brothers saw that their father loved Joseph more than any of them, they began to feel a deep bitterness. They could not even bring themselves to speak a kind word to him. The tension grew even worse when Joseph began to have vivid dreams. In one dream, he saw himself and his brothers out in the field binding sheaves of grain. Suddenly, Joseph's sheaf stood upright, and the sheaves belonging to his brothers gathered around and bowed down to it. When he told this to his brothers, they were furious, asking if he really thought he would reign over them. Soon after, he had another dream where the sun, the moon, and 11 stars were all bowing down to him. Even Jacob found this to be a bit much and questioned if the whole family was supposed to bow to the earth before him. But while the brothers grew more jealous, Jacob kept these things in the back of his mind. One day, the older brothers took the flocks to find pasture near Shechem. After some time, Jacob sent Joseph to see how they were doing and to bring back word. Joseph traveled from the valley of Hebron and searched the fields until a man told him his brothers had moved on to a place called Dothan. When the brothers saw Joseph approaching from a distance, wearing his colorful robe, their anger boiled over. They plotted to kill him and throw him into a dry pit, planning to tell their father that a wild animal had eaten him. The oldest brother, Reuben, wanted to save Joseph. He suggested they shouldn't shed blood, but instead just leave him in the pit, secretly hoping to come back later and rescue him. When Joseph arrived, they grabbed him, stripped him of his special robe, and threw him into the deep, empty well. While they sat down to eat, they saw a caravan of traders traveling from Gilead toward Egypt, their camels loaded with spices and perfumes. Judah suggested that instead of letting Joseph die in the pit, they should sell him to the traders. That way, they wouldn't have his blood on their hands, but he would still be gone. They pulled Joseph out of the pit and sold him for 20 pieces of silver. When Reuben returned later and found the pit empty, he tore his clothes in grief. To cover their tracks, the brothers killed a young goat and dipped Joseph's colorful robe into the blood. They took the ruined garment back to Jacob and asked if he recognized it. Jacob was heartbroken, certain that a beast had torn his son to pieces. He mourned for many days, refusing to be comforted, saying he would go down to his grave in sorrow. Meanwhile, the traders took Joseph down to the busy land of Egypt and sold him to Potiphar, an officer who served in the palace of the king. In Egypt, Joseph found himself in a completely new world. Even though he was a servant, he worked with great care and honesty. Potiphar soon noticed that everything Joseph touched seemed to go well. Before long, Joseph was put in charge of the entire household and everything Potiphar owned. Joseph was a handsome and capable young man, and he stayed faithful to his work. However, Potiphar's wife began to take a problematic interest in him. She repeatedly tried to get him to betray his master's trust, but Joseph refused, saying he could not do such a wrong thing against his master or against what was right. One day, when the house was empty of other workers, she caught him by his cloak. Joseph ran out of the house to escape, but his cloak was left in her hand. Feeling rejected, she used the garment to tell a false story to her husband. Potiphar was furious and had Joseph thrown into the royal prison where the king's prisoners were kept. Even in the darkness of the prison, Joseph did not give up. The person in charge of the jail saw that Joseph was reliable and put him in charge of all the other prisoners. While Joseph was in prison, two of the king's high-ranking servants, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, were also thrown into jail for offending the king. One morning, Joseph noticed they both looked very troubled. They explained that they had each had a strange dream the night before and didn't know what they meant. Joseph told them that interpretations belong to a higher power and asked them to share their dreams. The cupbearer spoke first. He saw a vine with 3 branches that budded, blossomed, and produced ripe grapes. He took the king's cup, squeezed the grapes into it, and placed it in the king's hand. Joseph told him the 3 branches represented 3 days. In 3 days, he would be restored to his old job. Joseph asked the cupbearer to remember him and mention him to the king so he could be released from prison. Seeing that the first dream had a good meaning, the baker shared his. He had 3 baskets of white bread on his head, and in the top basket were all kinds of baked goods for the king. But the birds were eating them out of the basket. Joseph's face grew serious. He explained that the 3 baskets also meant 3 days, but in 3 days, the baker would be executed. Just as Joseph said, 3 days later was the king's birthday. The cupbearer was given his job back, and the baker was punished. However, in his joy, the cupbearer completely forgot about Joseph. 2 full years passed, and Joseph remained in the prison. Then, the king of Egypt himself had 2 disturbing dreams. In the first, he was standing by the river Nile when 7 fat, healthy cows came out of the water to graze. Then, 7 thin, sickly cows came out and ate the fat ones. He woke up, fell asleep again, and dreamed of 7 full ears of grain growing on one stalk. Then, 7 thin, scorched ears of grain grew up and swallowed the healthy ones. The king was deeply troubled and called for all the wise men and magicians of Egypt, but none of them could explain the dreams. It was then that the cupbearer finally remembered Joseph. He told the king about the young Hebrew man in prison who had correctly interpreted his own dream. The king sent for Joseph immediately. Joseph was brought out of the dungeon, shaved, changed his clothes, and stood before the ruler of Egypt. The king told Joseph he had heard he could understand dreams. Joseph humbly replied that it was not his own power, but that an answer of peace would be provided. After hearing the dreams, Joseph explained that both dreams meant the same thing. There were going to be 7 years of great plenty throughout all of Egypt, where the crops would grow in abundance. But those years would be followed by 7 years of severe hunger that would be so bad people would forget the years of plenty. Joseph advised the king to find a wise and discerning man to oversee the land. He suggested that during the good years, the government should collect a fifth of all the food and store it in the cities so there would be enough to survive when the hunger came. The king was impressed by Joseph's wisdom and realized there was no one better for the job. He took his own signet ring and put it on Joseph's finger, dressed him in fine linen, and put a gold chain around his neck. Joseph was made the second most powerful man in all of Egypt, in charge of preparing the entire nation for what was coming. Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before the king of Egypt. He traveled throughout all the land, organizing the collection of grain during the 7 years of great abundance. The earth produced more food than anyone had ever seen, and Joseph gathered it into the cities, storing so much grain that it was like the sand of the sea. He eventually stopped counting because the amount was beyond measure. During these good years, Joseph also started a family of his own. He had 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, names that reflected how he was beginning to find peace and fruitfulness in the land of his trouble. When the 7 years of plenty came to an end, the 7 years of hunger began, just as Joseph had said. The drought was not only in Egypt, but in all the surrounding lands as well. When the people of Egypt began to feel the hunger, they cried out for bread, and the king told them to go to Joseph and do whatever he said. Joseph opened the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians and to people from all over the world who traveled to Egypt to survive. Back in the land of Canaan, Jacob and his sons were also struggling. When Jacob heard there was grain in Egypt, he told his sons to go down and buy some so they would not die. He sent 10 of the brothers, but he kept the youngest, Benjamin, at home, fearing that some harm might come to him, just as it had to Joseph. The brothers arrived in Egypt and bowed down before the governor of the land, not realizing that the powerful man in charge was the brother they had sold so many years before. Joseph recognized them immediately, but he did not reveal who he was. Instead, he spoke harshly to them through a translator, accusing them of being spies who had come to see where the land was unprotected. The brothers were terrified and insisted they were honest men, all sons of one father in Canaan. They explained they were 12 brothers in total. One was no longer with them, and the youngest was back home. Joseph decided to test their honesty. He put them all in prison for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Joseph told them he would let them go if they proved their words. One brother, Simeon, was kept behind in prison as a guarantee, while the others were told to take grain back to their starving families. They were warned not to return unless they brought their youngest brother with them. As they spoke among themselves, the brothers expressed their guilt, believing this trouble was happening because of what they had done to Joseph. They didn't realize Joseph understood every word they said. He turned away from them and wept. Joseph gave orders to fill their bags with grain, but he also quietly told his servants to put each man's money back into the top of his sack. When the brothers stopped to rest on their way home, and one of them opened his bag to feed his donkey, he found his money. They were filled with fear, wondering why this was happening to them. When they reached home and told Jacob everything, and then discovered that every single one of them had their money back in their sacks. The whole family was deeply troubled. Jacob was heartbroken. He felt like he was losing all his children, first Joseph, then Simeon, and now they wanted to take Benjamin. He flatly refused to let Benjamin go, even when Reuben offered his own sons as a guarantee. However, as time went on, the grain they had brought from Egypt was finished, and the hunger remained heavy on the land. Jacob eventually had no choice but to ask them to go back. Judah spoke up this time, telling his father that the man in Egypt had strictly warned them they would not see his face again without Benjamin. Judah took personal responsibility for the boy's safety. Jacob finally gave in, telling them to take the best fruits of the land as a gift: honey, spices, myrrh, nuts, and almonds, along with double the money to pay back what had been returned to them. He sent them off with a prayer for mercy. When the brothers arrived in Egypt with Benjamin, Joseph saw them and told his steward to take them to his own house to prepare a great noon meal. The brothers were frightened, thinking they were being brought there because of the money in their sacks. They tried to explain themselves to the steward at the door, but he comforted them, telling them not to be afraid. He brought Simeon out to them and gave them water to wash their feet. When Joseph arrived home, the brothers bowed to the earth and offered him their gifts. He asked about their father's health and if the old man was still alive. When he saw his younger brother, Benjamin, his heart was deeply moved. He had to hurry into a private room to weep before he could wash his face and return to the feast. He sat them at a table in order of their ages, from the oldest to the youngest, which amazed the brothers. When the food was served, Benjamin's portion was 5 times larger than anyone else's. They ate and drank together, enjoying a moment of peace. But the test was not over. Joseph gave his steward one more set of secret instructions. He told him to fill the men's sacks with as much food as they could carry, put their money back in again, and place his own special silver cup in the mouth of Benjamin's sack. The next morning, as soon as it was light, the brothers were sent on their way, relieved that everything seemed to have gone well. They had not gone far from the city when Joseph's steward caught up with them, accusing them of stealing his master's silver cup. The brothers were shocked and searched their own bags, confident in their innocence. They even said that if the cup was found with any of them, that person should die, and the rest would become slaves. They opened their sacks one by one, starting from the oldest. When they reached the last bag, the silver cup was found in Benjamin's sack. In total despair, the brothers tore their clothes. They loaded their donkeys and returned to the city. When they reached Joseph's house, they fell to the ground before him. Judah spoke for all of them, acknowledging that they had no way to clear themselves and offering for all of them to stay as slaves. But Joseph said no. Only the one who had the cup would stay, and the rest could go back to their father in peace. Judah then stepped forward and spoke a long, humble plea. He told Joseph how much Benjamin meant to their father, and how the old man's life was bound up in the life of the boy. He explained that if they returned without Benjamin, their father would die of grief. Judah offered to take Benjamin's place, to stay as a slave in Egypt forever, so that the boy could go home. It was a moment of complete transformation. The brother, who had once suggested selling Joseph, was now willing to give up his own life for the sake of his father and his youngest brother. Joseph could no longer control his emotions in front of all his attendants. He cried out for everyone to leave the room except for the brothers. As soon as they were alone, he began to weep so loudly that the Egyptians in the palace could hear him. The brothers stood there, frozen in confusion and fear. Finally, Joseph spoke to them in their own language, saying that he was Joseph, their brother. He immediately asked if his father was still alive. The brothers were so terrified and shocked that they could not even answer him. Joseph told them to come closer. He spoke kindly, telling them not to be angry with themselves for selling him into Egypt. He explained that although they had intended to harm him, a higher purpose had been at work to preserve life during the Great Hunger. He pointed out that there had already been 2 years of famine, and there were still 5 more years to come where there would be no plowing or harvest. He told them that he had been sent ahead of them to ensure that their family would survive and become a great people on the earth. He urged them to hurry back to their father and tell him of all the glory Joseph had found in Egypt. He invited the entire family to move to Egypt, specifically to a lush land called Goshen, where they could live near him and be provided for during the remaining years of the drought. Joseph then threw his arms around his youngest brother, Benjamin, and Benjamin wept with him. He kissed all his brothers and spoke with them until their fear turned into relief and joy. When the news reached the king's palace that Joseph's brothers had arrived, the king was very pleased. He told Joseph to give his brothers wagons from Egypt to carry their wives and children, and to tell them not to worry about their belongings, because the best of all the land of Egypt would be theirs. Joseph gave them new clothes, and to Benjamin, he gave 5 changes of clothes and 300 pieces of silver. He sent his father 10 donkeys loaded with the good things of Egypt, and 10 more loaded with grain and bread for the journey. As they left, Joseph gave them one piece of advice: not to argue with each other on the way home. When the brothers arrived back in the land of Canaan, they went straight to Jacob and told him the incredible news that Joseph was not only alive, but was the ruler over all of Egypt. Jacob's heart went numb. He simply could not believe them. But when they repeated everything Joseph had said, and he saw the Egyptian wagons sent to carry him, his spirit revived. He declared that it was enough. His son Joseph was alive, and he would go to see him before he died. The whole family gathered their belongings and began the long journey toward the south. They stopped at Beersheba, the place where Abraham and Isaac had stayed, to show gratitude and seek guidance for the big move. Jacob was reassured that he should not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for his family would grow into a great nation there and would eventually be brought back to their homeland. The list of the family members who went to Egypt was long. There were the sons of Leah, the sons of Rachel, and the sons of their servants. In total, 70 people from Jacob's direct line entered the land of Egypt to start their new lives. They traveled with their livestock and all the goods they had gathered in Canaan. As they neared the border, Jacob sent Judah ahead to meet Joseph and get directions to the land of Goshen. When Joseph heard they were close, he prepared his chariot and drove out to meet his father. When they finally saw each other, Joseph threw his arms around Jacob's neck and wept for a long time. Jacob said that now he could die in peace, having seen his son's face and knowing he was truly alive. Joseph then prepared his family for their meeting with the king. He explained that since the Egyptians had a strong dislike for shepherds, the family should tell the king they were keepers of livestock. This would ensure they were allowed to live in the land of Goshen, which was perfect for their flocks, and separate from the main Egyptian cities. Joseph took 5 of his brothers to meet the king. When asked about their occupation, they replied as Joseph had instructed, mentioning that they had come to stay in Goshen because the hunger was so severe in Canaan. The king told Joseph that the land was before them and they could settle in the best part of it. He even suggested that if any of the brothers were particularly skilled, they could look after the king's own cattle. Then Joseph brought his father, Jacob, to meet the king. Jacob was a very old man, and he spoke a blessing over the ruler of Egypt. The king asked him how old he was, and Jacob replied that he was 130 years old, describing his years as few and difficult compared to the lives of his ancestors. After blessing the king again, Jacob and his family settled in the land of Ramesses, just as they had been promised. As the years of hunger continued, the situation in Egypt became very difficult. The people ran out of money to buy grain, so they brought their horses, sheep, cattle, and donkeys to Joseph in exchange for food. When the livestock was gone, the people came to Joseph and offered their land and even their own labor to the king, just so they could have seed to plant and food to eat. Joseph bought all the land for the king, except for the land belonging to the priests. Joseph then gave the people seed to sow the land. He made a law that remained for a long time. 1/5 of all the harvest would belong to the king, and the other 4 parts would be for the people to use as food for themselves and their families. The people were grateful, saying that Joseph had saved their lives. While the rest of the world struggled, the family of Jacob flourished in the land of Goshen. They acquired property there and grew in number very quickly. Jacob lived in Egypt for 17 years. As he felt his strength fading, he called Joseph to his side. He made Joseph promise that he would not be buried in Egypt, but that his body would be carried back to the land of Canaan to be buried in the family tomb with Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebekah, and Leah. Joseph gave his word and promised to do exactly as his father asked. Not long after this, Joseph was told that his father was ill. He took his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, to see their grandfather. Jacob sat up in bed and spoke to Joseph about the promises made to him long ago at Bethel. He then looked at Joseph's sons and said he would adopt them as his own, so they would have an equal inheritance with Joseph's brothers. Even though his eyes were dim with age, Jacob reached out his hands to bless the two boys. Joseph placed the older son, Manasseh, near Jacob's right hand, and the younger, Ephraim, near his left. But as Jacob reached out, he crossed his arms, putting his right hand on the younger boy's head. Joseph tried to correct him, but Jacob refused, saying that while the older would be great, the younger would become even greater. He blessed them both, placing the younger before the older, following the pattern that had often appeared in their family's history. As Jacob's time on earth drew toward its close, he called all 12 of his sons to gather around his bed. He wanted to speak to each of them one last time, not just as a father, but as a guide who could see the different paths their descendants would take. The room was quiet as the brothers stood together, listening to the old man's voice, which was still steady despite his weakness. He began with Reuben, his firstborn. Jacob acknowledged Reuben's natural strength and the honor that should have been his, but he reminded him of the moment he had let his impulses take control, losing the leadership that usually went to the oldest. Next, he spoke to Simeon and Levi. He remembered the violence they had shown in the past and noted that their descendants would be scattered rather than having a single, massive territory of their own. When he reached Judah, his words became more powerful and full of hope. He described Judah as a young lion and promised that the leadership and the scepter of authority would remain with his family line. He spoke of a future where many people would follow Judah's lead, and where his land would be so rich with vines and milk that it would be a place of great abundance. To Zebulun, he spoke of a home by the sea, serving as a haven for ships. For Issachar, he described a strong worker who saw that the land was pleasant and was willing to labor for its quiet beauty. When it was Dan's turn, Jacob spoke of a judge who would protect his people, even if he had to be as clever and swift as a snake on the path. Gad was described as a warrior who would be attacked, but would eventually prevail in the end. Jacob then looked at Asher and promised that his land would produce rich, royal foods fit for a king. For Naphtali, he spoke of a deer let loose, a bringer of beautiful words. Then he turned his attention to Joseph, his beloved son. He described Joseph as a fruitful branch near a spring, whose boughs climb over the wall. He acknowledged the many struggles and attacks Joseph had faced, but noted how his arms were made strong by the power that had watched over him. He heaped blessings upon Joseph, wishing for him the best gifts of the heavens above and the deep waters below. Finally, he spoke to Benjamin, describing him as a wolf who is successful in his hunts, providing for his family from morning until night. After finishing these words for each of his 12 sons, Jacob reminded them once more of his final wish. He did not want to be buried in the land of Egypt. He told them clearly to carry his body back to the cave of Machpelah in the land of Canaan, where Abraham and Sarah, Isaac and Rebekah, and his wife Leah were all resting. with his final instructions given, Jacob lay back, drew his feet up into the bed, and passed away peacefully. The grief in the house was immense. Joseph threw himself on his father and wept, kissing him one last time. He then ordered the physicians of Egypt to embalm Jacob's body, a process that took 40 days. The entire nation of Egypt joined in the mourning, showing their deep respect for Joseph and his family. For 70 days, the land was filled with the sounds of sorrow. Once the time of mourning was over, Joseph spoke to the king's court. He asked for permission to fulfill the oath he had made to his father. The king granted the request, telling Joseph to go up and bury his father just as he had promised. It was a massive procession that left Egypt. Joseph and his brothers were joined by the elders of the king's household and all the high officials of Egypt. They traveled with chariots and horsemen, forming a very great company. They stopped at a place called the thrashing floor of Adad, near the Jordan River, where they observed 7 days of intense mourning. The local people of Canaan saw this large group and the deep sorrow they expressed, and they were amazed at how much the Egyptians honored this man. Finally, the brothers carried Jacob into the land of Canaan and placed him in the cave of Machpelah, just as he had asked. After the burial was complete, the entire group returned to Egypt. With their father gone, a new wave of fear hit the older brothers. They began to worry that Joseph had only been kind to them for their father's sake. They thought that perhaps now, Joseph would finally take his revenge for the way they had treated him when he was a boy. They sent a message to Joseph, claiming that before Jacob died, he had asked Joseph to forgive them for their great wrong. When Joseph heard this, he wept. His brothers then came to him in person and fell down before him, offering to be his servants. Joseph spoke to them with great kindness and told them not to be afraid. He asked them, "Am I in the place of a power that judges?" He reminded them of the truth he had realized years ago. Even though they had intended to do something evil to him, it had been turned into something good, so that many people could be saved from the hunger. He promised to continue providing for them and their children, speaking words that brought peace to their hearts. Joseph lived to be 110 years old. He lived long enough to see his grandchildren and great-grandchildren, enjoying the sight of his family growing and thriving in the land of Goshen. As he felt his own end approaching, he called his relatives together. He told them with certainty that the time would come when they would leave Egypt and return to the land promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He made them take a solemn oath. He told them that when that day finally arrived and they left for their homeland, they must not leave him behind. He asked them to carry his bones up from Egypt with them. Joseph passed away, and he was embalmed and placed in a coffin in Egypt, a silent witness to the promise that his family would one day go back to where they belonged. The story that had begun in a garden and moved through tents, deserts, and palaces ended for now in the quiet of the Egyptian plains. The small family that had arrived with 70 people was now a large and settled community, safe and provided for, waiting for the next chapter of their journey to begin. The legacy of the family was not just in the people who remained, but in the stories and the deeper meanings behind the events that had unfolded over several generations. Looking back from the quiet end of Joseph's life, the patterns of the past revealed a world where small choices led to massive shifts in history. The lore of this time was built on the idea that the world was a place of constant motion, where the younger often overtook the older, and where the most unlikely people were chosen to carry forward a great promise. In the early days, the world was seen as a raw and powerful space, shaped by a voice that brought order out of a watery chaos. This beginning set the stage for everything else. The Garden of Eden was remembered as a place of perfect balance, where the first humans lived in a rhythm that matched the natural world. The lore spoke of a time when the boundary between the physical and the unseen was thin, and where instructions were given directly in the cool of the evening. The loss of that garden was the first great turning point, marking the start of a world where survival required hard work, and where the earth itself could be difficult and stubborn. The story of the Great Flood added a layer of gravity to the lore. It served as a reminder that the world required a certain level of kindness and justice to remain stable. When the violence of humanity became too loud, the waters returned to cover the earth, washing it clean for a new beginning. The rainbow in the sky became a permanent part of the lore, a sign that the basic cycles of nature, the seasons, the heat and cold, the day and night, would never again be interrupted in such a total way. As the family of Abraham emerged, the lore shifted toward the concept of a journey. Abraham was the original wanderer, a man who left everything familiar behind because of a promise he could not yet see. This theme of being a stranger in a foreign land became a core part of the family's identity. They were people of the tents, always moving, always looking toward a future home. The altars and the trees Abraham planted, and the wells he and Isaac dug, became landmarks in the desert, physical reminders of their presence in a land that did not yet belong to them. The struggle between brothers was another recurring theme in the deep history of the family. From Cain and Abel to Ishmael and Isaac, and then Esau and Jacob, there was a constant tension over who would carry the legacy. The lore emphasized that the usual rules of the firstborn were often set aside. Jacob, the younger, used his wit and a bit of trickery to gain the blessing. And yet, he had to spend 20 years in exile, working for a master who was even more clever than he was. His transformation into a man who wrestled through the night and walked with a limp was seen as a symbol of the struggle required to become a leader. The story of Joseph brought the lore to its peak. It showed how the jealousy of brothers could lead to a betrayal that eventually saved an entire civilization. The colorful robe, the pit in the wilderness, and the rise from a dungeon to a palace were more than just events. They were seen as a testament to the idea that even the darkest moments could be part of a larger, beneficial plan. Joseph's ability to understand dreams was a gift that bridged the gap between the mundane world and a higher wisdom, allowing him to see the hunger coming long before anyone else did. In the land of Goshen, the family lived in a unique position. They were protected by Joseph's power, yet they remained shepherds in a land that looked down on their way of life. This separation allowed them to keep their own traditions and their own language. They were in Egypt, but they were not of Egypt. They carried with them the memories of the oak trees at Mamre, the stone pillar at Bethel, and the quiet hills of Hebron. The blessings Jacob gave to his sons before he died acted as a map for the future. Each son was given a character and a destiny that would define the tribes that would one day bear their names. The Lion of Judah, the ships of Zebulun, and the fruitful branch of Joseph were images that would be remembered for centuries. Jacob's insistence on being buried in the cave of Machpelah was his final act of faith, a way of anchoring his family to the land of Canaan, even while they lived in the wealth of Egypt. When Joseph finally passed away, he left his people with a final piece of lore to hold on to. He told them that they were not to stay in Egypt forever. He knew that their time of comfort and favor would eventually change, and they would need to look back to the promises made to their ancestors. By asking them to carry his bones with them when they eventually left, he ensured that even in death, he would lead them back toward their home. The first era of the family was now complete. They had moved from a single man called out of a distant city to a large, organized group of tribes living in the most powerful nation on earth. The foundations were laid, the promises were recorded, and the stories were told around the fires in Goshen, keeping the memory of the past alive as they waited for what was to come next. The generations that lived from the time of the first garden to the settling in Egypt left behind a culture built on the ideas of hospitality, the importance of a spoken blessing, and the weight of a person's word. In the open plains of Canaan, where resources like water were scarce, the way a person treated a stranger became a defining characteristic. Abraham's hurried welcome of the 3 travelers under the trees at Mamre was not just a polite gesture. It became the standard for how to live with honor. To offer water for the feet, shade for the head, and a meal for the hungry was seen as a way of acknowledging the dignity of every living soul. This culture was also deeply rooted in the power of the family name. A name was not just a label, but a description of a person's character, or a memory of the circumstances of their birth. When names were changed, Abram to Abraham, or Jacob to Israel, it signaled a total transformation of the person's identity and their role in the world. The lore of these people was passed down through spoken stories, told from parents to children around the campfires, ensuring that even in a foreign land like Egypt, the younger generation knew where they had come from and who their ancestors were. One of the most significant cultural impacts was the shift in how people understood their relationship with the world around them. Instead of seeing the sun, moon, and stars as powers to be feared. They viewed them as markers for time and seasons, created to serve a purpose. The land itself was seen as a gift that required care and stewardship. This was evident in the way Isaac persistently dug wells, even when others tried to stop him. He understood that peace was often found through persistence and the willingness to move forward rather than staying to fight over the same small patch of ground. The lessons learned through these centuries were often difficult. The family discovered that favoritism, whether shown by Isaac toward Esau or Jacob toward Joseph, almost always led to internal strife and heartbreak. They learned that honesty was the only way to maintain a household, as seen in the many years of tension caused by the trickery surrounding the birthright and the blessing. Yet, they also learned about the incredible power of forgiveness, the reunion of Esau and Jacob, and later the emotional reconciliation between Joseph and his brothers, showed that no mistake was too great to be healed by a sincere heart and a willing spirit. Joseph's life, in particular, provided a lesson in resilience. He demonstrated that a person's character does not have to be defined by their surroundings. Whether he was a favored son, a slave in a house, a prisoner in a dungeon, or a ruler in a palace, he remained the same person. He showed that true leadership is about serving others and preparing for the future, even when it means making hard decisions in the present. His management of the grain during the years of plenty and hunger became a model for how a society can look after its most vulnerable members during a crisis. The move to Egypt also introduced the family to a much larger and more complex civilization. They saw the grand architecture, the advanced agriculture of the Nile, and the structured government of the pharaohs. While they adopted some of these practical skills, they remained culturally distinct. Their identity as Hebrews, a term often used by the Egyptians to describe them, marked them as people from across the river. This sense of being outsiders helped them maintain their unique perspective and their devotion to the promises made to their fathers. The story of these generations is ultimately one of growth. It began with a single family living in tents and ended with a nation in waiting, living in the richest province of the most powerful empire of the time. They had survived droughts, wars, betrayals, and long years of waiting. They had learned that while the path was rarely straight and often filled with shadows, there was a steady rhythm to the world that would eventually lead them back to where they belonged. The long era that began with the cooling of a new world and the planting of a garden reached its quiet conclusion in the fertile plains of Egypt. The family of Jacob, now known as the tribes of Israel, had found a sanctuary in Goshen. They were no longer a small group of wandering shepherds, but a growing community that held a unique position of favor in the most powerful empire of the age. Yet, even in their prosperity, there was a sense that this was a middle chapter, a resting place on a much longer journey. The passing of Joseph marked the end of the direct connection to the patriarchs who had walked the hills of Canaan. With his death, the personal memories of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob began to transition into the collective heritage of a people. The stories of the ladder at Bethel, the wrestling at the Jabbok, and the colorful robe were no longer just family anecdotes. They became the foundational lore that defined their identity. These stories served as a bridge, linking their current life in the Nile Delta to the rugged, sun-drenched landscapes of their true home. The silence that followed Joseph's death was filled with the steady growth of the family. They lived in the rhythm of the Egyptian seasons, watching the Nile rise and fall, and tending to their flocks in the green pastures. They carried within them the oath they had made to Joseph that his bones would not remain in Egypt forever. This promise was a constant reminder that their stay in this land, however comfortable, was temporary. It kept their eyes turned toward the horizon, toward the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, and the Amorites. The cultural landscape of the family was now a blend of their ancestral traditions and the practical wisdom they had gained in Egypt. They had learned the art of large-scale administration, the science of storing grain, and the complexities of living within a structured state. These skills would eventually be necessary for them to function as a sovereign nation. However, they clung to their language and their belief in a single guiding power that had spoken to their fathers. Standing in stark contrast to the many monuments and statues of the Egyptian cities, as the years turned into decades, the memory of Joseph's service to the king began to fade in the halls of the palace. New rulers arose who did not remember how a Hebrew foreigner had saved the empire from starvation. The political winds were shifting, and the favor the family had enjoyed was slowly being replaced by a sense of unease among the local population. The sheer speed at which the family was multiplying started to be seen as a threat rather than a blessing to the land. This transition from guests to a perceived threat set the stage for a new and much more difficult era. The Peace of Goshen was a cocoon, a place where the family could grow in safety until they were strong enough to face the challenges of becoming a free people. The foundations laid in the Book of Beginnings, the promises of land, the lessons of character, and the bonds of brotherhood were now firmly established in the hearts of the people. The coffin of Joseph remained in Egypt, a silent sentinel waiting for the day when the descendants of his brothers would rise up to claim their inheritance. The first great cycle was complete. The world had seen the creation of life, the struggle of the early generations, and the preservation of a chosen family through the wisdom of one man. The stage was now set for the next great movement in history, where the quiet family of shepherds would emerge as a nation, ready to cross the wilderness and return to the land where it all began. The story of the new beginning in Egypt had slowly turned into a season of shadows. For many years, the descendants of Jacob had lived in the land of Goshen as honored guests, protected by the memory of Joseph. But as generations passed, a new king arose over the land who did not know the history of how Joseph had saved Egypt from the great hunger. This ruler looked out at the growing number of people in Goshen and felt a sense of unease. He feared that if a war broke out, these people might join his enemies. To prevent this, he decided to change their status from guests to servants, placing heavy burdens on them to slow their growth. The people were forced to work in the heat, making bricks and building massive storage cities for the king. Despite the hard labor and the harsh treatment, the family continued to grow stronger and more numerous. This only increased the fear of the Egyptian rulers, leading to even stricter commands. The quiet life of the shepherds was replaced by the clinking of chains and the shouts of taskmasters. In their distress, the people began to cry out for relief, remembering the ancient promises made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. In the midst of this difficult time, a child was born to a family from the house of Levi. His mother saw that he was a beautiful and special child, and she hid him for 3 months to protect him from the harsh decrees of the king. When she could no longer hide him, she made a small basket out of papyrus reeds, coated it with tar and pitch to make it waterproof, and placed the baby inside. She set the basket among the tall grass at the edge of the great river Nile, while the boy's older sister stood at a distance to see what would happen. It happened that the daughter of the king came down to the river to bathe. When she saw the basket among the reeds, she sent her servant to fetch it. Opening it, she found the crying baby and felt a deep sense of compassion for him. The boy's sister stepped forward and asked if she should find a local woman to nurse the child. The princess agreed, and the sister brought the baby's own mother. The princess decided to adopt the boy as her own son, naming him Moses, which meant that he was drawn out of the water. Moses grew up in the royal palace, surrounded by the wealth and wisdom of Egypt, yet he was aware of his heritage. One day, after he had become a man, he went out to see his people at their hard labor. He witnessed an Egyptian taskmaster beating one of the Hebrew workers. In a moment of anger and a desire for justice, Moses intervened, and the Egyptian was killed. When he realized the deed was known and that the king sought his life, Moses fled from Egypt. He traveled deep into the desert of Midian, far from the monuments and the power of the Nile. In Midian, Moses found a new life of simplicity. He sat by a well, where he helped the daughters of a local priest named Jethro water their flocks. He was invited into their home and eventually married one of the daughters, Zipporah. For 40 years, the man who was raised as a prince lived as a shepherd, leading sheep through the quiet wilderness. He learned the paths of the desert and the rhythms of the dry land, far removed from the cries of the workers in Egypt. One day, while Moses was leading the flock to the far side of the wilderness near a mountain called Horeb, he saw a strange sight. A bush was on fire, but it was not being consumed by the flames. As he approached to see why the bush did not burn, a voice called out his name from the middle of the fire. He was told to take off his sandals because the ground he was standing on was holy. The voice identified itself as the power that had guided Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Moses was told that the suffering of the people in Egypt had been seen, and their cries had been heard. He was given a mission to return to Egypt and lead the people out of their service so they could return to the land of their ancestors. Moses felt overwhelmed and unsure of himself, questioning why he was the right person for such a task. He was reassured that he would not be alone and was given a name to share with the people, a name that signified a constant and eternal presence. To give him confidence, Moses was shown several signs. When he threw his shepherd's staff on the ground, it turned into a snake, and when he picked it up by the tail, it became a staff again. He was also told that his older brother Aaron was already on his way to meet him and would help him speak to the people and the king. With these signs and the promise of support, Moses left his life in Midian, took his family, and began the long journey back to the land of his birth. On the way, he met Aaron in the wilderness, and the two brothers embraced. They returned to Egypt and gathered the elders of the people, sharing the news that their cries had been heard and that relief was coming. The people believed and felt a sense of hope for the first time in many years. However, the challenge ahead was immense. Moses and Aaron went before the king of Egypt with a simple request: to let the people go into the wilderness for a short time to show their gratitude. The king was not moved by the request. Instead, he took it as a sign of laziness. He commanded that the work be made even harder. Previously, the workers were provided with straw to make the bricks, but now they were told they must gather their own straw while still producing the same number of bricks every day. This brought great distress to the people, and they began to doubt the mission of Moses and Aaron. Moses felt the weight of the people's disappointment and spoke of his concerns. He was told to stay steady and that the king's heart would eventually be moved through a series of powerful events. The struggle between the power of the empire and the quiet persistence of the brothers was just beginning. It was not just a fight for physical freedom, but a journey toward a new identity. The stage was set for a confrontation that would change the history of the world and lead a family of workers toward becoming a unified nation. The air in Egypt was thick with tension as Moses and Aaron prepared to stand before the king once more. They knew that the road to the mountains of Canaan would be long and filled with obstacles, but the memory of the burning bush and the promises made to the patriarchs gave them the strength to continue. The first steps had been taken, and though the immediate result was more labor and hardship, the wheels of a great change had started to turn, moving toward a future that had been spoken of for hundreds of years. The confrontation with the ruler of Egypt took a more serious turn as the two brothers returned to the palace. The king sat on his throne, surrounded by his advisors and magicians, looking down at the two men who had caused so much disruption in the work of the building projects. He demanded a sign to prove that they spoke with any real authority. Aaron, following the instructions he had been given, threw his wooden staff onto the stone floor. In an instant, the wood shifted and coiled, becoming a living snake. The king was not easily impressed. He called for his own wise men and sorcerers. They stepped forward, and using their own secret arts, threw down their staffs as well. Each one also turned into a snake, slithering across the floor. However, the staff that belonged to Aaron showed a greater power, as it moved quickly and swallowed up the snakes of the magicians. Despite this clear sign, the king's heart remained hard and cold. He refused to listen, just as had been expected, and he sent the brothers away without granting their request. Early the next morning, Moses was told to meet the king down by the banks of the great river Nile. This river was the lifeblood of all Egypt, providing the water for their crops, their cattle, and their very lives. It was also a place where the king went to show his own power. As the sun rose over the water, Moses and Aaron stood on the bank. They warned the king that because he refused to let the people go, the water he relied on would be changed. Aaron lifted the staff and struck the surface of the river. Immediately, the blue water turned a deep, dark red. It was no longer water, but something that could not be used. The fish in the river died, and a terrible smell began to rise from the banks. This change did not just stay in the river. It moved into the canals, the ponds, and even the wooden and stone jars in the houses. For 7 days, there was no fresh water to drink in all of Egypt. The people had to dig deep wells along the banks of the river to find something to quench their thirst. Still, the king's magicians were able to mimic the sign on a smaller scale, and the ruler remained stubborn. When the 7 days were over, another warning was given. This time, the threat involved the creatures that lived in the river. When the king again refused to listen, Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters. Suddenly, frogs began to come up out of the river and the marshes. They were everywhere. They hopped into the houses, into the bedrooms, and even onto the beds. They were found in the ovens and the kneading bowls where the bread was made. The entire land was covered in frogs. The king, feeling the pressure of this nuisance, called for Moses and Aaron. He asked them to take the frogs away and promised that if they did, he would let the people go to show their gratitude in the wilderness. Moses asked the king to set the time for when the frogs should disappear, so that it would be clear this was not a natural event. The king chose the following day. True to the word given, the next day the frogs died throughout the land. They were gathered into great heaps, and the smell was overwhelming. But once the king saw that there was relief, he went back on his promise and hardened his heart once again. Since the king had broken his word, a third sign was brought upon the land without any warning. Aaron struck the dust of the earth with his staff, and the tiny grains of dirt turned into gnats. These small, biting insects swarmed over every person and every animal in all of Egypt. The magicians tried to use their secret arts to produce gnats as well, but this time they failed. They turned to the king and told him that this was a power far beyond their own, a finger of a greater force at work. Yet the king remained unmoved and would not listen to them. A fourth sign followed, but this time a distinction was made. The king was told that a swarm of heavy flies would fill the houses of the Egyptians and cover the ground. However, the land of Goshen, where the families of the workers lived, would be completely free of the flies. This was to show that a specific choice was being made to protect one group, while the other faced the consequences of the king's pride. The swarms arrived as promised, ruining the land and filling the royal palace and the homes of the officials. The king sent for the brothers again, suggesting that the people could stay in Egypt to perform their ceremonies. Moses explained that this was not possible, as their customs would be offensive to the Egyptians and could lead to conflict. He insisted on a 3-day journey into the wilderness. The king agreed to let them go, provided they didn't go too far, and asked for the flies to be removed. When the flies disappeared, the king once again refused to let the people leave. The pressure on the empire continued to mount. A 5th sign affected the livestock in the fields. A severe sickness fell upon the horses, donkeys, camels, cattle, and sheep belonging to the Egyptians. Many of the animals died, causing a great loss to the economy and the food supply. But when the king sent messengers to check on the animals in Goshen, he found that not a single one had died. Even with this evidence, he remained firm in his refusal. Next, a 6th sign was brought directly upon the people themselves. Moses and Aaron took handfuls of soot from a furnace and threw it into the air in the sight of the king. As the fine dust spread through the atmosphere, it caused painful boils to break out on the skin of the Egyptians and their remaining animals. The magicians could not even stand before Moses because they were covered in the sores. The physical suffering was now touching everyone in the palace, but the king's resolve did not break. Finally, a 7th warning was given, more terrifying than the ones before. The king was told that a massive storm of hail would fall, unlike anything seen since the beginning of the nation. The officials were warned to bring their servants and their livestock under shelter, or they would perish. Some of the king's servants, who had grown to respect the warnings, hurried to bring their households inside. Others ignored the message. Moses stretched his staff toward the sky, and thunder and hail began to fall, mixed with fire that ran along the ground. The storm was so fierce that it shattered the trees and destroyed the crops that were currently in the fields. The flax and the barley were ruined. But in the land of Goshen, there was total peace and no hail at all. The king sent for Moses in a panic, admitting that he had been wrong and asking for the thunder and hail to stop. He promised to let the people go. Moses went out of the city and spread his hands toward the sky. The thunder and hail ceased, and the rain stopped falling. But as soon as the king saw that the storm was over, he sinned once more. He and his officials hardened their hearts, and he would not let the people leave. The struggle had reached a point of no return, and the land of Egypt was being slowly dismantled, piece by piece, as the king clung to his pride. The air over Egypt was heavy with the scent of damp earth and broken crops. The king's officials, who had watched their fields shattered by the hail, began to feel a sense of desperation that the ruler did not yet share. They turned to him and asked how much longer he would let the land be destroyed, pointing out that the empire was already in ruins. When Moses and Aaron returned to the palace, the king seemed to waver for a moment. he asked who exactly would be going into the wilderness to celebrate. Moses was clear. Everyone would go, the young and the old, the sons and the daughters, along with all their flocks and herds. This answer made the king's anger flare up again. He accused them of having evil intentions and insisted that only the men could go, while the women and children stayed behind as a guarantee that they would return. With a shout, he had Moses and Aaron driven out of his sight. Because of this refusal, an eighth sign was brought upon the land. Moses stretched out his staff, and an east wind began to blow. It blew all that day and all through the night, and by morning, the wind had brought a massive swarm of locusts. The insects descended in such numbers that the ground was completely covered and turned black. They ate every green thing that the hail had left behind, every leaf on the trees, and every bit of grass in the fields. Not a single green sprout remained in all of Egypt. The king hurried to call for the brothers, admitting he had sinned and begging for the death to be taken away from him. A strong west wind was sent, which picked up the locusts and carried them into the Red Sea until not one was left. But as soon as the land was clear, the king's heart remained firm, and he would not let the people leave. Then a ninth sign arrived without any word of warning. Moses stretched his hand toward the sky, and a thick darkness fell over the land of Egypt. This was not a normal night. It was a darkness so heavy and deep that it could almost be felt. For 3 days, no one could see another person, and no one dared to move from where they were. It was a total, silent gloom that wrapped around the houses of the Egyptians like a blanket. Yet, in the land of Goshen, where the workers lived, there was light in all their dwellings. The king called for Moses in the middle of the darkness. He was now willing to let the women and children go, but he insisted that the flocks and herds must stay behind. Moses refused to compromise, explaining that they needed their livestock to show their gratitude, and that they would not know which animals were needed until they arrived. He stated clearly that not a single hoof would be left behind. The king's fury returned, and he told Moses to leave and never see his face again, warning that if they met again, Moses would die. Moses calmly agreed, saying that he would indeed never see the king's face again. Before the final event took place, the people were told to ask their Egyptian neighbors for objects of silver and gold. Many of the Egyptians, who had grown to respect and even fear the power moving through the land, gave freely to them. Moses then gave a final, solemn warning to the people. He told them that in the middle of the night, a great cry would go up through all of Egypt, unlike any that had ever been heard before. Every firstborn in the land, from the house of the king to the house of the prisoner, and even among the cattle, would not survive. To be protected from this final shadow, the families were given very specific instructions. Each household was to choose a healthy 1-year-old lamb. On a specific evening, they were to gather and prepare the lamb. They were told to take some of the blood and mark the 2 side posts and the upper doorpost of the houses where they ate. They were to eat the meal in haste, dressed for travel with their sandals on their feet and their staffs in their hands, ready to move at a moment's notice. They were told that when the shadow passed through the land that night, the houses marked with the blood would be passed over and kept safe. This night was to be remembered forever as a time of liberation and a fresh start. The people followed the instructions exactly, staying inside their homes and eating the meal as the moon rose over the silent land of Goshen. At midnight, exactly as had been said, a great cry broke out across Egypt. In every house of the Egyptians, there was a deep sense of loss. The king rose up in the night, as did all his officials. There was not a single house among them that was not touched by grief. The king sent for Moses and Aaron immediately, even in the dark. He told them to get out from among his people, to take their families, their flocks, and their herds, and go just as they had asked. He even asked for a blessing as they left. The Egyptians were urgent with the people, hurrying them out of the land, fearing that if they stayed any longer, the entire nation would perish. The people took their dough before it was even leavened, wrapping their kneading bowls in their clothes and carrying them on their shoulders. They set out from the city of Ramesses, a vast multitude of people, along with a great number of livestock. They had lived in Egypt for 430 years, and now, in a single night, the journey toward the east began. They traveled toward a place called Sukkot. It was a massive group, including not only the descendants of Jacob, but also a mixed multitude of others who chose to join them after witnessing the events of the past months. They baked unleavened cakes from the dough they had brought out of Egypt. Because they had been driven out so quickly, they had no time to prepare proper food for the road. As they moved, they were not left to find their own way through the wilderness. A great pillar of cloud went before them during the day to lead them on the path, and a pillar of fire gave them light during the night. This allowed them to travel both day and night when necessary. The pillar never left its place in front of the people, serving as a constant guide and a sign of protection. Instead of taking the shorter, more direct route along the coast toward the land of the Philistines, they were led toward the wilderness of the Red Sea. This was to prevent them from becoming discouraged if they faced immediate war with the local nations, as they were not yet prepared for battle. Moses also made sure to carry the bones of Joseph with him, fulfilling the oath that had been made centuries before in the land of Goshen. They moved from Sukkot and camped at Etham on the edge of the wilderness. Behind them was the memory of a broken empire and centuries of labor. Before them was a vast, open desert and the guiding pillars of cloud and fire. The journey of the nation had truly begun, moving away from the shadows of the pyramids toward the mountains, where their story would find its next great chapter. The people had reached the edge of the wilderness, but the path ahead was not a straight line to their destination. They were told to turn back and camp by the sea, specifically in a place called Pi-hahiroth, between a high tower and the water. This appeared to be a dead end, a place where they were trapped by the geography of the land. It was a deliberate choice, designed to draw the attention of the Egyptian ruler one last time. Back in the royal palace, the atmosphere had shifted from grief to a renewed sense of pride and regret. The king and his officials looked at the empty workshops and the abandoned brick kilns and realized they had lost their entire workforce. Their hearts hardened once more as they questioned why they had let the people go. The king ordered his war chariot to be prepared and gathered 600 of his best chariots, along with all the other chariots of Egypt and their captains. With a massive army of horses and soldiers, he set out in a fast pursuit to bring the workers back. As the sun began to set, the people camped by the sea looked back and saw a terrifying sight. The horizon was filled with the dust and the glint of Egyptian armor. The massive army was closing in fast. Fear swept through the camp like a physical wave. They turned to Moses in despair, asking if there were not enough graves in Egypt that they had been brought out to die in the wilderness. They cried out that it would have been better to serve the Egyptians than to perish in the sand. Moses stood before the frightened multitude and spoke with a calm that steadied their hearts. He told them not to be afraid and to stand firm, for the army they saw today would never be seen again. He assured them that they only needed to remain quiet and watchful. At that moment, the pillar of cloud that had been leading them moved from the front to the back, placing itself between the camp of the people and the Egyptian army. To the Egyptians, the cloud brought a deep darkness, but to the people, it gave a bright light throughout the night, so that the two groups did not come near each other. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea. A strong east wind began to blow, and it blew with such force all through the night that the waters were pushed back and divided. The sea floor was turned into dry land, with the waters standing like a wall on their right and on their left. In the middle of the night, the people began to walk through the heart of the sea on the dry ground. It was a massive procession of families, elderly, and livestock moving through the path that had been opened in the deep. When the Egyptians saw the people moving, they did not hesitate. The king and all his horses and chariots drove into the middle of the sea after them. But as the morning watch approached, the heavy chariots began to struggle. The wheels became clogged in the seabed, making it difficult for them to move. The Egyptian soldiers realized that something was wrong and began to cry out to one another that they should flee, for a power was fighting against them on behalf of the people. As the last of the people stepped onto the far shore and the sun began to rise, Moses was told to stretch his hand over the sea once more. As he did, the wind ceased, and the walls of water came rushing back to their normal place. The entire army of the king, the chariots, the horsemen, and all the soldiers who had followed into the sea was covered by the waves. Not a single one of them remained. When the people saw the great power that had been displayed and realized they were truly safe, a deep sense of awe and respect filled the camp. On the far bank of the Red Sea, the atmosphere changed from terror to a grand celebration. Moses and the people broke out into a magnificent song of victory, recounting how the horse and the rider had been thrown into the sea. They sang of the strength that had led them out and the future they hoped to find in the mountains. Miriam, the sister of Moses and Aaron, took a tambourine in her hand, and all the women followed her with music and dancing, echoing the refrain of triumph over the empire that had held them for so long. Celebration eventually ended, and it was time to move deeper into the wilderness. They traveled for 3 days into the desert of Shur, but found no water. When they finally reached a place called Marah, they found water, but it was bitter, and they could not drink it. The people began to complain again, asking what they were supposed to drink. Moses called out for guidance and was shown a specific piece of wood. When he threw the wood into the water, the bitterness vanished, and the water became sweet and refreshing. It was here that they were given a promise. If they listened to the guidance they were receiving and lived with integrity, they would be protected from the sicknesses they had seen in Egypt. They then moved on to an oasis called Elim, where there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees. They camped there by the waters, finding a moment of rest and abundance after the intensity of their escape. But the journey continued, and they moved into the wilderness of Sin, which lies between Elim and the great mountain of Sinai. By this time, it had been a month since they left Egypt, and the food supplies they had brought with them were running low. Once again, the sound of complaining filled the camp. They remembered the pots of meat and the bread they had in Egypt, and lamented that they might die of hunger in the desert. In response to their need, they were told that food would be provided in a unique way. That evening, a massive flock of quails flew into the camp, covering the ground so that there was meat for everyone. The next morning, when the dew evaporated, a fine, flake-like substance remained on the surface of the ground, looking like frost. When the people saw it, they asked one another, "What is it?" For they had never seen anything like it. They were told to gather as much of it as they needed for each person in their tent. It was white like coriander seed and tasted like wafers made with honey. They were given a specific rule: gather only what was needed for the day, and do not save any for the next morning. Some tried to save it, but by the next day it was ruined. However, on the 6th day, they were to gather a double portion so they could rest on the 7th day. On that day, the food stayed fresh, marking a rhythm of work and rest that was new to them. This substance, which they called manna, would be their primary food for the next 40 years as they traveled through the vast wilderness. The journey through the vast, open desert continued as the people moved from the wilderness of Sin, traveling by stages according to the path that was laid out before them. They eventually came to a place called Rephidim to set up their camp. But once again, they faced a difficult challenge. There was no water for the people to drink. The memory of the sweet springs at Elim faded quickly under the heat of the sun, and the sound of complaining rose up again. They turned to Moses with sharp words, questioning why he had brought them, their children, and their livestock out of Egypt, only to let them perish from thirst in the dry sand. Moses felt the weight of their anger and sought guidance. He was told to take some of the elders of the people with him and to carry the same staff he had used to strike the river Nile. They were to go to a massive rock at a place called Horeb. Standing before the rock, Moses struck the hard stone with his staff. In an instant, a stream of fresh, cool water burst forth from the dry rock, flowing out in enough abundance for the entire multitude to drink. The place was given names that reflected the struggle and the testing that had happened there, serving as a reminder of how their needs were met even in the most unlikely way. While they were still at Rephidim, a new kind of trouble arrived. A group of desert wanderers known as the Amalekites came out to attack the people. This was the first time since leaving the shadows of the Egyptian army that they had to face a physical battle. Moses called for a young, capable man named Joshua to choose a group of men and go out to meet the attackers. Moses told Joshua that while the men fought in the valley, he would stand on the top of a nearby hill with the staff in his hand. The next morning, as the battle began, Moses went up the hill accompanied by Aaron and another man named Hur. A strange pattern began to emerge. As long as Moses held his hands high toward the sky, the people in the valley were winning the struggle. But whenever his arms grew tired and he let them drop, the tide of the battle shifted in favor of the attackers. Seeing this, Aaron and Hur found a large stone for Moses to sit on. They stood on either side of him, each holding up one of his hands, keeping them steady until the sun went down. Because of this support, Joshua and his men were successful, and the threat was turned away. Soon after this victory, a familiar face arrived at the camp. Jethro, the priest of Midian and the father-in-law of Moses, had heard the news of everything that had happened in Egypt and the escape through the sea. He traveled to the wilderness, bringing with him Zipporah, Moses' wife, and their 2 sons. It was a joyful reunion near the mountain where Moses had first seen the burning bush. They shared a meal and spoke of all the remarkable events that had taken place. Jethro expressed his respect for the power that had delivered them, recognizing it as greater than all other forces. The next day, Jethro sat and watched as Moses spent the entire day sitting in a central place, listening to the people's arguments and settling their disputes. From morning until evening, a long line of people waited to speak with him. Jethro saw that this was putting a massive strain on Moses, and that the people were growing tired of the long wait. He pulled Moses aside and told him that the way he was working was not sustainable. He would wear himself out, and the people would suffer for it. Jethro suggested a new way of organizing the community. He advised Moses to find capable, honest men who could not be bribed, and to place them as leaders over groups of thousands, hundreds, 50s, and 10s. These men would handle the smaller, daily disputes themselves, and only the most difficult and important cases would be brought to Moses. This would allow Moses to focus on the bigger picture and the guidance for the whole nation. Moses listened to this wise advice and implemented the system, creating the first structured government for the traveling people. It was a change that brought order and peace to the camp. After Jethro returned to his own land, the people moved from Rephidim and arrived at the desert of Sinai. They set up their camp in front of the great mountain, a jagged and imposing peak that rose high into the clear blue sky. It had been exactly 3 months since they had left the land of Egypt. The atmosphere around the mountain was different from any place they had stayed before. There was a sense of expectation and quiet gravity. Moses went up toward the mountain and was given a message for the people. They were reminded of how they had been carried as if on the wings of eagles and brought to this place. They were told that if they chose to live with integrity and follow the path set before them, they would become a special treasure, a kingdom of people dedicated to a higher purpose. When Moses returned and shared these words with the elders and the people, they all answered with one voice, agreeing to take on this new responsibility. The people were then told to prepare themselves for a very important event that would take place in 3 days. They were to wash their clothes and set boundaries around the base of the mountain, for no one was to touch the mountain or even step onto its slopes. A sense of preparation filled the camp as everyone waited for the 3rd day. On the morning of the 3rd day, a thick cloud settled onto the top of the mountain. There were loud sounds like thunder and flashes of lightning that lit up the sky. A very loud sound, like a long blast from a horn, echoed through the valley, causing everyone in the camp to tremble. Moses led the people out from the tents to stand at the foot of the mountain to witness the scene. The entire mountain was covered in smoke, and the ground seemed to shake with a powerful force. In the middle of this intense display of power, the sound of the horn grew louder and louder. Moses spoke, and a voice answered him. He was called to go up to the top of the mountain once again. While he was there, he was given the foundational rules that would guide the life of the nation. These were the core principles that would define how they treated one another and how they lived their lives. They were told to have no other priorities above the one that had led them out of service. They were warned against making images to represent things in the sky or on the earth to bow down to them. They were told to respect the name of their guide and to remember a day of rest every week, keeping it separate from their work. They were instructed to honor their parents, to never take a life, to be faithful in their marriages, and to never take what belonged to someone else. They were also told never to lie about their neighbors, or to let their hearts grow heavy with wanting things that others possessed. The people watching from below saw the lightning and heard the thunder and the sound of the horn, and they were filled with a great deal of awe. They stood at a distance, telling Moses that they would listen to him, but they were overwhelmed by the intensity of the mountain itself. Moses encouraged them, explaining that this experience was meant to instill a deep sense of respect and to keep them from wandering off the right path. Moses then went into the thick darkness where the cloud rested on the mountain to receive further instructions on how to build a community based on justice and fairness. The journey that had started with a cry for help in the brickfields of Egypt had now reached a high mountain peak where the raw potential of a group of workers was being shaped into the soul of a new nation. The mountain was wrapped in a thick, dark cloud, and The air around the camp was heavy with the scent of ozone and the vibration of deep thunder. While the people stood at a distance, trembling at the sight of the fire and the smoke, Moses climbed higher into the mountain. There, away from the noise of the crowd, he was given more detailed instructions on how the community should function. These were not just general ideas about being good. They were practical rules for living together as a free people for the first time in centuries. The instructions covered every part of their daily lives. They were told how to treat those who worked for them, ensuring that even a servant was treated with dignity and given a path to freedom. Rules were set for how to handle accidents and injuries, making sure that if someone caused harm, they were responsible for making it right. If a person's animal wandered into another's field and ate the crop, the owner had to pay back the best of their own harvest. It was a system built on the idea of restoration and fairness, replacing the harsh and unpredictable rules they had known in Egypt. Special care was to be given to the most vulnerable in the camp. They were strictly warned never to mistreat a stranger, a widow, or a child who had no parents. They were reminded that they themselves had once been strangers in the land of Egypt and knew the heart of those who feel out of place. If they lent money to someone in need, they were not to act like a harsh creditor or charge interest that would make the person's life even harder. If they took a neighbor's cloak as a guarantee for a loan, they had to return it by sunset, so the person would have something to sleep in during the cold desert night. The sense of justice extended even to their enemies. If they saw an animal belonging to someone they disliked wandering away, they were told to bring it back. If they saw a heavy load crushing an animal belonging to someone they didn't get along with, they were not to walk away, but were required to stop and help. These rules were designed to pull the people together, breaking down the walls of selfishness that could easily destroy a new nation in the harsh wilderness. As the days passed on the mountain, the instructions turned toward the rhythm of the year. They were told to celebrate 3 great festivals every year. One was to remember the night they left Egypt in haste. Another was to celebrate the first fruits of their labor in the fields. The third was at the end of the year, when the final harvest was gathered. These celebrations would ensure that they never forgot their history or the source of their provisions. They were also told that every 7th year, the land itself should rest. They were not to plant or harvest, allowing the soil to recover, and the poor to eat whatever grew naturally. When Moses returned to the people and shared all these words and laws, they answered with one voice, promising to do everything that had been spoken. Moses wrote down all the words and built an altar at the foot of the mountain, setting up 12 stone pillars to represent the 12 tribes of the family of Jacob. They shared a solemn meal to confirm their commitment to this new way of life. The bond between the people and their guide was now formal and firm. Moses was then called to go back up into the mountain, this time for a much longer stay. He took Joshua with him, leaving Aaron and Hur in charge of the camp below. As they climbed, the glory of the mountain looked like a consuming fire on the peak to the people watching from the valley. Moses entered the cloud and stayed there for 40 days and 40 nights. During this long time on the summit, he was given a vision for a very special structure, a portable sanctuary that would travel with them wherever they went. It was called the tabernacle. It was not meant to be a permanent building of stone like the temples in Egypt, but a beautiful tent made of fine linens, goat hair, and dyed skins. Every detail was specified, from the gold-covered boards that formed the frame to the silver sockets that held them in place. Inside this sanctuary, there was to be a special chest made of acacia wood, covered inside and out with pure gold. This was the Ark of the Covenant. It had a solid gold lid with 2 winged figures facing each other, and inside the chest, they were to keep the stones on which the core rules were written. Other furniture was described: a table for special bread, a lampstand made of solid, hammered gold with 7 branches like almond blossoms, and an altar for burning fragrant incense. The courtyard around the tent was to be marked by linen curtains held up by silver-topped pillars. Every piece of equipment, even the smallest pegs and tools, was to be made with the highest level of craftsmanship. The people were to be invited to bring gifts for the building of this place: gold, silver, bronze, blue and purple yarns, fine linen, and precious stones. But these gifts were only to be taken from those whose hearts were moved to give freely. Moses was also given instructions for the clothing of those who would serve in the sanctuary. Aaron and his sons were to be the ones dedicated to this work. They were to wear special garments made of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, with a breastplate set with 12 different precious stones, each engraved with the name of one of the tribes. These clothes were designed for dignity and beauty, marking the importance of their service to the community. 2 men, Bezalel and Oholiab, were specifically named as having the skill and the wisdom to lead the construction. They were gifted in working with metal, stone, and wood, and in the art of weaving and embroidery. They would teach others, and together the community would build this house that would sit in the very center of their camp, a constant reminder of the presence that had led them through the sea. As the 40 days drew to an end, Moses was given 2 tablets of stone, written with a finger of power, containing the foundation of their laws. He prepared to head back down to the valley, carrying the heavy stones and the detailed plans for the sanctuary. He had spent weeks in the quiet, thin air of the mountain, surrounded by light and wisdom. But as he began his descent, the sound coming up from the camp below was not one of prayer or quiet waiting. It was a loud, chaotic noise that signaled a great change had happened while he was away. While Moses was high on the mountain, surrounded by the quiet clouds and the blueprints for a new way of life, time seemed to move differently for the people waiting in the valley. Days turned into weeks, and the summit remained hidden in smoke and fire. To the people below, the absence of their leader became a source of growing anxiety. They looked at the jagged peaks and wondered if the man who had led them out of Egypt had perished in the flames. They felt alone in a vast, indifferent wilderness, and the old habits of the land they had left began to resurface. A large group gathered around Aaron, demanding that he make something they could see and follow. They argued that they did not know what had happened to Moses, and that they needed a visible sign of protection to lead them forward. Aaron, feeling the pressure of the restless crowd, did not refuse them. He told the people to take off the golden rings from the ears of their wives, their sons, and their daughters, and bring them to him. The people complied, handing over the treasures they had carried out of Egypt. Aaron took the gold, melted it in a fire, and shaped it with a tool into the form of a young bull, a golden calf. When the people saw the shining image, they broke out into a shout, claiming that this was the power that had brought them up out of the land of Egypt. Aaron built an altar in front of the calf and announced that the following day would be a feast. Early the next morning, the people rose to offer sacrifices. The camp was filled with eating, drinking, and a chaotic kind of celebration that lacked the order and dignity of the instructions being given on the mountain. High above, the shift in the camp was noticed. Moses was told that the people had quickly turned aside from the path they had promised to follow. He was told of the golden image and the way the people were attributing their freedom to a piece of metal. There was a sense of profound disappointment, as if the bond that had been so carefully built at the foot of the mountain had been snapped in a single moment of impatience. Moses was even told that he could start a new nation himself, but he stood as an advocate for the people. He reminded the higher power of the promises made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and of the great work that had already been done to bring them this far. Moses then turned and went down the mountain, carrying the 2 stone tablets in his hands. These stones were unique, with writing on both sides that had not been made by human hands. As he descended, he met Joshua, who had been waiting for him further down the slope. Joshua heard the noise coming from the camp and thought it was the sound of war. Moses listened and corrected him, nodding that it wasn't the shout of victory or the cry of defeat, but the sound of singing and wild revelry. When Moses finally reached the edge of the camp and saw the golden calf and the dancing, his anger burned hot. In a moment of intense frustration at the sight of the broken promise, he threw the 2 stone tablets out of his hands, shattering them against the foot of the mountain. He took the golden calf, threw it into the fire, and ground it into a fine powder. He scattered the dust on the water and made the people drink it, showing them the worthlessness of the image they had made. He then turned to Aaron and asked what the people had done to him that he would allow such a great mistake to happen. Aaron tried to explain, saying that the people were set on mischief and that he had simply thrown the gold into the fire, and this calf came out. It was a weak explanation for a leader who had failed to stay steady while his brother was away. Moses saw that the camp was in total disarray and that the people had lost their sense of direction. A call was made for anyone who was still committed to the original path to come and stand by Moses. the sons of Levi gathered themselves together and stood with him. They were given the difficult task of restoring order to the camp, which resulted in a day of great sadness and loss as the consequences of the rebellion were felt. The atmosphere of celebration was gone, replaced by a heavy silence and a sense of deep regret. The next day, Moses spoke to the people, acknowledging the gravity of what had happened, but promising to go back up the mountain to seek a way for them to move forward. He went back and spoke with a heart full of intercession, asking that if the people could not be forgiven, his own name should be blotted out of the records. He was told that each person would be responsible for their own actions, but that the journey would continue. However, there was a change. They were told that a messenger would lead them, but the direct, intense presence that had been with them might be too much for a people who were so quick to wander. When the people heard these words, they mourned. They took off their ornaments and jewelry as a sign of their sorrow. Moses took a tent and set it up outside the camp, calling it the tent of meeting. Whenever he went out to the tent, the pillar of cloud would descend and stand at the door, and all the people would stand at the entrances of their own tents and watch. Inside that tent, Moses spoke with a clarity and a closeness that was like a man speaking to his friend. Moses made a final request. He asked to see the full glory of the presence that was leading them. He was told that no human could see the full intensity of that light and survive, but a compromise was made. He was told to stand in a cleft of a rock on the mountain. As the glory passed by, he would be covered by a hand and allowed to see the fading light of the transition. It was a moment of profound connection that reaffirmed Moses' role as the mediator between the people and the higher purpose. Moses was then told to cut 2 new tablets of stone, like the first ones, and to bring them back up the mountain alone. Early the next morning, he climbed Mount Sinai for a second time, carrying the blank stones. He stayed there another 40 days and 40 nights, neither eating bread nor drinking water. During this time, the core rules were written onto the stones once again, and the details of the covenant were renewed. The promise to drive out the inhabitants of the land before them was repeated, along with warnings not to make treaties with them or follow their customs. When Moses finally came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 new tablets of stone, he did not realize that his face was glowing. The skin of his face shone with a bright, radiant light because he had been speaking so closely with the source of all light. When Aaron and the people saw him, they were afraid to come near him. Moses had to call them to him and share all the instructions he had received. From then on, whenever he spoke to the people, he would put a veil over his face, taking it off only when he went back into the tent of meeting. The nation was now ready to begin the actual work of building the sanctuary. The period of wandering in the mind was over, and it was time to put their hands to the gold, the silver, and the fine linen. They had learned a hard lesson about the danger of impatience and the need for a steady, invisible trust. The broken stones at the foot of the mountain were a memory, but the new stones in Moses' hands were a sign of a second chance, and a future that was still waiting for them in the distance. The time for talking and planning had come to an end, and the time for building had begun. Moses gathered the entire community together and reminded them of the first and most important rule, the rhythm of rest. Even though they had a great and holy project ahead of them, they were not to let the work consume their lives. For 6 days they would labor, but the 7th day was to be a complete Sabbath, a time of quiet and reflection. They were even told not to light a fire in their dwellings on that day, ensuring that the peace of the camp was absolute. Then an invitation was issued to everyone. Moses asked for those whose hearts were willing to bring an offering for the construction of the sanctuary. The list of needs was long and beautiful: gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet yarns, fine linen, and goat hair, tanned ram skins, and durable leathers, acacia wood, oil for the lamps, spices for the anointing oil and the fragrant incense, and precious stones for the garments of the priests. The response was overwhelming. Men and women came in a steady stream, their hearts moved by a desire to contribute to a home for the presence that had led them out of Egypt. Those who had jewelry of gold brooches, earrings, rings, and necklaces handed them over. Those who possessed blue or purple yarn brought it. The women who were skilled in spinning sat together and spun the blue and purple yarns and the fine white linen. Others spun the coarser goat hair for the outer tent. The leaders of the tribes brought the expensive onyx stones and the settings for the breastplate. It was a beautiful sight to see a people who had once been forced to make bricks for a king now freely giving their treasures to build something of their own. They brought so much that the craftsmen eventually had to go to Moses and ask him to tell the people to stop. They actually had more than enough to finish the work. Moses had to issue a proclamation throughout the camp, restraining the people from bringing any more gifts. It was a rare moment in history where a project was overfunded by the sheer generosity of the participants. The work was led by Bezalel and Oholiab, the master craftsmen who had been gifted with the ability to teach others. They began by creating the inner curtains of the tabernacle. These were made of fine twisted linen and colorful yarns, with designs of winged figures woven into them by skilled embroiderers. 10 curtains were made and joined together to form a single, massive covering. Over this, they placed 11 curtains of goat hair to act as a protective tent, and over that, 2 more layers of protective skins to keep out the desert dust and the occasional rain. Next, they constructed the frame of the building. They used acacia wood to make upright boards, each one covered in a layer of pure gold. These boards were set into heavy silver sockets, 2 for each board, which acted as a solid foundation in the shifting sands of the desert. Crossbars of gold-covered wood were run through golden rings to hold the entire structure together. At the entrance and between the 2 inner rooms, they hung beautiful veils of colorful linen, supported by gold-covered pillars. Inside the most private area, the most holy place, they placed the Ark of the Covenant. Bezalel himself crafted the chest from acacia wood, overlaying it with gold inside and out. He cast 4 gold rings for the corners and made poles of gold-covered wood to carry it, which were never to be removed from the rings. He then fashioned the mercy seat, the lid of the ark, out of a single piece of solid, hammered gold. On the ends of the lid, 2 golden figures with outspread wings faced each other, looking down toward the center. In the outer room, they placed the table for the special bread, also made of gold-covered wood, and equipped with golden dishes, spoons, and bowls. Opposite the table, they set the lampstand. This was a masterpiece of metalwork, hammered out of a single talent of pure gold. It had a central stem and 6 branches, all decorated with carvings that looked like almond blossoms, buds, and flowers. 7 lamps sat atop the branches, designed to shed light forward into the room. They also built the altar of incense, covered in gold, where fragrant spices would be burned every morning and evening. For the courtyard outside the tent, they crafted a large altar for offerings made of bronze, along with all its pots, shovels, and basins. Between the altar and the tent, they placed a large bronze basin, or laver, made from the polished bronze mirrors that the women had donated. This was for washing and purification. Finally, the courtyard itself was marked out with pillars and linen hangings, creating a sacred space in the very middle of the camp. The amount of metal used was staggering. Nearly a ton of gold, over 3 tons of silver, and more than 2 tons of bronze. Every bit of it was accounted for and recorded by the Levites under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron. Clothing for Aaron and his sons was then finished. The garments were a marvel of weaving and gemstone work. The breastplate was particularly striking, with its 4 rows of 3 stones, each sardius, topaz, carbuncle, emerald, sapphire, diamond, ligure, agate, amethyst, beryl, onyx, and jasper. Each stone represented one of the 12 tribes. They also made the ephod, a complex garment woven with gold threads that had been hammered thin and cut into wires to be worked into the linen. When everything was finished, every curtain, every board, every golden dish, and every garment, they brought the work to Moses. He inspected every single piece, comparing it to the vision he had seen on the mountain. When he saw that they had done everything exactly as they had been told, he blessed the workers and the people. The raw materials of the earth and the skill of human hands had been combined to create a place where the invisible and the visible could meet. On the first day of the first month, in the 2nd year after they had left Egypt, it was time to set up the tabernacle. Moses himself took the lead, raising the boards, setting the crossbars, and hanging the curtains. He placed the stone tablets inside the ark and set the mercy seat on top. He arranged the bread on the table, lit the lamps on the golden lampstand, and burned the incense on the golden altar. He set up the courtyard and the basin, completing the task. As the final piece was put in place, a remarkable thing happened. The pillar of cloud that had been leading them moved from its position and settled over the tabernacle, and the interior of the tent was filled with a brilliant, radiant light. It was so intense that even Moses could not enter the tent at that moment. presence that had spoken from the burning bush and the thunder of Sinai had now taken up residence in the center of their camp. From that day forward, the clouds stayed over the tabernacle by day, and a fire glowed within it by night, in the sight of all the people. Whenever the cloud rose up from the tent, the people would pack up their camp and follow it. If the cloud stayed, they stayed. Their journey was no longer just an escape from a hard past. It was a rhythmic movement guided by the light at the center of their world. With the sanctuary now standing in the center of the camp, a new rhythm of life began for the people. The air around the tabernacle was no longer just filled with the scent of the desert, but with the sweet, heavy fragrance of incense and the smoke from the altar. It was a place of constant activity, where the silence of the wilderness met the structured duties of the priests. Aaron and his sons, dressed in their magnificent robes of blue, purple, and scarlet, began their service. They were the bridge between the people and the light that glowed within the tent. The first days of this new order were filled with a sense of wonder, but they also brought a stern reminder of the need for respect and care. Two of Aaron's sons, Nadab and Abihu, took their censers and put fire in them, adding incense to offer before the presence. However, they did not follow the specific instructions they had been given. They used a fire that had not come from the sacred altar. In an instant, a flash of light struck them, and they perished right there in the sanctuary. It was a sobering moment for the entire nation, showing that the power that had divided the sea was not something to be treated casually or with a lack of focus. Moses spoke to Aaron, who remained silent in his grief, explaining that those who draw near to such a great force must show the highest level of integrity. The community learned that the rules given on the mountain were not just suggestions, but the very boundaries that allowed them to live so close to such an intense presence. From that day on, the priests were even more careful, ensuring that every lamp was trimmed and every offering was prepared exactly as the vision had described. The focus then turned to the people themselves and how they were to live as a clean and healthy nation. Detailed instructions were given regarding what they should eat. They were told which animals of the earth, the water, and the sky were suitable for them. They were encouraged to choose creatures that were considered clean, such as those with divided hooves that chew the cud, or fish with fins and scales. These choices were not just about tradition. They were practical guidelines that promoted health and separated them from the customs of the nations they had left behind and the ones they would soon encounter. Great care was also taken regarding the health of the camp. Rules were established for identifying and treating various skin conditions and infections. If someone showed signs of a spreading ailment, they were to be examined by a priest. If the condition was serious, the person would stay outside the main camp for a period of time to prevent the sickness from spreading to others. When they were healed, a ceremony of washing and fresh clothes marked their return to the community. This was a sophisticated system of quarantine and hygiene, far ahead of its time, designed to keep a large group of people healthy while living in close quarters in a harsh environment. The moral life of the people was given just as much attention as their physical health. They were told to be a people who lived with a different set of values. They were strictly forbidden from following the practices they had seen in Egypt or the ones common in Canaan. They were told to love their neighbors as themselves and to ensure that the land was a place of safety for the poor, the stranger, and the elderly. If a farmer harvested his field, he was told not to go over the corners a second time or pick up every fallen grape. These were to be left for those who had no land of their own. Justice in the camp was to be absolute. They were told never to spread false rumors or to join a crowd in doing something they knew was wrong. If they stood in a court to give a testimony, they were to be honest, regardless of whether the person involved was rich or poor. Bribes were strictly forbidden, as they were seen as something that blinds the eyes of the wise and twists the words of the righteous. The goal was to create a society where the truth was more important than power or wealth. Every year, a special day was set aside for a total reset of the nation's conscience. It was a day of quiet and fasting, a time for everyone to reflect on their mistakes and seek a fresh start. On this day, Aaron would enter the most private part of the tabernacle, behind the heavy, colorful veil. He would bring incense and make a request for the forgiveness of the entire people. It was a solemn occasion that allowed the community to let go of the weight of the past year and begin again with a clean slate. The people were also taught about the sacredness of life itself. They were told that the life of a creature was in its blood, and therefore they were not to consume blood. This taught them a deep respect for all living things and the source of life. Even the land was given a rhythm of rest, as they had been told on the mountain. Every 7th year, the earth was to lie fallow, and every 50th year, a great jubilee was to be celebrated. In that year, all debts were forgiven, and any land that had been sold was returned to the original family. It was a way to ensure that no one stayed in poverty forever, and that the wealth of the nation stayed distributed among all the families. As they lived by the mountain of Sinai, the people began to feel like a true nation. They had their own laws, their own sanctuary, and their own leaders. They were no longer just a group of escaped workers. They were a structured society with a clear identity. The 12 tribes were organized into a specific order for camping and for marching. The tribe of Levi was dedicated to the service of the tabernacle, while the other tribes were arranged on the 4 sides of the sanctuary: east, south, west, and north. When it was time to move, the signal was given by 2 silver trumpets, hammered out of a single piece of metal. A long blast would call the leaders together, while a different sound would signal for the camps to begin their journey. The pillar of cloud would rise from the tabernacle, and the priests would carefully pack the sacred furniture, covering the golden pieces with blue and scarlet cloths. The Ark of the Covenant would lead the way, carried on the shoulders of the Levites. The journey from Sinai began in the 2nd month of the 2nd year. As the cloud rose and the trumpets sounded, the massive group set out across the wilderness of Paran. They left the mountain where they had stayed for nearly a year, carrying the stone tablets in the golden chest and the vision of a new land in their hearts. They were moving toward the north, toward the hills they had heard about from their fathers. But the desert was vast, and the challenges of the road were far from over. The unity they had found at the foot of the mountain would soon be tested by the heat, the hunger, and the long miles of the unknown path ahead. The journey away from the mountain of Sinai began with a sense of order, but the heat of the wilderness of Paran soon began to wear on the spirits of the people. They had lived at the foot of the mountain for nearly a year, and the transition back to constant travel was difficult. It was not long before the sound of complaining returned to the camp. Some began to speak openly about their hardships, forgetting the heavy burdens they had carried in Egypt. This restlessness was met with a warning that their focus must remain on the path ahead. But even so, a deeper craving began to spread among the mixed multitude that followed the tribes. They began to remember the food of Egypt with a selective memory, speaking of the fish, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. They looked at the manna that appeared on the ground every morning and claimed their souls were dried up because there was nothing else to eat. Moses heard the weeping in every tent and felt the heavy weight of the people's demands. He spoke of his exhaustion, asking how he was supposed to provide meat for such a vast number of people in the middle of a dry wasteland. In response to this, a new layer of leadership was added to the nation. Moses was told to gather 70 of the elders who were known for their wisdom and integrity. They were brought to the tent of meeting, and a portion of the spirit and authority that was upon Moses was placed upon them as well. This allowed them to share the burden of the people's complaints and the daily management of the camp. 2 of the men, Eldad and Medad, stayed in the camp instead of going to the tent. Yet they too began to speak with a new authority. When Joshua suggested they be stopped, Moses replied that he wished all the people could have such a clear connection to their guiding purpose. Then a massive wind rose from the sea and brought a literal cloud of quails. The birds fell all around the camp, covering the ground for miles in every direction. The people stayed up all that day, all night, and all the next day gathering the meat. But because they gathered out of greed and gluttony rather than a simple need for food, the event ended in a great sickness. The place was named to remember the graves of those who had let their cravings control them, serving as a permanent lesson on the importance of gratitude and moderation. Even the closest circle around Moses was not immune to the tension. His sister Miriam and his brother Aaron began to speak against him, questioning his unique role as the leader. They pointed to his marriage to a woman from a different land and asked if the power that led them had not spoken through them as well. They were called to the tent of meeting, where it was made clear that while many might receive guidance, the relationship with Moses was unique, a direct and clear connection that was not to be challenged out of jealousy. Miriam was temporarily separated from the camp as a sign of this boundary, and the people waited 7 days for her to return before they moved on. They eventually reached the edge of the wilderness of Paran at a place called Kadesh Barnea, which sat on the very border of the land of Canaan. This was the moment they had been traveling toward for over a year. Moses chose 12 men, one leader from each tribe, to go into the land and scout it out. He told them to see what the land was like, whether the people who lived there were strong or weak, few or many, and whether the cities were open camps or strong fortresses. He also asked them to bring back some of the fruit of the land. 12 scouts traveled through the land for 40 days, going as far north as Rahab. When they returned, they brought a cluster of grapes so large that it had to be carried on a pole between 2 men, along with pomegranates and figs. They stood before the whole community and admitted that the land was indeed flowing with milk and honey, just as they had been told. But 10 of the scouts spoke with a voice of fear. They described the people of the land as giants and the cities as having walls that reached to the sky. They claimed that the land ate up its inhabitants and that they felt like grasshoppers in the sight of the people there. Only 2 of the scouts, Caleb and Joshua, spoke with a different spirit. Caleb quieted the people and told them they should go up at once and take possession of the land, for they were well able to overcome any obstacle. But the 10 other men spread a report of discouragement throughout the camp. That night, the entire nation wept. They spoke of appointing a new leader to take them back to Egypt, preferring the certainty of their old service to the perceived dangers of the new land. Joshua and Caleb tore their clothes in grief, pleading with the people not to rebel. They reminded them that if they stayed true to their purpose, the protection over the inhabitants of the land would be gone, and the path would be open. But the crowd was so moved by fear that they spoke of stoning the 2 men. It was a moment of total crisis. The lack of trust was so deep that it threatened to undo everything that had been achieved since the night of the Passover. Because of this refusal to move forward when the gate was open, a heavy announcement was made. They were told that because they had lacked the courage to trust the promise, they would not enter the land at that time. Instead, they would wander in the wilderness for 40 years, 1 year for every day the scouts had been in the land. Only the younger generation, those who were children at the time, along with Joshua and Caleb, would eventually cross the border. The current generation would live out their lives in the desert. They seemed to prefer over the challenges of the future. When the people heard this, they were filled with a sudden, desperate regret. They tried to go up into the hill country the next morning, admitting they had sinned and trying to force their way into the land. Moses warned them not to go, as the timing was wrong and they were moving out of guilt rather than guidance. They ignored him and were quickly turned back by the local inhabitants. It was a bitter lesson. A missed opportunity cannot always be reclaimed by a sudden burst of effort born of regret. The camp turned back toward the wilderness, heading away from the green hills of Canaan and back into the dry, red sands. The years of wandering began, a time of quiet maturing and the passing away of the old mindset of the brickfields. They remained a nation with a sanctuary at their center, moving from one watering hole to another, living on manna and the water from the rock. Even during this long season, challenges to authority continued. A man named Korah, along with 250 prominent leaders, rose up against Moses and Aaron. They argued that the entire community was dedicated and that Moses and Aaron had no right to set themselves above the rest. It was a challenge to the structure that had been built at Sinai. The result was a dramatic and terrifying demonstration of the need for order, as the ground itself seemed to open up, and a fire broke out among those who had challenged the designated roles. To settle the matter of the priesthood once and for all, the staffs of the leaders of the 12 tribes were placed in the tabernacle overnight. The next morning, the staff belonging to Aaron had not only budded, but had blossomed and produced ripe almonds. The years passed in a slow rhythm. They saw the death of Miriam at Kadesh and the death of Aaron on Mount Hor, where his priestly robes were placed on his son Eleazar. Near the end of the 40 years, as they moved around the land of Edom, the people grew impatient once again. They spoke against the food and the path, and a plague of venomous snakes entered the camp. When the people admitted their fault, Moses was told to make a bronze snake and set it on a pole. Anyone who was bitten and looked at the bronze snake would live. It was a strange sign of healing through a reminder of the very thing that caused the pain. The generation that had left Egypt was now almost entirely gone. The children who had walked through the sea as toddlers were now the leaders of the tribes. They began to move again toward the borders of the land, but this time they traveled around the eastern side, through the lands of Moab and Midian. They were no longer the frightened group that had shrunk back at Kadesh. They were a battle-hardened and unified people, ready to face whatever lay ahead on the other side of the river, Jordan. The long years of wandering were drawing to a close, and the landscape was shifting from the jagged red rocks of the deep desert to the high, grassy plains east of the Jordan River. The new generation, those who had grown up under the light of the pillar of fire and the daily gift of manna, was now standing where their fathers had faltered 40 years before. They moved through the territories of the Amorites and the land of Bashan, facing several kings who refused to let them pass. Unlike the previous generation that had shrunk back in fear, this group moved with a quiet and steady resolve, securing the eastern side of the river for their future homes. The progress of this massive nation did not go unnoticed by the surrounding kingdoms. Balak, the king of Moab, looked out from his palace and saw the plains covered with the tents of the tribes. He was filled with a deep dread, realizing that his armies might not be enough to stop them. Instead of a physical battle, he decided to try a different approach. He sent messengers to a famous seer named Balaam, who lived far to the east, offering him great wealth if he would come and place a curse on the people, hoping to drain their strength before a single sword was drawn. Balaam was a complex man who understood that he could only speak what was permitted by the higher power. At first, he refused to go, but after a second, more prestigious group of messengers arrived. He set out on his donkey. On the way, a strange event occurred. His donkey saw a silent, shimmering figure standing in the path with a drawn sword, which Balaam could not see. The animal turned aside 3 times to save its master, and when Balaam struck it in frustration, the donkey was given a voice to protest his cruelty. It was only then that Balaam's eyes were opened to the messenger, blocking his way, and he was warned once more to speak only the truth. When Balaam arrived in Moab, King Balak took him to high places overlooking the camp of the people. They built 7 altars and offered sacrifices, but every time Balaam opened his mouth to curse, only blessings came out. He described the people as a lion rising up and spoke of the beauty of their tents, comparing them to cedar trees beside the waters. He looked into the future and spoke of a star that would rise out of the family of Jacob and a scepter that would emerge from the nation. Balak was furious, but Balaam reminded him that even for a house full of silver and gold, he could not go against the words he had been given. Despite this protection from external curses, the people faced a more subtle danger from within. While they stayed in the plains of Shittim, they began to mingle with the local people of Moab and Midian. They were invited to festivals and ceremonies that involved the worship of local images and practices that were completely contrary to the laws given at Sinai. This led to a breakdown in the integrity of the camp and a sudden sickness that swept through the tribes. It took the swift and decisive action of a young priest named Phinehas, the grandson of Aaron, to restore order and stop the spread of the corruption. After this crisis was resolved, a final census was taken of the people. They counted all the men aged 20 and older who were able to serve in the defense of the nation. The total was over 600,000, nearly the same number as when they had left Egypt. However, among all these names, not one remained from the original group that had rebelled at Kadesh Barnea, except for Joshua and Caleb. The old era had completely passed away, and the new nation was now fully formed and ready to step into its inheritance. Moses, who was now 120 years old, knew that his own journey was reaching its end. He had led the people through the sea, through the hunger of the desert, and through the fires of the mountain. But he had been told that he would not be the one to lead them across the river. He called for Joshua, and in the sight of all the people, laid his hands on him, transferring his authority and wisdom to the younger man. He encouraged Joshua to be strong and of good courage, promising that the guidance that had never failed Moses would be with him as well. The tribes of Reuben, Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh approached Moses with a specific request. They looked at the lush pasture lands they had already secured on the east side of the Jordan and asked if they could settle there, as they had great numbers of livestock. At first, Moses was concerned that they were trying to avoid the coming struggles on the other side of the river. But the leaders of these tribes promised that they would arm themselves and lead the way across the Jordan, fighting alongside their brothers until the entire land was secured. Only then would they return to their homes in the east. Moses agreed to this arrangement, ensuring the unity of the 12 tribes remained unbroken. The people were then given a detailed map of the boundaries of the land they were about to enter. They were told how to divide the territory among the 9.5 tribes that would cross the river, using a system that ensured fairness based on the size of each family. They were also told to set aside 48 cities throughout the land for the Levites, who had no territory of their own. Among these were 6 cities of refuge, places where someone who had caused an accidental death could flee for safety and a fair trial, preventing cycles of revenge from tearing the community apart. As they stood on the banks of the Jordan, Moses began a series of final speeches to the people. He recounted their entire history, from the day they left the mountain of Horeb to the present moment. He reminded them of the wonders they had seen and the mistakes their fathers had made. He urged them to choose life and to keep the laws of Sinai written on their hearts, warning them that their success in the new land would depend entirely on their integrity and their memory of where they had come from. He spoke of the land they were going to, a land of hills and valleys that drank rain from the sky, unlike the flat fields of Egypt that had to be watered by foot. He described it as a place of wheat and barley, vines and fig trees, pomegranates, olive oil, and honey. He told them that they would eat and be full, but he warned them most sternly that in their prosperity, they must never forget the source of their strength or begin to think that their own power had gained them their wealth. Moses then finished writing the words of the law in a book and gave it to the priests, telling them to place it beside the Ark of the Covenant. He commanded that the words be read aloud to the entire nation every 7 years so that the story would never be lost. He sang a final song over the people, a poetic reflection on the greatness of the journey and the hope for the future. He then climbed to the top of Mount Nebo, to the peak of Pisgah, which looked out over the whole land. From that height, he could see the valley of the Jordan, the blue of the Sea of Galilee, and the distant mountains of the west. Moses, the man who had been drawn out of the water and had walked through the fire, passed away there on the mountain. He was still strong, and his eyes were clear until the very end. The people mourned for him for 30 days in the plains of Moab, a deep and quiet sorrow for the leader who had shaped their soul. But the mourning was not without hope. Joshua was now full of the spirit of wisdom, and the people were ready to follow his command. The long wandering was over, the river was before them, and the gate to the future was finally open. The story of the Exodus transformed a collection of families into a nation with a shared soul. The journey from the shadow of the pyramids to the banks of the Jordan River created a culture that would be defined by the memory of its own liberation. This final reflection looks at the deep lore, the cultural impact, and the lasting lessons of those 40 years in the wilderness. At the heart of their culture was the concept of the redeemed stranger. Because they had once been laborers with no rights in a foreign land, their laws were unique in the ancient world for their focus on empathy. The phrase, "for you were strangers in Egypt," became the heartbeat of their justice system. It dictated how they harvested their fields, how they lent money, and how they treated the traveler. They were taught that the strength of a society is measured by how it treats those who have no power of their own. The tabernacle, sitting in the middle of the camp, created a geographic sense of priority. In Egypt, the grand temples were for the elite, but this sanctuary was a portable home that moved with the people. It taught them that their guidance was not tied to a single piece of ground or a massive stone monument, but was a living presence that traveled through the dust and heat alongside them. The skilled craftsmanship of Bezalel and the silver trumpets that signaled their movement turned the daily struggle of the desert into a choreographed act of purpose. The lore of the wilderness also emphasized the cycle of the seven. The introduction of the Sabbath was a revolutionary cultural shift. In a world of constant labor, the idea that even a servant or an animal deserved a day of total rest was a declaration of human dignity over economic output. This rhythm extended to the land itself every 7 years and culminated in the Jubilee, a radical economic reset that prevented the permanent loss of family heritage. These cycles taught the people that time was not just a linear crawl toward survival, but a sacred circle of renewal. The transition of leadership from Moses to Joshua was a pivotal moment in their history. Moses represented the era of the voice and the fire, the raw, intense beginning where rules were carved in stone and the sea was split. Joshua represented the era of the inheritance and the land, the practical application of those rules in a complex, settled world. The fact that the leadership passed so smoothly showed that the nation was now built on a foundation of law, rather than just the personality of a single man. The memory of the manna and the water from the rock remained as a central piece of their identity. For 40 years, an entire generation had lived on a daily gift, learning that security does not come from hoarding or from the fleshpots of Egypt, but from a steady, daily trust in the path before them. They entered the land of Canaan not as a group of wealthy conquerors, but as a people who knew the value of a single day's provision. As they looked across the Jordan, the people carried with them the book of the law, a written record of their journey and their obligations. This made them a people of the book, a society where literacy and the study of their own story were essential for every individual. The speeches of Moses on the plains of Moab acted as a final constitutional guide, ensuring that even when they were scattered across the hills and valleys of the new land, they would remain one people with one heart. The Exodus was more than an escape. It was an education. It took 40 years to wash the mind of the servant out of the people and replace it with the heart of the free. They stood on the border, no longer looking back at what they had lost, but looking forward to what they were called to build. The desert had been their forge, the law had been their mold, and the presence in the cloud had been their light. The story of the beginnings was over, and the era of the nation had begun. The journey of the people had reached a profound pause at the base of Mount Sinai. The tabernacle, that intricate tent of gold, acacia wood, and fine linen, now stood as a silent, radiant center to the massive camp. The Book of Beginnings had told the story of their ancestors and their escape from the brickfields of Egypt, and the Book of the Departure had chronicled their trek through the sea and the giving of the law. Now, a new set of instructions was required, a guide for how a people who had lived as servants for centuries could live in close proximity to a presence as pure and intense as the one that rested over the golden ark. This new guidance began not with a grand speech to the whole nation, but with a quiet call to Moses from within the tabernacle. The instructions were practical, detailed, and focused on the idea of drawing near. The core concept was the offering, a word that literally meant that which is brought close. For a person living in the desert, their wealth was their livestock and the grain they gathered. To take a part of that survival and bring it to the sanctuary was a physical way of showing that their lives were connected to a purpose higher than just staying alive. The first type of offering described was the burnt offering. This was a voluntary act, something a person chose to do out of a sincere heart. If the offering was from the herd, it had to be a healthy animal without any blemish. The person bringing it would place their hand on the animal's head, a gesture that signaled a personal connection and a transfer of intent. The entire animal was then dedicated on the bronze altar in the courtyard. The rising smoke was seen as a soothing aroma, a visible sign of a life being completely turned toward the light. Whether it was a bull, a sheep, a goat, or even a pair of birds for those who had very little, the principle was the same. The best of what one owned was given back to the source of all life. Following this was the grain offering. This was an offering of the fruits of the earth, fine flour, oil, and frankincense. It represented the work of human hands and the basic sustenance of life. When a person brought this to the priest, a memorial portion was burned on the altar, while the rest was set aside for the priests to eat in a holy place. There were strict rules for this bread. It was never to contain leaven or honey, symbols of fermentation and pride. Instead, every grain offering had to be seasoned with salt. Salt was the salt of the covenant, a preservative that symbolized a relationship that would never decay or disappear. Whether the grain was baked in an oven, cooked on a griddle, or prepared in a pan, it was a gift of gratitude for the daily bread that sustained the camp. The third instruction concerned the peace offering. Unlike the burnt offering, which was entirely consumed by fire, the peace offering was a shared meal. A portion was dedicated on the altar, a portion was given to the priest, and the rest was eaten by the person who brought it and their family. It was a celebration of harmony and well-being. It taught the people that their relationship with the unseen was not just about duty or sacrifice, but about a shared table and a sense of shalom, a peace that meant wholeness and completeness. It was a moment where the sacred and the ordinary met in the simple act of eating together. As the instructions continued, they moved from voluntary gifts to the sin offering. This was for moments when someone made a mistake, not a deliberate act of rebellion, but a slip of the mind or an accidental breaking of a boundary. If a priest, a leader, or a common person realized they had wandered off the right path, there was a specific way to make it right. The ritual involved the use of blood, which was seen as the very essence of life. By placing blood on the horns of the altar, the person was visually reminded that their actions had consequences, and that life was a serious and sacred thing. It was a system designed to ensure that no one stayed weighed down by the guilt of their mistakes. There was always a path back to a clean slate. Closely related to this was the guilt offering. This was specifically for moments when a person's mistake had caused a loss to someone else or to the sanctuary. It wasn't enough to just say they were sorry. They had to make restitution. If they had taken something or caused damage, they had to pay it back in full, plus an additional fifth of its value. Only after they had made things right with their neighbor could they bring their offering to the altar. This taught the nation that integrity with one another was just as important as integrity with the sanctuary. You could not be right with the light if you were not right with the person standing next to you. The priests were given their own set of laws of the offerings. They were told that the fire on the bronze altar must never go out. It was to be kept burning day and night, a constant symbol of a nation that was always awake and always attentive. They were given instructions on how to dress, how to handle the ashes, and which parts of the offerings belonged to them as their provision for serving the community. This ensured that those who did the work of the sanctuary were supported and respected by the people they served. The atmosphere in the camp was changing. The raw power of Sinai was being channeled into a system of daily habits. These rituals were like a language, a way for a group of former workers to express their deepest hopes, their regrets, and their thanks. Every plume of smoke rising from the courtyard was a word in that language. The tabernacle was no longer just a beautiful tent. It was a functioning heart, beating in time with the needs of the people. They were learning that holiness was not just a feeling of awe, but a series of practical, repetitive actions that shaped their character. Moses sat with Aaron and his sons, carefully explaining each step. They discussed the different types of wood, the specific way to handle the oil, and the importance of the timing. There was no room for guesswork. Just as a builder follows a blueprint, the priests were to follow these ordinances to the letter. This precision created a sense of safety. The people knew that if they followed the path laid out for them, they could live in peace with the intense presence in their midst. The first part of this new guidance was now complete. The people understood how to bring their gifts, how to celebrate their peace, and how to heal their mistakes. The foundation of the sacrificial system was laid not as a burden, but as a bridge. It was the first step in a long process of refining a nation, turning a mixed multitude into a kingdom of priests. The desert air was still hot, and the journey to the north was still ahead. But in the center of the camp, the fire on the altar was burning, and the way to draw near was finally open. The time had come to move the instructions from the scroll to the skin of the men who would serve the sanctuary. Up until this point, the rules for the offerings had been spoken, but the office of the priest was still a vision rather than a reality. Moses gathered the entire assembly of the people at the entrance of the tabernacle, for this was not a private ceremony. The nation needed to see the transition of Aaron and his sons from ordinary members of the tribe of Levi into the designated guardians of the holy place. The ceremony began with a simple but profound act: washing. Moses brought Aaron and his sons forward and washed them with water. This was the first step in a process of separation, a physical sign that they were leaving behind the dust of the common camp to enter a space of distinct service. They were then dressed in the garments that had been so carefully crafted by the artisans Bezalel and Oholiab. Moses placed the linen tunic on Aaron, tied the sash around his waist, and draped the blue robe over him. Then came the ephod, the colorful vest woven with gold thread, and the breastplate with its 12 glowing gemstones. On the head of Aaron, Moses placed the turban, and on the front of the turban, he fastened the golden plate, the holy crown, which was engraved with the words signifying a dedication to the highest purpose. Finally, Moses took the special anointing oil, a fragrant blend of myrrh, cinnamon, cane, and cassia, and poured it over Aaron's head. The oil ran down his beard and onto the collar of his robes, a visual and aromatic sign of a life being set apart. This oil was not to be used for any other purpose in the camp. It was reserved solely for the things and the people belonging to the sanctuary. The sons of Aaron were also dressed in their tunics, sashes, and headbands, though their clothing was simpler than the high priest's robes. Then, a series of offerings was made to settle the new priests into their roles. First, a bull was brought for a sin offering. Aaron and his sons placed their hands on its head, acknowledging that they too were human and prone to mistakes, and that they needed a clean start before they could serve others. Next, a ram was offered as a burnt offering, symbolizing their total commitment to their new life. Finally, a second ram, called the Ram of Ordination, was brought forward. This part of the ceremony was unique. Moses took some of the blood and touched the tip of Aaron's right ear, the thumb of his right hand, and the big toe of his right foot. He did the same for Aaron's sons. This was a symbolic way of saying that their ears were now tuned to listen for guidance. Their hands were dedicated to the work of the sanctuary, and their feet would walk only in the paths of integrity. It was a total dedication of the senses and the strength of the men. For 7 days and 7 nights, Aaron and his sons were told to remain at the entrance of the tabernacle. They were not to leave the sacred area until the period of their ordination was complete. This week of seclusion was a time of transition, allowing them to adjust to the weight of their new responsibilities and the gravity of the space they were guarding. The people watched from their tents, seeing the smoke rising from the altar and knowing that a new order was being established in their midst. On the 8th day, a momentous event took place. Moses called Aaron, his sons, and the elders of the people. He told them that today, the radiant presence that had led them from Egypt would appear to the whole nation. Aaron was told to offer the final sacrifices for himself and for the people. For the first time, Aaron stepped into his role as the leader of the service. He lifted his hands toward the people and blessed them, standing between the bronze altar and the golden tent. As Aaron and Moses went into the tent of meeting and then came out to bless the people again, a sudden and powerful change occurred. The glory of the presence appeared to all the assembly. A fire came out from the center of the tent and consumed the burnt offering and the fat on the altar. When all the people saw this, they shouted with a mixture of joy and awe, and they fell on their faces in respect. It was the ultimate confirmation that the system was working, and that the link between the people and the light was secure. However, the joy of the 8th day was quickly followed by a shadow. 2 of Aaron's sons, Nadab and Abihu, took their censers and put fire in them, adding incense to offer before the presence. But in their excitement, or perhaps their lack of focus, they used unauthorized fire that had not been taken from the sacred source on the altar. They had ignored the specific instructions they had been given. In an instant, a flash of light came from the sanctuary, and they perished. This was a devastating blow to Aaron and the entire community. Moses spoke to Aaron, explaining that those who stand so close to the source of all power must be absolutely precise and respectful. He reminded him that the higher the role, the greater the responsibility to follow the path exactly. Aaron remained silent, absorbing the weight of the loss and the intensity of the service he had entered. The bodies of the 2 men were carried out of the camp by their cousins, and the priests were told not to show the usual signs of mourning, such as tearing their clothes or letting their hair go uncombed, so as not to interrupt the service of the nation. To ensure that such a mistake never happened again, a new rule was established. The priests were never to drink wine or any strong drink when they were about to enter the tabernacle. They needed to have clear minds and steady hands to distinguish between what was common and what was set apart, and to teach the people all the laws that had been given through Moses. This moment defined the priesthood as a role of extreme discipline and mental clarity. The day ended with a quiet meal. Aaron and his remaining sons, Eleazar and Ithamar, ate what remained of the offerings. There was a small tension when Moses realized that one of the offerings had been burned instead of eaten. But Aaron explained that after the tragedy that had befallen his family, he did not feel it was appropriate to feast. Moses accepted this explanation, showing that even within a system of strict rules, there was room for the reality of human grief and the sincerity of the heart. The priesthood was now fully operational. The fire on the altar was the same fire that had come from the sanctuary, and it was never to go out. The camp had its guardians, men who had been washed, anointed, and tested by fire. They were the living reminders that the space in the center of the camp was not a playground, but a place of profound light and serious purpose. The nation was learning that to live with the extraordinary, they had to master the ordinary details of their daily service. As the sanctuary became a functioning part of the camp, the focus shifted from the internal rituals of the priests to the daily lives of the families living in the surrounding tents. The presence in the center of the camp was one of absolute purity, and for a nation to live so close to such a light, their physical environment and their personal habits had to reflect a similar standard of order. This led to a detailed set of instructions regarding the natural world, the animals they encountered, the food they prepared, and the health of their own bodies. The guidance began with the creatures of the earth. The people were given a clear way to distinguish between what was clean and suitable for food, and what was unclean and to be avoided. For the animals on land, the rule was twofold. They must have a completely divided hoof, and they must chew the cud. This included cattle, sheep, and goats, but excluded animals like the camel, the rabbit, or the pig, which only met one of the two criteria. This created a cultural boundary that separated the diet of the tribes from the customs they had seen in Egypt. The same clarity was applied to the creatures of the water. They were permitted to eat anything from the seas or the rivers that possessed both fins and scales. Anything else, creatures that crawled on the floor of the water or lacked those specific features, was to be avoided. In the sky, a list of birds was provided that were not to be eaten, mostly consisting of birds of prey and scavengers like eagles, vultures, and ravens. Even the world of insects was addressed, allowing for certain types of leaping insects like locusts and grasshoppers, while others were set aside. These dietary choices were not merely about tradition. They served as a practical hedge for a massive group of people living in a hot, arid climate. By avoiding scavengers and certain types of meat that were more prone to spoilage or parasites, the community maintained a level of health that was essential for their survival in the wilderness. It also taught them the discipline of mindfulness, that even the simple act of eating was an opportunity to remember the boundaries they had agreed to at the mountain. The instructions then moved to the most sensitive area of community life, physical health and the spread of sickness. In a camp of hundreds of thousands, a single infection could become a disaster. A system was established where the priests acted as the guardians of public health. If a person noticed a swelling, a bright spot, or a rash on their skin that looked suspicious, they were required to show it to a priest. The priest would examine the mark, and if there was doubt, the person would be isolated for 7 days. After the week of isolation, the priest would examine the person again. If the mark had stayed the same and not spread, they might be isolated for another week. If it was determined to be a serious, spreading condition, the person was declared unclean. This meant they had to live outside the main camp for a season, wearing torn clothes and covering their upper lip, calling out a warning if anyone approached. This was not a punishment, but a sophisticated system of quarantine designed to protect the many from the illness of the few. When the person was finally healed, they underwent a beautiful ceremony of washing and restoration, involving cedar wood, scarlet yarn, and fresh water, signaling their return to the warmth of the community. The concern for cleanliness extended even to their clothing and their homes. If a greenish or reddish mold or leprosy appeared in a garment of wool or linen, or in a leather object, it had to be shown to the priest. If it persisted after washing, the object was burned to prevent the spread of the rot. When they eventually reached the land of Canaan and lived in houses of stone, the same rules applied. If a plague appeared in the walls of a house, the affected stones were removed and replaced. If the problem returned, the entire house was dismantled and the materials carried away to a place outside the city. These rules created a society that was hyper-aware of the state of their environment. They learned that uncleanliness was something that could be managed through washing, time, and the sun. They were taught to wash their clothes and bathe their bodies after coming into contact with anything that might carry decay or sickness. This emphasis on water and hygiene was a radical departure from the crowded, dusty conditions of the service they had known in Egypt. One of the most profound lessons in this section concerned the dignity of the human body. Specific instructions were given for the seasons of a person's life, including the birth of a child and the natural cycles of the body. These moments were treated with a quiet respect, requiring a period of rest and a subsequent visit to the sanctuary with a small offering. It taught the people that every part of their physical existence, from the food they put in their mouths to the way they cared for their skin, was seen and valued. By the time these instructions were fully integrated into the camp, the nation had become a model of order. The tents were arranged precisely. The waste was managed outside the camp boundaries, and the people moved with a sense of personal responsibility for the health of their neighbors. They were discovering that holiness was not just found in the golden furniture of the tabernacle, but in the cleanliness of a linen garment, the choice of a meal, and the care taken to stop the spread of a fever. The priests, too, had to be vigilant. They were the ones who had to touch the sick, examine the mold, and declare what was ready to return to the camp. They were the bridge between the absolute purity of the sanctuary and the messy, physical reality of a desert journey. Through these laws of health and the environment, the people were being prepared for a new kind of life, one where they would be the masters of their own homes and the stewards of their own land. In the center of the desert journey, after the laws of the offerings and the rules for health were established, a special day was set aside for a total reset of the nation. This was a day of complete stillness, falling on the 10th day of the 7th month. It was the one time of the year when the high priest would venture beyond the thick, colorful veil into the most private area of the tabernacle. This was the Day of Atonement, a moment designed to clear away the mistakes of the past year and allow the people to begin again with a clean conscience. The preparations for this day were solemn and precise. Aaron was told that he could not enter the most holy place at just any time, or he would perish. He had to prepare himself by bathing his entire body in water and putting on simple, white linen garments, a tunic, sashes, and a turban. On this day, he did not wear the gold-woven ephod or the gemstone breastplate. He came as a humble servant, representing a people who were seeking a fresh start. 2 goats were brought to the entrance of the tent. Aaron cast lots for them. One was chosen to be an offering for the sanctuary, and the other was to be the scapegoat. First, Aaron offered a bull to settle his own accounts and those of his family. He took a censer full of burning coals from the altar, along with 2 handfuls of finely ground, sweet incense, and carried them behind the veil. The cloud of fragrant smoke covered the golden lid of the ark, creating a protective barrier. As he sprinkled the blood of the bull to signal a life dedicated to restoration. Then the first goat was offered, and its blood was brought behind the veil in the same way. This was seen as a way of cleansing the sanctuary itself from the mistakes and the uncleanness of the people who lived around it. It was a reminder that even the most beautiful and holy things can be affected by the choices of those who use them. By marking the golden furniture and the bronze altar, the space was reset to its original, pure state, ready for another year of service. The most visual part of the day involved the second goat. Aaron came out to the front of the tabernacle and placed both of his hands on the head of the live goat. Standing before all the people, he spoke aloud all the failures, the rebellions, and the mistakes the nation had made throughout the year. It was a symbolic transfer of the weight of the past onto the animal. A man who had been appointed for the task then led the goat away, deep into the uninhabited wilderness, where it was released. As the people watched the goat disappear into the horizon, they felt a physical sense of relief, seeing their mistakes carried far away where they would never be seen again. This day was a Sabbath of Sabbaths. From sunset to sunset, no work of any kind was done in the camp. The people were told to afflict their souls, which meant they fasted and spent the time in quiet reflection. There were no songs, no cooking fires, and no social gatherings. The entire nation of hundreds of thousands sat in a profound, heavy silence. They looked inward at their own lives and outward at the white tent in the center, waiting for the high priest to emerge and signal that the reset was complete. When Aaron finished the service, he went back into the tent, took off the simple linen clothes, bathed again, and put on his magnificent garments of beauty. He came out and offered the final burnt offerings for himself and the people. The smoke rose into the cooling desert air as the sun began to set, marking the end of the fast and the beginning of a new cycle of time. The people could return to their tents, knowing that the ledger of the past year was closed. This annual ritual taught the culture a powerful lesson about the nature of time and guilt. It showed them that while mistakes were inevitable, they did not have to be permanent. It prevented the buildup of a collective sense of failure that could crush the spirit of a nation. By having a specific day to let go of the past, they were able to maintain their energy and their focus for the long road to the north. It was a system of emotional and spiritual hygiene that was just as important as the physical washing of their clothes. The rules for the day were made a permanent law for all their generations. It applied to everyone, the native-born and the stranger who lived among them. It created a shared experience of humility and renewal that bound the tribes together. They learned that the light in the center of the camp was not just about rules and fire, but about the possibility of forgiveness and the hope of a truly clean start. As the fires were relit in the tents and the families shared their first meal after the fast, there was a new sense of lightness in the camp. The tabernacle stood as a witness that the journey could continue. They had faced the shadows of their own choices and seen them carried away into the sand. The path ahead was still challenging, but they were no longer carrying the weight of the years behind them. The instructions now shifted from the grand, annual ceremonies of the sanctuary to the quiet, everyday moments in the tents and the fields. The people were learning that the light in the center of the camp was not just a spectacle for the high priest, but a standard for how every individual handled their life and their resources. This new section of guidance focused on the sanctity of life itself and the moral integrity required to live as a free and unified nation. A primary focus was placed on the way the people viewed the source of life. They were told that the life of any creature resided in its blood. Because of this, they were strictly forbidden from consuming blood in any form. When an animal was prepared for food, the blood was to be poured out upon the earth and covered with dust, a gesture of returning the essence of life to the ground from which it came. This wasn't just a dietary rule. It was a cultural education in reverence. It taught a nation of former workers that life was not a commodity to be used carelessly, but a sacred gift that required a moment of acknowledgement every time it was taken for sustenance. The people were also given a new map for their relationships. They were told that they were not to follow the customs of the land of Egypt, where they had lived for centuries, nor the customs of the land of Canaan, where they were going. In those cultures, the boundaries of the family were often blurred or ignored. The tribes were given strict, clear rules for the protection of the household. These laws ensured that the home was a place of safety and that the dignity of every family member, parents, children, and siblings was held as a high priority. It was a framework designed to build strong, stable families that could endure the challenges of the generations to come. As the guidance continued, it reached into the very heart of how a neighbor should treat a neighbor. The command was given, "You shall love your neighbor as yourself." This was not just a feeling, but a series of practical actions. When a farmer harvested his grain, he was told not to reap all the way to the very corners of his field. If he dropped a sheaf of wheat or a cluster of grapes, he was not to go back and pick it up. These leavings were to be left for the poor, the widow, and the stranger. This system ensured that even those without land had a way to provide for themselves with dignity, gathering from the abundance of the community. Integrity in business and speech was also a pillar of this new society. The people were told never to steal, never to deal falsely, and never to lie to one another. They were warned against using dishonest weights or measures in the marketplace. A hin of oil or an ephah of grain had to be the same for everyone. They were told not to hold back the wages of a hired worker, even for a single night, recognizing that the worker relied on that pay for their daily bread. These rules created a climate of trust, where a person's word was their bond, and the economy was built on fairness rather than exploitation. Great care was taken for the protection of the vulnerable. It was strictly forbidden to curse a person who could not hear, or to put a stumbling block in front of a person who could not see. These were seen as acts of cowardice that violated the core values of the nation. In a court of law, the judges were told to be absolutely impartial. They were not to favor a poor man out of pity, nor were they to defer to a rich man out of fear. Justice was to be a straight line, unaffected by the status or the wealth of the people involved. The people were also cautioned against carrying grudges or seeking revenge. They were told that if they had a problem with a neighbor, they should speak to them directly and honestly rather than letting anger smolder in their hearts. This open rebuke was seen as a healthier way to live than the silent resentment that often leads to violence. By dealing with conflicts as they arose, the community could maintain the shalom that was so vital for their survival in the close quarters of the camp. Even the way they treated the elderly was a mark of their character. They were told to rise up in the presence of the aged and to show honor to those who had walked the path before them. This created a culture of respect for wisdom and memory, ensuring that the stories of the past would be carried forward by a generation that valued its elders. The stranger living among them was to be treated as a native-born citizen, for they were always to remember that they too had once been strangers looking for a home. These laws of daily integrity turned the camp into a place of profound order and kindness. The people were learning that being set apart didn't just mean wearing special clothes or offering sacrifices. It meant being a person of truth, a person of mercy, and a person who looked out for the well-mentioned. Every small act of honesty in the market and every sheaf of grain left in the corner of a field was an echo of the light that lived in the golden tent. The nation was being built from the bottom up, one honest word and one act of compassion at a time. The focus of the instructions moved from the general camp back to the men who stood as the guardians of the sanctuary. Because Aaron and his sons lived in such close proximity to the golden ark and the silent light of the tent, the standards for their lives were set at a different level. They were the visible representatives of the nation's integrity, and any shadow in their conduct could affect the confidence of the entire community. They were told that their role required a total commitment to clarity, both in their physical appearance and in their emotional state. One of the primary rules for the priests concerned the nature of mourning. In the ancient world, it was common for people to show their grief through dramatic physical signs, tearing their clothes, shaving their heads, or making marks on their skin. The priests were strictly forbidden from these practices. They were to remain composed and whole, serving as a steady anchor for the people, even in times of loss. The high priest, in particular, was not to leave the sanctuary or let his hair go uncombed, even for the passing of his closest relatives. This was not a lack of feeling, but a demonstration that the service of the nation and the maintenance of the sacred space took priority over personal sorrow. The physical health and wholeness of the priests were also emphasized. Any man of the family of Aaron who had a significant physical blemish or injury was not to approach the altar to offer the bread of the sanctuary. While they were still fully supported by the community and could eat of the holy offerings, they were not to perform the public duties of the altar. This rule reinforced the idea that everything brought before the presence, whether it was an animal, a grain offering, or the man presenting it, should reflect a standard of wholeness and perfection. It was a visual language that taught the people about the complete and unblemished nature of the truth they were following. The integrity of the offerings themselves was addressed with equal detail. The people were reminded that when they brought a sacrifice, it had to be the best of their flock or herd. An animal that was blind, injured, or diseased was not acceptable. To offer something that was already flawed was seen as a lack of respect for the process. This taught the people to value quality over quantity and to give from a heart that truly honored the source of their life. Even the timing was important. A young animal had to stay with its mother for 7 days before it could be brought as a gift, showing a sense of natural order and compassion even within the sacrificial system. The guidance then expanded into the sacred calendar, the rhythm of the year that would define the life of the nation for generations. They were reminded of the weekly Sabbath, the foundational day of rest that occurred every 7 days. But beyond the weekly rhythm, they were given 7 great appointed times throughout the year. These were not just holidays, but holy convocations, times when the entire nation stopped their regular work to focus on their shared history and their future hope. The year began with the Passover in the first month, followed immediately by the 7 days of unleavened bread. This was the time to remember the haste with which they had left Egypt, eating the flat bread of travelers. Then came the feast of first fruits, when they brought the first sheaf of the barley harvest to the priest. This was a moment of deep gratitude, acknowledging that the land was providing for them, and that the first and best belonged to the one who gave the rain and the sun. 50 days after the first fruits, they celebrated the Feast of Weeks, known as a time of joy and the gathering of the wheat harvest. They brought 2 loaves of bread baked with leaven to the sanctuary, a rare exception to the usual rule against leaven, symbolizing the completion of the grain cycle. This festival marked the transition from the early spring to the full summer, a season of abundance and community celebration. After a long summer break, the 7th month brought a cluster of 3 major events. First was the Day of Trumpets, marked by a loud blast of the horns to wake the nation and call them to attention. 10 days later came the Day of Atonement, the solemn day of the annual reset and the fast. Finally, on the 15th day of the 7th month, they celebrated the Feast of Booths, or Tabernacles. For 7 days, everyone in the nation left their sturdy tents and lived in small, temporary shelters made of palm branches and leafy trees. This festival was a time of great rejoicing, occurring after the final harvest of the year, the grapes and the olives, was gathered. Living in the booths was a way to remember the 40 years of wandering in the wilderness when they had no permanent homes. It kept them humble, reminding them that even when they lived in houses of stone in the future, they were still travelers on a journey. It was a beautiful, green celebration that closed the sacred year with a sense of unity and shared memory. By establishing this calendar, the people were given a way to mark time that was entirely different from the solar calendars of Egypt. Their lives were now measured by harvests, by rest, and by the stories of their liberation. The priests were the ones who kept the count, blew the trumpets, and ensured that the fire on the altar was ready for each new season. The nation was no longer just wandering through the sand. They were moving through a structured year of meaning, where every month brought a new opportunity to remember who they were and where they were going. The sanctuary was not only a place of movement and sacrifice, but also a place of constant, quiet light. Outside, the desert sun rose and set, but inside the golden tent, a different rhythm was maintained. Moses was given instructions to ensure that the light within the first room of the tabernacle never flickered or went out. The people were asked to bring pure oil of pressed olives, the clearest and finest they could produce, to keep the lamps burning. Every evening, Aaron was to set the lamps in order on the 7-branched golden lampstand, and every morning he was to tend to them. This continual lamp stood as a silent witness to the presence that stayed with the camp through the deepest darkness of the night. It taught the people that while they slept in their tents, the work of the sanctuary never ceased, and the watch was always being kept. The golden lampstand, with its intricate carvings of almond blossoms, was more than a piece of furniture. It was a symbol of life and alertness in the heart of the wilderness. Beside the light of the lampstand stood the golden table, where 12 loaves of bread were placed in 2 rows of 6. These were the loaves of the presence, baked from fine flour and topped with pure frankincense. Every Sabbath day, fresh loaves were brought in, and the ones from the previous week were given to Aaron and his sons to be eaten in a holy place. 12 loaves represented the 12 tribes of the family of Jacob, standing perpetually before the light. It was a visual sign that the entire nation was sustained by a source beyond their own labor, and that they were always remembered, tribe by tribe, while these quiet rituals of light and bread were being established. A situation arose in the camp that tested the integrity of the spoken word. A young man, whose mother was from the tribe of Dan and whose father was Egyptian, became involved in a fight with another man of the camp. In the heat of the struggle, the young man used the name of the guiding presence in a way that was forbidden. He spoke it with contempt and malice. This was a direct violation of the core rules given at the mountain, where the people had been warned to respect the name that had delivered them. The young man was taken into custody and kept in a place of guard because the people did not yet know the specific way to handle a situation involving the misuse of the sacred name. Moses sought guidance and was told that the words we speak have a physical weight and a lasting impact. The community was gathered together, and the consequences of the spoken word were made clear. The young man was brought outside the camp, and those who had heard the words placed their hands on his head to signal that the responsibility for the act rested on him alone. This event led to the formalization of a principle that would define their justice system: an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. While this sounds harsh to modern ears, in the ancient world, it was a rule of limitation. It meant that the punishment must fit the crime and could never exceed it. If a person caused a physical injury to another, they were responsible for the exact measure of that harm. It prevented cycles of escalating violence and ensured that justice was measured and fair for everyone, the native-born and the stranger alike. The lesson of the spoken word was a turning point for the camp. They learned that the tongue could be as destructive as a weapon, and that the names they used for the sacred were not to be treated as common things. It reinforced the idea that being a set apart people meant more than just what they ate or how they washed. It meant that their very breath and the sounds they made had to reflect the dignity of their calling. The tabernacle remained the center of this education. Every morning, the people could look toward the center of the camp and see the smoke of the incense and know that the lamps were being trimmed and the bread was being set. They were a people of the light, a people of the bread, and a people of the word. The structure of their society was being built on these three pillars, ensuring that even in the vast, empty spaces of the desert, they had a solid ground of truth to stand upon. The instructions from the mountain now moved beyond the daily and the annual, looking toward a future where the people would no longer be wandering in tents, but settled in a land of their own. This new guidance established a rhythm for the earth itself, a concept that was entirely revolutionary in the ancient world. Just as the people and their animals were given a Sabbath every 7 days, the land was to be given a Sabbath of rest every 7 years. During this 7th year, the farmers were told to put away their plows and their pruning hooks. They were not to sow their fields or harvest the grapes from their untended vines. Whatever the land produced on its own during that year, the Sabbath growth was free for everyone to eat: the landowner, the servant, the hired worker, and the stranger living among them. Even the livestock and the wild animals were to have their share. This taught the nation that they were not the absolute masters of the earth, but rather guests and stewards of a resource that ultimately belonged to the source of all life. But the vision went even further, reaching toward a grand cycle of 50 years. The people were told to count 7 Sabbaths of years, 7 times 7 making 49 years. Then, on the 10th day of the 7th month, on the solemn day of atonement, a loud trumpet blast, the shofar, was to echo throughout the entire land. This signaled the beginning of the 50th year, the year of Jubilee. The Jubilee was a year of total liberty. The primary rule was simple yet radical. You shall return every man to his possession, and you shall return every man to his family. In a world where poverty often led to the permanent loss of ancestral land, or even to a person selling themselves into service to pay off debts, the Jubilee acted as a great reset. Any land that had been sold in the previous 49 years was to be returned to the original family or tribe. Any person who had entered into service because of debt was to be set free to return to their own home. This system ensured that wealth could not be permanently concentrated in the hands of a few. It prevented the creation of a permanent class of landless poor, and guaranteed that every child born into the nation had a heritage to return to. It taught the people a unique way to value property. When someone bought a field, they weren't buying the land itself forever. They were essentially buying the number of harvests remaining until the next Jubilee. The price of the land would rise or fall based on how close the Jubilee was, ensuring a fair and transparent economy. The Jubilee also carried a profound message about the nature of ownership. The people were told directly, "The land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine, for you are strangers and sojourners with me." By returning the land and the people to their original state every 50 years, the nation practiced a form of social justice that was built into the very fabric of their calendar. It was a safeguard against the Egyptian mindset of empire and accumulation, replacing it with a culture of shared abundance and periodic release. Special rules were also created for the cities. If a person sold a house within a walled city, they had 1 year to buy it back. If they didn't, the house stayed with the buyer forever and did not return in the Jubilee. This allowed for the growth of stable urban centers and trade. However, the houses in the open villages and the lands surrounding the cities of the Levites were treated like the open fields. They always returned in the Jubilee. This balanced the needs of a developing economy with the foundational right of every family to have a place on the earth. The treatment of those in debt was governed by deep compassion. If a neighbor became poor and could not support themselves, the community was told to help them as they would a stranger or a traveler. They were strictly forbidden from charging interest on money lent to a countryman or making a profit on the food they provided. If a person had to sell themselves into service to a neighbor, they were not to be treated as a slave, but as a hired worker or a guest until the year of Jubilee arrived. Even if a person sold themselves to a wealthy stranger living in the land, they always maintained the right of redemption. At any time, a close relative could pay the price to buy them back, or the person could buy their own freedom if they gained the means. The price was always calculated based on the years remaining until the Jubilee. This ensured that no member of the nation could ever be truly lost to the system. There was always a path home, and there was always a limit to their time of service. The laws of the Sabbath year and the Jubilee turned the land of Canaan into a place of hope. It was a vision of a society where the earth rested, the debts vanished, and every person was given a fresh start. It was the ultimate application of the shalom they had been seeking since the night they left Egypt. They were being prepared to build a nation where the light of the sanctuary was reflected in the very soil they walked upon, and in the freedom of every citizen. As the laws and the rhythms of the sanctuary were fully laid out, the people stood at a crossroads of the Spirit. They were no longer the disorganized crowd that had fled the shadow of the Nile. They were a nation with a blueprint for a just and healthy society. To seal this new way of life, they were given a clear vision of the two paths that lay before them. It was a moment of profound choice, where the consequences of their actions were painted in vivid colors, showing them that their future in the land depended entirely on their commitment to the light. The first path was one of abundance and peace. They were told that if they walked in the statutes they had received and kept the core rules of the heart, the natural world would respond in kind. The rain would fall in its proper season, and the earth would yield its increase. The trees of the field would be so heavy with fruit that the harvest would overlap with the next sowing season. They were promised a life where they would eat their bread to the full and dwell in their land in safety. It was a vision of a world where the struggle for survival was replaced by a steady, reliable rhythm of plenty. Beyond the physical food, they were promised a deep internal peace. They were told that no one would make them afraid, and that the evil beasts would be cleared from the land. Even if they faced opposition, they were assured that a small number of them would be able to stand against many, because they were moving with a strength that was not their own. But the greatest promise was the one that sat at the very center of the camp. I will set my tabernacle among you, and I will walk among you and be your guide. This was the ultimate goal of the entire journey, to live in such a way that the presence from the mountain became a permanent neighbor. However, they were also shown a second path, a dark mirror to the first. This was the path of hollow hearts, where the rules were ignored and the covenant was treated as a common thing. They were warned that if they turned back to the old ways of the nations around them, the sky above them would become like iron, and the earth beneath them like bronze. Their strength would be spent in vain, for the soil would not give its increase, and the trees would not drop their fruit. It was a description of a world where everything worked against them, a physical reflection of their own internal disorder. The warnings grew more intense as the description continued. They were told of a life filled with sudden terror, where they would sow their seed, but their enemies would eat the harvest. They were warned of a scattering, where the unity of the 12 tribes would be broken, and they would find themselves living in foreign lands once again, longing for the homes they had lost. The most tragic part of this path was the faintness of heart. They were told they would flee at the sound of a shaken leaf, living in a constant state of anxiety because they had lost the anchor of their integrity. Yet even in the middle of these stern warnings, a door was left open. They were told that if, in the land of their enemies, they remembered the path and turned their hearts back toward the light, they would not be forgotten. The memory of the ancient promises made to their ancestors would remain. They were assured that even in the darkest moment, the connection would not be utterly destroyed, for the goal was never to eliminate the people, but to refine them and bring them back to the center. This choice between the blessing and the warning gave the nation a profound sense of responsibility. They realized that their environment was a mirror of their character. If they lived with justice, mercy, and honesty, the land would reflect that back to them. If they lived with greed and rebellion, the land would become a wilderness. This concept turned every citizen into a guardian of the nation's future. Every honest measure in the market and every act of kindness to a neighbor was a vote for the blessing and a step away from the warning. The people stood in their tents, looking at the smoke rising from the tabernacle, and understood that they were the masters of their own destiny. They had been given the keys to a life of shalom, but those keys had to be used every single day. The desert wind blew across the camp, carrying the scent of the incense as they reflected on the weight of the words they had heard. They were a people between two worlds, and the path they chose would determine whether the land of Canaan would be a garden of peace or a memory of what might have been. As the echoes of the warnings faded, the atmosphere in the camp became quiet and contemplative. They were learning that freedom was not just the absence of a master, but the presence of a purpose. The choice was clear, and the stakes were as high as the mountain they had left behind. They were being called to a life of absolute integrity, where the blessing was not just a reward, but a natural result of living in harmony with the truth. The focus of the instructions moved from the grand destiny of the nation to the personal promises of the individual. As the people prepared to one day leave the shadow of the mountain, they were given guidance on the nature of the vow. In the quiet of their own tents, or in a moment of deep gratitude, a person might decide to set something apart for the sanctuary, not because they were required to, but because their heart was moved. This final section of the law ensured that these personal commitments were handled with the same integrity as the great festivals. A person could choose to dedicate themselves or a member of their family to the service of the sanctuary for a time. Because not everyone could physically work in the tabernacle, a system of valuation was established. This turned a spiritual promise into a practical contribution that supported the community. A scale was provided based on age and ability, ensuring that the commitment was fair and manageable. If a person was too poor to pay the set valuation, they were brought before the priest, who would lower the amount based on what the person could actually afford. This taught the people that the intent of the heart was more valuable than the weight of the silver. The same principle applied to the livestock. If a person vowed an animal from their herd or flock to be a gift, that animal became a set-apart thing. They were not allowed to switch it for another, even if they thought the second animal was better or worse. If they tried to swap it, both the original animal and the substitute became dedicated to the sanctuary. This rule prevented the people from second-guessing their generosity or trying to bargain with their own integrity. It was a lesson in staying true to one's word, even when the initial emotion of the promise had faded. If a person dedicated their house to the sanctuary, the priest would come and inspect it to determine its value. The house then belonged to the service of the nation. However, if the person later changed their mind and wanted their home back, they could redeem it by paying the valuation price plus an additional fifth of its value. This added fifth acted as a guard against impulsive decisions, encouraging the people to think deeply before making a sacred promise. It allowed for the flexibility of human life while maintaining a high respect for the spoken word. The laws even reached into the inherited fields of the families. If a man dedicated a portion of his field, the value was calculated based on how much seed was required to sow it and how many years remained until the next year of Jubilee. If he chose to redeem the field, the same rule of adding a fifth applied. But if the field was not redeemed and the year of Jubilee arrived, the field would not return to the original owner. It would become a permanent possession of the priests. This created a sense of permanence and weight to the choices made regarding the land, which was the most precious resource a family possessed. Specific things were declared devoted, meaning they were already considered at the highest level of dedication and could never be redeemed or sold. This included anything a person set apart as a total gift to the light, whether it was a person, an animal, or a piece of land. These things were most holy, standing as a permanent testimony to a life or a resource that had been completely surrendered to a higher purpose. It reminded the camp that some boundaries were absolute and some gifts were final. The guidance then addressed the tithe, the 10th part of all the produce of the land. Whether it was the grain from the fields, the fruit from the trees, or the young animals from the herds and flocks, the 10th part was declared to be holy. When a shepherd counted his sheep, every 10th animal that passed under his staff was set aside. They were not to search for the best or the worst, but simply to give the 10th as it came. This practice turned the entire economy into a constant act of remembrance, acknowledging that 90% of their abundance was a gift to be used, provided the first 10% was returned to the source. These rules for vows and tithes completed the education of the people. They were learning that holiness was not just about what happened during the thunder of Sinai, but about how they handled their money, their houses, and their livestock. It made the sanctuary a partner in their daily success. The tabernacle was supported by the freewill gifts and the honest tithes of a people who recognized that their freedom was a shared project. The atmosphere in the camp was one of quiet preparation. The laws were now written, the priests were in their places, and the rhythms of the year were set. The book of the Levites had turned the mixed multitude into a structured, healthy, and honest community. They stood together, a nation of priests and workers, bound by a covenant that reached from the smallest coin to the largest field. The fire on the altar burned steadily, and the path through the wilderness felt less like a flight from the past and more like a march toward a structured future. The instructions given at the base of the mountain were now complete, forming a thick tapestry of law, ritual, and moral guidance. Moses stood before the people, not just as a leader who had braved the fire, but as a teacher who had provided the tools for a new kind of civilization. The book of the Levites reached its summit by summarizing the gravity of the covenant they had entered. It was a moment of deep reflection for the 12 tribes, a realization that the gold of the tabernacle and the blood of the offerings were all parts of a single living contract between a wandering people and the source of their freedom. This summary was a reminder of their identity. They were told once again that they were no longer the property of a pharaoh or the subjects of a distant empire. They were a set-apart nation, a kingdom where every person, from the high priest to the youngest child, had a role in maintaining the light. The laws they had received, the dietary choices, the rules for health, the rhythms of the Sabbath, and the fairness of the Jubilee were not burdens meant to hold them back. Instead, they were the very things that would keep them from falling back into the chaos and service they had fled. The atmosphere in the camp was one of focused preparation. They understood that the shalom they sought was not just a lack of war, but a state of being where everything was in its proper place. The tabernacle in the center was the heart, and the laws were the veins that carried the life of that heart to every tent in the vast circle of the camp. They were taught that if they kept these statutes, the very land they walked upon would become a partner in their success. The promise of the rain in its season and the peace in their borders was a testimony that a society built on integrity would always find a way to flourish, even in the harshest environments. They were also reminded of the standard of holiness. This didn't mean they had to be perfect, but it meant they had to be honest. The system of the sin offering and the Day of Atonement provided a way for them to acknowledge their mistakes and move forward without the weight of the past. It was a culture of the fresh start, where the possibility of renewal was always present. This was a radical departure from the rigid, unforgiving systems of the world around them. where a mistake often meant a permanent descent into debt or service. As Moses looked out over the assembly, he saw a people who had been transformed. The mixed multitude that had left Egypt in a state of panic was now a disciplined body of families, organized by tribes and led by a structured priesthood. They had learned to value the life in the blood, to respect the boundaries of the home, and to care for the stranger and the poor as if they were their own kin. The wilderness had not broken them. It had tempered them, turning the raw iron of their experience into the steel of a national character. The final call of the covenant was one of endurance. They were told that the journey was not a sprint, but a long walk that would span generations. The laws they had received at Sinai were to be taught to their children and their children's children, ensuring that the memory of the Exodus and the lessons of the mountain would never fade. The book of the law was to be their constant companion, a light for their path whenever the desert grew dark or the way became unclear. The silver trumpets were prepared for the next signal. The pillars of the tabernacle were ready to be dismantled and carried on the shoulders of the Levites. The cloud that rested over the tent was the only map they needed. They stood on the edge of a new era, knowing that they carried within their camp the blueprints for a society that the world had never seen before, a society where the center was occupied by light and the borders were protected by justice. The story of the Levites concluded with a final affirmation of the bond. It was a covenant of salt, a relationship that was meant to be preserved and seasoned with the wisdom they had gained. As the sun set behind the jagged peaks of Sinai, the fire on the bronze altar glowed with a steady, quiet intensity. The people were ready. The instructions were finished. The camp was in order. The long march toward the north was about to begin again. But this time, they moved with a soul that had been shaped by the words of the mountain. The book of the Levites concluded not just as a set of rules, but as the DNA of a new kind of civilization. The legacy of these instructions at the base of the mountain would ripple through the centuries, shaping the identity of the people long after the desert sands had been left behind. It was a cultural foundation that turned the memory of the slave into the dignity of the citizen. This final reflection looks at how these laws became the lasting heartbeat of the nation. The most enduring legacy was the concept of sacred time. By establishing the Sabbath, the festivals, and the Jubilee, the people learned that time was not a resource to be exploited by a master, but a gift to be shared with the community. This rhythm prevented the exhaustion that had defined their lives in Egypt. Even in the busiest harvest seasons, the world stopped for a day of rest. This taught the nation that their value was not based on their productivity, but on their status as a free people. The cycle of the seven became the heartbeat of their history, a constant reminder that renewal was always possible. The law of the neighbor also left a permanent mark on the world's understanding of justice. The command to love one's neighbor as oneself was supported by practical, economic rules. The corners of the field and the gleanings of the vine created a society with a built-in safety net. It was a system where the successful were required to leave a portion of their abundance for those who had less. This prevented the hardening of the heart that often comes with wealth, and ensured that no one in the camp was ever truly forgotten. The stranger, the widow, and the orphan were not just guests. They were protected members of the covenant. The tabernacle and the priesthood established a language of restoration. Before these laws, a mistake often led to a permanent stain or a cycle of revenge. The system of offerings provided a physical way to say, "I am sorry, and I want to start again." It taught the people that holiness was a journey of many steps, and that the path back to the light was always open. The Day of Atonement, in particular, became the ultimate symbol of the fresh start, a day when the entire nation's slate was wiped clean. This gave the people an emotional resilience that would allow them to survive the many challenges of the future. The emphasis on physical health and the environment was centuries ahead of its time. The rules for washing, quarantine, and the management of waste created a culture of cleanliness that protected the nation from the plagues that often devastated ancient armies and cities. It taught them that the body was a vessel to be respected, and that the environment was a space to be guarded. By linking physical health with spiritual integrity, the laws ensured that the people remained strong and unified, even when they lived in close quarters. The Book of the Levites also created a people of the book. Because the laws were so detailed and applied to every aspect of life, it became essential for the people to know, study, and remember the words of the mountain. This led to a culture of literacy and debate, where every family was responsible for teaching the statutes to the next generation. The voice from the tent was no longer just a memory of thunder. It was a written guide that sat in the heart of the community, accessible to all. As the tribes prepared to move away from Sinai, they carried this internal map with them. They were no longer just 12 separate families. They were a single body with a single purpose. The laws had given them a shared language, a shared history, and a shared vision of what a just society should look like. They were ready to cross the rivers and climb the hills of the north, not as a mob, but as a kingdom of priests. The fire on the bronze altar continued to burn, and the smoke of the incense rose into the clear desert sky. The journey was far from over, but the soul of the nation was now fully formed. They were a people who knew the value of the blood, the rhythm of the rest, and the power of the promise. The Book of the Levites was closed, but its lessons were written on the hearts of every man, woman, and child in the camp. The wilderness was still there, but the light in the center was stronger than the shadows of the sand. The journey from the mountain of Sinai takes a turn toward organization and movement in the Book of Numbers. The Hebrew title for this account is Bamidbar, which translates to in the wilderness. It captures the essence of a nation transitioning from the receiving of the law to the practical, often difficult task of marching toward a promised home. This story is told in 12 parts, beginning with the transition from a camp of families to a structured army. The cloud had rested over the tabernacle for a full year at the base of the mountain. The laws had been spoken, the priests had been anointed, and the rhythm of the offerings was now a daily habit. But on the first day of the second month, in the second year after the departure from Egypt, a new command was given to Moses. The nation was no longer to be viewed as a crowd of refugees. They were to be counted and organized as a disciplined force, ready to face the challenges of the road and the defense of their future borders. Moses and Aaron, along with one leader chosen from each of the 12 tribes, were told to take a census of the entire congregation. This was not a count of every soul, but specifically of every man 20 years old and upward who was able to go out to war. This taking of the sum was a way of recognizing the strength of the nation and the responsibility of every household to contribute to the safety of the whole. Each man was recorded by his family and his father's house, creating a genealogical map that tied every individual to the history of their ancestors. The counting took place tribe by tribe. The tribe of Judah emerged as the largest, a massive body of over 74,000 men. Other tribes followed, from the descendants of Reuben to the youngest sons of Benjamin. When the counting was finished, the total number of men able to serve was over 600,000. This did not include the women, the children, or the elderly, suggesting a total population that numbered in the millions, all living in a vast circle of tents around the golden sanctuary. However, one tribe was set apart from this military count. The tribe of Levi was not numbered among the soldiers. Their duty was not to carry the sword, but to carry the tabernacle. They were the guardians of the sacred furniture, the ones responsible for dismantling the tent, transporting the heavy golden pieces, and setting it up again at every new stop. They were told to camp immediately around the tabernacle to act as a buffer of protection, ensuring that the intense presence in the center was treated with the respect it required. Once the numbers were recorded, a precise layout for the camp was established. This was not a random gathering of tents. The 12 tribes were assigned specific positions on the 4 sides of the sanctuary. To the east, where the sun rose, stayed the tribes of Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. To the south were Reuben, Simeon, and Gad. To the west were Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin. And to the north were Dan, Asher, and Naphtali. Each tribe had its own standard and its own banner, creating a colorful and orderly perimeter. This arrangement meant that no matter where a person stood in the camp, the tabernacle was the center of their world. When the signal was given to move, the tribes would set out in a specific order, with the tribe of Judah leading the way and the sanctuary guarded in the middle of the procession. The camp was a living map of their priorities safety on the outside, and the light of the covenant at the heart. The Levites were then given their own specific census and organization. Because they were dedicated to the service of the sanctuary instead of the firstborn sons of every family, they were counted from 1 month old and upward. They were divided into 3 main families: the Gershonites, the Kohathites, and the Merarites. Each family had a specific job. The Kohathites carried the most sacred objects, like the ark and the lampstand, on their shoulders. The Gershonites were responsible for the curtains and coverings, while the Merarites handled the heavy frames, pillars, and sockets of the structure. This level of organization turned the camp into a functioning city on wheels. Every man knew his place, every family knew their banner, and every Levite knew which piece of the tabernacle was his responsibility. The chaos of the desert was being met with the precision of a nation that knew exactly who they were and where they were going. The names had been gathered, the ranks were filled, and the banners were raised. The In the Wilderness chapter of their story was moving from a season of learning to a season of action. With the names recorded and the tribes assigned to their stations, the focus turned to the internal environment of the camp. For a nation to carry such a profound presence in their center, the space between the tents had to be kept in a state of constant integrity. This led to a series of instructions on how to maintain the health and the moral clarity of the massive congregation. They were told that any person with a spreading skin condition or anyone who had come into contact with the silence of the dead was to stay outside the main camp for a set period. This was not an act of rejection, but a practical measure to ensure that the camp of the light remained a place of life and wholeness. A unique ritual was also established to protect the peace within the home. In a society where trust between a husband and a wife was the foundation of the tribe, a way was provided to handle feelings of jealousy or suspicion. If a spirit of doubt clouded a marriage, the couple would go to the priest. A simple ceremony involving dust from the tabernacle floor and water from the basin was used to bring the truth to light. It was a way to prevent hidden resentment from festering in the close quarters of the tents, ensuring that the homes of the people remained as clear and honest as the sanctuary itself. For those individuals who felt a calling to a higher level of personal dedication, the vow of the Nazirite was introduced. This was a voluntary path for any man or woman who wanted to set themselves apart for a specific season. During this time, they followed 3 main rules. They would not consume anything from the vine, they would not use a razor on their hair, and they would not approach a dead body, even for a close relative. This outward sign, the long, uncut hair, was a visible testimony to the camp that the person was living in a state of heightened focus. When the season of their vow was finished, they would bring an offering to the tabernacle and start fresh, carrying the discipline of that time into their regular life. As the priests finished these instructions, Aaron was given a specific set of words to speak over the people. It was a blessing that would become the signature sound of the camp, a rhythmic prayer for the well-being of every family. He was to say, "The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace." This blessing of shalom was the goal of all the organization and all the laws, a state of complete harmony that would act as their shield against the harshness of the wilderness. The leaders of the 12 tribes then came forward to show their support for the new order. Over the course of 12 days, each leader brought an identical gift to the sanctuary: silver plates, silver bowls filled with fine flour, and golden spoons filled with incense, along with livestock for the various offerings. This equal contribution showed that every tribe, regardless of its size or its position in the camp, had an equal stake in the maintenance of the tabernacle. It was a powerful demonstration of national unity. As the leaders stood side by side to ensure the service of the light was fully provided for, to coordinate the movement of such a vast group, 2 silver trumpets were hammered out of a single piece of metal. These were the voices of the camp. A long, steady blast from both trumpets signaled for the entire assembly to gather at the entrance of the tabernacle. If only one trumpet sounded, it was a call for the leaders of the tribes to meet. But when the trumpets blew an alarm, a series of short, sharp notes, it was the signal for the camps to begin their journey. The order was precise. The tribes on the east would move first, followed by the sanctuary, and then the tribes to the south, west, and north. The trumpets were also to be used in times of celebration and in times of conflict. They were a reminder that the people were never alone. The sound of the silver was a call for the guidance that had led them out of Egypt to remain with them in the face of their enemies. The priests were the only ones permitted to blow these instruments, ensuring that every movement of the nation was tied to the rhythm of the sanctuary. Finally, the day arrived for the cloud to lift. On the 20th day of the 2nd month, the shimmering pillar rose from above the Ark of the Covenant and moved toward the wilderness of Paran. The silver trumpets sounded the alarm, and the tribes began to dismantle their tents. The tribe of Judah raised its banner and led the way, followed by the Gershonites and the Merarites carrying the frames and curtains of the tent. Then came the Kohathites, walking in the center of the procession, bearing the golden furniture on their shoulders, so that by the time they reached the next camp, the tabernacle would already be set up and waiting for them. As the ark set out, Moses spoke a prayer that echoed across the sands. "Rise up and let your enemies be scattered." And when the ark came to rest at the end of the day, he would say, "Return to the many thousands of the family of Jacob." The movement was no longer a flight from Pharaoh. It was a structured, purposeful march. The names were counted, the camp was purified, the gifts were given, and the trumpets had sounded. The nation was in motion. A city of silver and gold traveling through the dust of the unknown path. The journey from the mountain of Sinai had begun with silver trumpets and a precise order. But the reality of the wilderness of Paran soon began to test the resolve of the people. They had lived at the base of the mountain for a year, where food and water were stable, and the presence was a constant, stationary comfort. Now, as they moved across the dry, rocky plains, the heat and the dust began to wear away the enthusiasm of the march. It was not long before the sound of complaining rose from the outskirts of the camp, where those who felt the most disconnected from the center began to speak of their hardships. This restlessness was met with a swift and fiery warning at a place named Taberah, which served as a reminder that the path they were on required a focused and grateful heart. But even as that fire subsided, a deeper craving began to spread among the mixed multitude that followed the tribes. They began to look back at their time in Egypt through a distorted lens, remembering only the variety of the food they had once eaten. They spoke with longing of the fish, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. They looked at the manna that fell like dew every morning and claimed their souls were dried up because there was nothing at all but this thin, sweet bread to eat. Moses heard the weeping in every tent and felt the heavy weight of the people's demands pressing down on him. He spoke of his exhaustion, asking how he alone was supposed to carry the burden of such a vast number of people. He felt like a father trying to carry 1,000,000 children, and he asked for help in managing the daily needs and the constant complaints of the camp. In response, a new layer of leadership was added to the nation. 70 of the elders, known for their wisdom and steady character, were gathered at the tent of meeting. A portion of the Spirit that was upon Moses was placed upon them, allowing them to share the weight of the leadership and to act as a bridge between the tribes and the sanctuary. To address the craving for meat, a massive wind rose from the sea and brought a literal cloud of quails. The birds fell all around the camp, covering the ground for miles in every direction. The people stayed up all that day, all night, and all the next day gathering the meat in heaps. But because they gathered out of greed and a lack of trust rather than a simple need for food, the event ended in a great sickness. The place was named the Graves of Craving, a permanent landmark in the desert that stood as a lesson on the importance of self-control and gratitude for the daily provision. Even the closest circle around Moses was not immune to the tension of the road. His sister Miriam and his brother Aaron began to speak against him, questioning his unique role as the leader of the nation. They pointed to his marriage to a woman from a different land and asked if the power that led them had not spoken through them as well. They were called to the tent of meeting, where it was made clear that while many might receive guidance, the relationship with Moses was of a different order, a direct and clear connection that was not to be challenged out of jealousy. Miriam was temporarily separated from the camp, and the people waited 7 days for her to return before the cloud lifted and the journey continued. They eventually reached Kadesh Barnea, on the very border of the land of Canaan. This was the moment the entire journey had been moving toward. Moses chose 12 men, one leader from each tribe, to go into the land and scout it out. He told them to see what the land was like, whether the people were strong or weak, and whether the cities were open camps or strong fortresses. He also asked them to bring back some of the fruit of the land as a sign of what lay ahead. The 12 scouts traveled through the land for 40 days, moving from the south all the way to the northern hills. When they returned, they brought a cluster of grapes so large that it had to be carried on a pole between 2 men, along with pomegranates and figs. They stood before the whole community and admitted that the land was indeed flowing with milk and honey. But 10 of the scouts spoke with a voice of fear. They described the inhabitants as giants and the cities as having walls that reached to the sky. They claimed they felt like grasshoppers in the sight of the people there, and their report spread a wave of discouragement throughout the camp. Only 2 of the scouts, Caleb and Joshua, spoke with a different spirit. They urged the people to move forward, confident that the strength that had divided the sea would be enough to open the gates of the land. But the crowd was so moved by the fear of the 10 others that they wept all through the night. They spoke of appointing a new leader to take them back to Egypt, preferring the certainty of their old service to the perceived dangers of the future. Because of this refusal to move forward when the gate was open, a heavy announcement was made. The nation was told that because they lacked the courage to trust the promise, they would not enter the land at that time. Instead, they would wander in the wilderness for 40 years, 1 year for every day the scouts had been in the land. Only the younger generation, those who were children at the time, along with Joshua and Caleb, would eventually cross the border. The current generation would live out their lives in the desert. They seemed to prefer over the challenges of the new land. The camp turned back toward the red sands, moving away from the green hills they had just seen. The order of the march remained, and the tabernacle stayed in their center, but the goal had shifted. They were now a nation in a long season of maturing, learning through the miles and the years that the land was not just a destination, but a state of heart that they were not yet ready to inhabit. The long years of the wilderness wandering were not merely a time of walking in circles. They were a time of testing the internal structure of the nation. As the older generation realized they would not see the hills of the promised land, a new kind of tension began to simmer beneath the surface of the camp. It was no longer just about the food or the water, but about the very nature of authority and who had the right to stand closest to the light of the sanctuary. A man named Korah, a Levite of the family of the Kohathites, those responsible for carrying the most sacred objects, rose up in defiance. He was joined by Dathan and Abiram from the tribe of Reuben, along with 250 prominent leaders of the assembly. They approached Moses and Aaron with a challenge that struck at the heart of the order established at Sinai. They argued that because the entire congregation was dedicated and the presence was among all of them, Moses and Aaron had no right to exalt themselves, above the rest of the people. It was a plea for a different kind of equality, one that ignored the specific roles and boundaries that had been set to protect the camp. Moses, hearing this, fell on his face in grief. He recognized that this was not just a personal attack, but a rejection of the blueprint they had been given. He proposed a test for the following morning. Korah and all his followers were to take censers, put fire and incense in them, and present themselves at the entrance of the tabernacle. It would then be made clear whom the light had truly chosen to draw near. Moses warned the sons of Levi that they already had a high honor in serving the sanctuary, and asked why they were now seeking the priesthood as well. The next day, the entire congregation gathered to watch the confrontation. The 250 leaders stood with their bronze censers, the smoke of the incense rising in the morning air. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of impending judgment. Moses told the people to move away from the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, warning them that if these men died a natural death, then his own leadership was not genuine. But if the earth did something entirely new, it would be a sign that the boundaries of the sanctuary were absolute. As he finished speaking, a terrifying event occurred. The ground beneath the tents of the rebels split apart, and they were swallowed by the earth, along with their families and all their possessions. Simultaneously, a fire came out from the sanctuary and consumed the 250 men who were offering the unauthorized incense. It was a staggering and sobering demonstration that the in-the-wilderness journey required a strict adherence to the roles that kept the nation unified and safe. To ensure the memory of this event was never lost, the bronze censers of the fallen leaders were gathered from the ashes. Because they had been brought before the presence, they were considered set apart. They were hammered into thin plates and used to overlay the bronze altar in the courtyard. Every time a person brought a sacrifice to the altar, they would see those hammered plates and remember that only those designated to the task were to offer incense. It was a visual guardrail for the conscience of the nation. Yet, despite this sign, the people's restlessness continued into the next day. They blamed Moses and Aaron for the death of the leaders, and a sudden plague began to sweep through the camp. In a moment of profound intercession, Aaron took his own censer, filled it with holy fire, and ran into the middle of the crowd. He stood between the living and the dead, the smoke of his incense acting as a barrier against the sickness. The plague stopped, showing that the priesthood was not just a position of power, but a role of protection and life-saving service for the people. To settle the matter of the priesthood once and for all, a final, beautiful sign was given. Moses told the leader of each of the 12 tribes to bring a wooden staff with the name of their tribe written upon it. Aaron's name was written on the staff for the tribe of Levi. All 12 staffs were placed inside the tabernacle, in front of the Ark of the Covenant, overnight. The people waited to see which of the dry pieces of wood would be chosen. The next morning, Moses brought out the staffs. The 11 belonging to the other tribes remained dry and unchanged, but the staff belonging to Aaron had undergone a miraculous transformation. In a single night, the dry wood had budded, blossomed, and produced fully ripe almonds. It was a sign of life coming from where there should be no life. It proved that the choice of the priesthood was not based on human ambition, but on a source of vitality that could make even a dead branch fruitful. Aaron's staff was placed inside the Ark of the Covenant as a permanent witness. It sat alongside the stone tablets of the law and the jar of manna, representing the three pillars of their life: the word, the provision, and the authority. The people finally understood that the order of the camp was not a burden, but the very thing that allowed them to survive in a land of shadows. The rebellion was over, and the nation settled into the long, quiet years of the middle journey, moving with a new respect for the boundaries that defined their soul. As the years in the wilderness stretched on, the people faced a quiet but constant challenge: the reality of mortality in a vast, nomadic camp. Because the presence in the center was one of absolute life and purity, the touch of death created a boundary that had to be managed with great care. To address this, a unique and mysterious ritual was introduced, involving a rare creature and a process that turned ashes into a source of renewal. This was the law of the red heifer. The community was told to find a young cow that was entirely red, without a single blemish or a single hair of another color, and one that had never worn a yoke. This animal was taken outside the camp, away from the sanctuary, and prepared in a ceremony that involved cedar wood, hyssop, and scarlet yarn. The entire offering was burned to ashes, which were then gathered and kept in a clean place. These ashes of purification were to be mixed with fresh, running water to create the water of cleansing. If a person came into contact with the silence of the dead, they were considered unclean for 7 days. On the third day and again on the seventh day, they were sprinkled with this water. It was a physical way of washing away the shadow of loss and allowing the person to return to the warmth and the activity of the community. This ritual taught the nation that while death was a part of their journey, it did not have the final word. There was always a way to be restored, to be washed, and to step back into the light of the living. However, as the 40 years of wandering drew toward a close, the camp returned to Kadesh, the very place where they had hesitated decades before. It was here that Miriam, the sister of Moses, who had watched over him in the Nile and led the women in song at the sea, passed away and was buried. Her loss marked the beginning of the end for the first generation. Shortly after, the camp faced a familiar crisis. The springs ran dry, and there was no water for the people or their livestock. The new generation, facing their first major test of thirst, fell into the same pattern as their parents. They gathered against Moses and Aaron, complaining that it would have been better to have perished in Egypt than to die of thirst in this evil place where there were no figs, vines, or pomegranates. Moses and Aaron went to the entrance of the tabernacle and fell on their faces, and the glory appeared to them. Moses was told to take his staff, gather the assembly, and speak to the rock before their eyes, promising that it would yield its water. But in his frustration with the people's constant grumbling, Moses did not follow the instructions exactly. Instead of speaking to the rock, he spoke harshly to the people, calling them rebels, and struck the rock twice with his staff. Although the water gushed out abundantly, and the people and their animals drank their fill, a shadow fell over the leaders because they had acted out of anger and failed to demonstrate the quiet trust they were teaching. They were told that they, too, would not lead the assembly into the final destination. They would see the land from a distance, but they would not cross the border. The journey then faced a political obstacle. Moses sent messengers to the king of Edom, asking for permission to pass through his land. He promised that the Israelites would stay on the king's highway, neither turning to the right nor the left, and would even pay for the water they drank. But Edom, remembering ancient family rivalries, refused and came out with a large army to block the path. The Israelites, wishing to avoid a conflict with their kin, turned away and took a long, difficult detour around the borders of Edom. During this detour, they reached Mount Hor. Here, the time came for Aaron, the first high priest, to finish his service. In a solemn ceremony witnessed by the whole camp, Moses, Aaron, and Aaron's son, Eleazar, climbed the mountain. Moses removed the sacred garments from Aaron and placed them on Eleazar, signaling the transition of the priesthood to the next generation. Aaron passed away on the mountaintop, and when the people saw that he was gone, the entire house of Israel mourned for 30 days. The camp moved on, but the difficult terrain and the lack of bread and water caused the people's spirits to fail once again. They spoke against the light and against Moses, expressing their loathing for the light bread of the manna. In response to this rejection of their daily provision, venomous snakes appeared in the camp, and many people were bitten. Realizing their mistake, the people asked Moses to intercede for them. Moses was told to make a figure of a serpent out of bronze and set it on a high pole. He was promised that anyone who had been bitten, if they simply looked at the bronze serpent, would live. It was a test of simple focus and trust. The people had to look at the very thing that had caused them pain in order to find their healing. Those who looked up were restored, and the camp moved forward, carrying the bronze serpent as another reminder of the power of a focused heart. The long detour was almost over. They began to move along the eastern borders, facing the kingdoms of the Amorites and Bashan. When these kings refused them passage and attacked, the new generation of Israel stood their ground and emerged victorious. They took possession of the lands east of the Jordan River, from the Arnon Gorge to the slopes of Mount Hermon. The wandering was transforming into a conquest. They were no longer a group of refugees. They were a nation that had learned to survive the desert, manage its losses, and face its enemies with a unified front. As the news of the victories over the Amorites spread through the jagged hills of the east, a sense of dread fell upon the king of Moab, a man named Balak. He looked out from his high towers, and saw the vast circle of the Israelite camp covering the plains like a swarm of locusts. He knew that a direct military confrontation might be his ruin, so he turned to a different kind of power. He sent messengers across the desert to the banks of the Euphrates to find a famous seer named Balaam, offering him great wealth to come and place a formal curse upon the people who had emerged from Egypt. Balaam was a man who lived on the edge of two worlds. He was a professional diviner, yet he recognized the voice of the presence that guided the camp. At first, he refused to go, stating that he could not speak against a people who were blessed. But Balak sent a more distinguished group of princes with promises of even greater honor. Eventually, Balaam set out on his donkey, though his heart was divided between the gold he was promised and the truth he was commanded to speak. The journey was interrupted by a strange and humored event. 3 times, an invisible messenger with a drawn sword stood in the path. The donkey, seeing what the man could not, turned aside, crushed Balaam's foot against a wall, and finally lay down on the road. When Balaam struck the animal in frustration, the donkey was given the temporary power of speech to ask why she was being beaten for saving his life. Balaam's eyes were then opened to the messenger, and he was warned that he must only speak the words that were put into his mouth, regardless of the king's silver. When Balaam arrived at the heights of Moab, King Balak took him to 3 different vantage points, each overlooking a portion of the Israelite camp. At each location, they built 7 altars and offered 7 bulls and 7 rams. Balak waited for the curse that would wither the strength of his enemies, but each time Balaam opened his mouth, only blessings came out. He looked down at the orderly arrangement of the tents and the standards of the tribes, and spoke of a people who dwelt alone, not reckoned among the other nations. Balaam's visions became more intense with each heights they climbed. He spoke of the beauty of the tents, comparing them to lush gardens beside a river and cedar trees planted by the waters. He looked into the distant future and spoke of a star that would come out of the family of Jacob and a scepter that would rise out of Israel. He saw a nation that would grow in strength until it overshadowed the kingdoms of the desert. King Balak, struck with anger, clapped his hands and told Balaam to flee back to his own land, for he had blessed the enemy 3 times instead of cursing them. However, where the external curse had failed, an internal shadow began to creep into the camp. While the people were staying at the acacia groves of Shittim, they began to mingle with the people of Moab and Midian. They were invited to the feasts of the local gods, and many began to bow down at the altars of Peor. This was a direct betrayal of the covenant they had renewed at the mountain. The unity of the camp was threatened not by the sword of an enemy, but by the loss of their own identity and the forgetting of their boundaries. The situation reached a crisis when a man from the tribe of Simeon brought a Midianite princess into the camp in the sight of Moses and the whole assembly, who were weeping at the entrance of the tabernacle. Phinehas, the grandson of Aaron the priest, saw the defiance and took immediate action to stop the plague that had begun to break out. His decisive act of integrity turned back the shadow and secured the priesthood for his family as a covenant of peace. The story of Balaam and the events at Peor taught the nation a final, sobering lesson before they reached the river. They learned that no external power, no seer, no curse, and no king could destroy them as long as they remained true to their center. Their greatest danger was not the giants in the land or the walls of the cities, but the wandering of their own hearts. They were a people who carried a blessing that could not be reversed, but it was a blessing that required them to stay within the circle of the light. The plains of Moab became a place of final sorting. The old generation had almost entirely passed away, and the new generation was standing on the threshold of the crossing. They had seen the visions of the star and the scepter, and they had felt the consequences of losing their focus. The banners of the tribes were still flying, and the silver trumpets were ready. The long journey in the wilderness was nearing its end, and the green valley of the Jordan lay just ahead, waiting for the first step of the new nation. The shadow of the events at the acacia groves began to lift, and the plains of Moab became a place of final preparation. The long 40 years were nearly at an end, and the landscape of the camp had changed. The generation that had seen the sea divide was gone, and in their place stood their children, men and women who had grown up with the taste of manna and the sight of the pillar of fire. To prepare for the crossing of the river, a second census was commanded. Moses and Eleazar, the son of Aaron, gathered the leaders of the tribes once again. Just as at the start of the journey, they counted every man 20 years old and upward who was able to go out to war. The names were recorded tribe by tribe, family by family. When the tallies were brought together, the number was remarkably similar to the first census decades before. Over 600,000 men of strength. Despite the hardships of the desert and the rebellions along the way, the nation had remained whole. This census served a double purpose. It was not only for the military, but also for the future of the land. The territory of Canaan was to be divided among the tribes based on the size of their numbers. A larger tribe would receive a larger inheritance, and a smaller tribe a smaller one. The specific locations were to be decided by casting lots, ensuring that the distribution was fair and guided by a source beyond human preference. This gave the families a concrete goal. They were no longer just counting soldiers. They were counting future homeowners and farmers. During this process, a unique situation arose that tested the fairness of the new laws. The 5 daughters of a man named Zelophehad from the tribe of Manasseh came forward to the entrance of the tabernacle. Their father had passed away in the wilderness, and he had no sons to carry on his name or claim his portion of the land. They asked why their father's name should be lost to his family simply because he had no male heirs. Moses brought their case before the presence, and a new rule was established. If a man died without a son, his inheritance would pass to his daughters. This ensured that every family line remained connected to the soil of the new land. The focus then turned to the transition of the highest office. Moses, standing on the heights of the Abarim Mountains, was told to look out toward the west. From that vantage point, he could see the green valley of the Jordan, the palm trees of Jericho, and the rolling hills of the north. It was the land he had dreamed of for 40 years, but he was reminded that he would not cross the river. Without a trace of bitterness, his first concern was for the people. He asked that a leader be appointed so that the congregation would not be like sheep without a shepherd. The choice fell upon Joshua, the son of Nun. Joshua had been at Moses' side since the early days in the desert. He was the one who had waited at the base of Sinai, and the one who had brought back a report of courage from the first scouting mission. Moses brought Joshua before Eleazar the priest and the entire assembly. He laid his hands on Joshua, publicly transferring a portion of his authority and his spirit to the younger man. It was a visual passing of the torch, ensuring that the nation had a steady hand to lead them through the coming conquest. Joshua was told to stand before the priest, who would seek guidance for him through the Urim, the sacred stones kept in the breastplate. This created a partnership of leadership. Joshua would lead the movements of the camp, while Eleazar would maintain the connection to the light. The era of the single, towering figure of Moses was transitioning into a system of shared responsibility between the civil leader and the priesthood. The final instructions in this section reinforced the daily and seasonal rhythms that would hold the nation together in their new homes. They were reminded of the continual offering. The 2 lambs offered every single morning and evening, year in and year out. They were given a detailed list of the offerings for the Sabbaths, the new moons, and the great festivals of the year. This ensured that no matter how far apart the tribes lived in the future, they would all be looking toward the same center and following the same heartbeat of time. The plains of Moab were now filled with a sense of purposeful energy. The ranks were formed, the inheritance was planned, the laws of the family were strengthened, and a new leader was standing ready. The in the wilderness journey was no longer a story of wandering. It was a story of a nation standing at the water's edge, eyes fixed on the horizon, ready to claim the promise that had been carried through the dust for 40 years. As the camp rested on the plains of Moab, the focus returned once more to the power of the spoken word. In a community preparing for the complexities of life in a new land, the integrity of a promise was the glue that held the tribes together. Moses provided the final instructions regarding vows and oaths, establishing that when a person made a verbal commitment, they were bound by their own breath. For the leaders of the tribes, the rule was absolute. A man must do exactly what he says. For others, a system of household oversight was provided to ensure that promises were made with wisdom and the support of the family, keeping the peace within the tents. This season of internal reflection was soon interrupted by a call to action. The memory of the events at Peor, where the nation's identity had been compromised by the influence of Midian remained a fresh wound. To secure the camp before the crossing of the Jordan, a specific force was gathered. Instead of the entire army, 1,000 men were chosen from each of the 12 tribes, a unified body of 12,000 soldiers. They set out not just with the sword, but with the sacred vessels of the sanctuary and the silver trumpets, led by Phinehas, the priest. The campaign was a swift and decisive movement through the desert. The 5 kings of Midian were defeated, and among those who fell in the conflict was Balaam, the seer who had once looked down from the heights and seen the blessing he could not reverse. The soldiers returned to the plains of Moab with a vast amount of resources: herds of cattle, flocks of sheep, and precious metals. It was a moment that tested the discipline of the new generation. How they would handle the sudden influx of wealth before they had even reached their own fields. When the army reached the outskirts of the camp, Moses, Eleazar, and the leaders went out to meet them. A strict process of purification was followed. Everything taken in the conflict, the gold, silver, bronze, iron, tin, and lead, had to pass through fire to be cleansed, and then through the water of purification. This taught the soldiers that even in the necessity of war, the standards of the sanctuary remained the same. They had to transition from the heat of the battle back into the order of the camp before they could enter the presence. The distribution of the resources was handled with the same mathematical fairness that had defined the census. Half was given to the 12,000 who had gone to war, and the other half was given to the rest of the congregation. From each half, a small portion was set aside, a tribute for the sanctuary and the Levites who guarded the tent. This ensured that the entire nation shared in the success, and that the center of the camp was always provided for from the abundance of the people. In a remarkable display of gratitude, the officers of the army came to Moses with a special report. After counting their ranks, they discovered that not a single man of the 12,000 was missing. In response to this protection, they brought a voluntary offering of the gold jewelry they had gathered: armlets, bracelets, rings, and beads. This gold was brought into the tent of meeting as a memorial, a permanent sign of the in the wilderness journey coming to a close with the nation's strength intact. However, a new challenge arose from within the ranks of the tribes of Reuben and Gad. These tribes possessed massive herds of livestock, and as they looked at the lush, green pasture lands of Jazer and Gilead on the eastern side of the river, they saw a perfect home. They approached Moses and asked if they could receive this territory as their inheritance instead of crossing the Jordan. They wished to build sheepfolds for their flocks and cities for their families right where they stood. At first, Moses was concerned that their request would discourage the rest of the nation, much like the scouts had done 40 years before. But the leaders of Reuben and Gad made a solemn vow. They would build homes for their families, but the men would arm themselves and lead the way across the Jordan, staying at the front of the battle until every other tribe had secured their own land. Only when the conquest was complete would they return to their homes in the east. Moses accepted this promise, and the land of the former kings of the Amorites was assigned to Reuben, Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh. The map of the future was beginning to take shape. The nation now straddled the river, with a portion of the family already rooted in the hills of Gilead. The silver trumpets had signaled a victory. The vows had been made, and the gold of the desert was resting in the sanctuary. The camp was no longer just a circle of tents. It was the foundation of a kingdom that was already expanding its borders. The long decades of the in-the-wilderness journey were not a blur of random wandering, but a sequence of specific stages, each with its own memory and its own lesson. At the command of the presence, Moses sat down on the plains of Moab to record the goings out of the nation from the very beginning. This written log served as a formal history, starting from the night they left Ramesses in Egypt and following the path through 33 distinct locations. It was a map of their transformation, marking the places where they had found water, the places where they had faced rebellion, and the places where they had buried their elders. This list of stations, from the bitter waters of Marah to the lush palms of Elim, and from the jagged peaks of Sinai to the high cliffs of Mount Hor, was a testimony of endurance. It showed a people who had survived the harshest environments on earth, not by their own strength, but by following a movement that was greater than themselves. By recording every stop, the nation ensured that the story of the 40 years would not become a myth, but a documented reality for the children who would soon be building houses of stone. With the history recorded, the focus shifted to the physical boundaries of the land they were about to enter. The borders were described with the precision of a modern deed, tracing a line from the Salt Sea in the south, along the ascent of Akrabim, to the Great Sea in the west. To the north, the border ran past Mount Hor to the entrance of Hamath, and to the east, it followed the Sea of Chinnereth, later known as Galilee, down the Jordan River. This was the inheritance of the 12, a defined space where the laws of the mountain were finally to be put into practice. A specific group of men was appointed to manage the distribution of this territory. Eleazar the priest and Joshua, the leader, were joined by one prince from each of the 12 tribes. This committee of 14 ensured that the division of the land remained a transparent and unified process. Among the names recorded were familiar ones, like Caleb, who had remained faithful since the first scouting mission 40 years before. This was a moment of profound fulfillment for the elders who had survived the desert. They were no longer looking at a map of a dream, but at the blueprints for their own fields. Within this new map, a special provision was made for the tribe of Levi. Because the Levites did not receive a continuous block of land like the other tribes, they were assigned 48 cities scattered throughout the entire nation. Each city was to include 1,000 cubits of pasture land surrounding its walls for their livestock. This ensured that the teachers of the law and the guardians of the sanctuary were living among all the tribes, acting as a spiritual thread that held the diverse regions together. From the northern hills to the southern deserts, a city of the Levites was always within reach. Among these 48 cities, 6 were designated as cities of refuge. 3 were to be located on the eastern side of the Jordan, and 3 on the western side. These were sanctuaries for a person who had accidentally caused the death of another. In a world where the avenger of blood, a close relative of the deceased, might seek immediate retaliation, these cities provided a place of fair trial and protection. A person could flee to a city of refuge and stay there in safety until the case was heard by the assembly. If the death was found to be a tragic accident rather than an act of malice, the person was required to live within the walls of the city until the passing of the current high priest. Once the high priest died, the person was free to return to their own home and their own land, and the avenger no longer had a claim. This system balanced the gravity of a lost life with the need for mercy and the prevention of endless cycles of violence. It established the principle that justice must be based on intent and evidence, not on the heat of the moment. The book of Numbers was nearing its conclusion. The history was written, the borders were drawn, the leaders were appointed, and the cities of mercy were established. The camp on the plains of Moab was no longer a temporary stop, but a staging ground for the birth of a new society. The people looked across the river and saw a land that had been mapped out for them in detail, from its highest mountain to its deepest valley. They were a nation with a history, a territory, and a system of justice, ready to step out of the wilderness and into their future. The final preparations on the plains of Moab returned to a question of family and the long-term stability of the land. The leaders of the clan of Gilead, from the tribe of Manasseh, approached Moses with a concern regarding the daughters of Zelophehad. While a previous ruling had granted these women the right to inherit their father's land, the tribal leaders worried about what would happen if the daughters married men from other tribes. If that happened, the land they carried would technically move into the inventory of their husbands' tribes during the next Jubilee, slowly shrinking the original boundaries of Manasseh. To protect the integrity of the tribal maps, a final administrative rule was established. It was decided that while the daughters were free to marry whomever they wished, if they chose to carry their father's inheritance, they must marry within the circle of their own tribe. This ensured that the lot of each tribe remained intact through the generations. The 5 daughters Mala, Tirzah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Noah accepted this with grace and married their cousins, demonstrating that the rights of the individual and the stability of the community could exist in a careful balance. With this final legal stone in place, the journey that had begun at the Red Sea reached its conclusion on the eastern bank of the Jordan. The book of Numbers ends not with a grand battle, but with a nation standing in perfect order. They had been counted twice, tested by fire and thirst, and refined by the long years of the desert. The mixed multitude was now a constitutional assembly, bound by a written history and a shared code of justice. The atmosphere in the camp at Shittim was one of quiet, intense anticipation. They could look across the shimmering heat of the Jordan Valley and see the stone walls of Jericho rising among the palm trees. They carried with them the Ark of the Covenant, the budding staff of Aaron, and the memory of the cloud that had never failed to lead them. The 40 years of in the wilderness had served their purpose. The old fears had died with the old generation, and a new people, born in freedom and raised in the law, were ready to claim their home. Moses stood before them for the last time in this setting, looking out over the thousands of tents that stretched across the plains. Every tribe was in its place, every Levite was at his post, and every family had a name and a future. The census was complete, the borders were drawn, and the leadership had been passed to Joshua. The long wandering was over. The next sound they would hear would not be the complaint of the thirsty, but the shout of a nation crossing into the fulfillment of a 400-year-old promise. The record of the goings out was finished. The statutes given in the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho stood as the final pillars of the wilderness era. The people remained in their tents, watching the smoke of the evening sacrifice rise into the sky, knowing that when the sun rose again, the journey of the desert would finally become the history of a land. The book of Deuteronomy begins not with a march or a battle, but with a voice. The name itself means the second law, as it is a retelling and a deep reflection on the journey that brought the nation to the edge of the Jordan River. Moses, now at the end of his long service, gathered the entire assembly on the plains of Moab. He knew he would not cross the river with them, so he used his final days to ensure that the memory of their deliverance and the logic of their laws were etched into the hearts of the new generation. Moses began by looking back to the mountain of Horeb, where the journey had truly started 40 years earlier. He reminded the people of the moment the cloud first lifted, and the command was given to turn and take your journey. He recalled how he had realized even then that he could not carry the weight of the people alone, leading to the appointment of wise and respected leaders over groups of thousands, hundreds, 50s, and 10s. This structure of justice was intended to ensure that even in the middle of a desert, the small concerns of a single family were treated with the same fairness as the grand affairs of the tribes. He then spoke plainly about the turning point at Kadesh Barnea. He described how the scouts had returned with the fruit of the land, proving its goodness, but how the hearts of the people had melted with fear. He reminded the new generation of the words their fathers had spoken in their tents, words of doubt that claimed the journey was a trap rather than a rescue. Because of that moment of hesitation, the path that should have taken weeks took 4 decades. Moses recounted this not to shame them, but to warn them that the greatest obstacle to their future was never the strength of their enemies, but the wavering of their own trust. The speech moved through the more recent past, describing the long detour around the lands of Edom, Moab, and Ammon. Moses emphasized that even in their wandering, they were not to disturb the heritage of these other nations, for they too had their own borders and histories. It was only when they faced the kings of the Amorites, Sihon and Og, that the path of peace was closed by the choice of those kings. Moses described the victory over Og of Bashan, whose massive iron bedstead remained a legend, as a proof that no giant or fortified wall could stand against a people moving with a unified purpose. As the sun began to set over the hills of Canaan, Moses spoke of his own personal plea. He told the people how he had begged to be allowed to cross over and see the good hill country and the Lebanon mountains. But he was told to climb to the top of Mount Pisgah instead, to look out in every direction north, south, east, and west, and satisfy his eyes with the view. He accepted this boundary, turning his focus entirely to Joshua, whom he charged with the task of leading the people into the rest he could only see from a distance. Moses urged the people to listen to the statutes and the rules he was teaching them, warning them neither to add to the words nor to take away from them. He pointed to the wisdom of the laws, telling the nation that if they lived by these principles, the surrounding nations would look at them and say, "Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people." The laws were not just for their own safety. They were to be a light that showed the world a better way to live, based on justice, mercy, and a direct connection to the truth. He concluded this first speech by reminding them of the day they stood at the foot of the burning mountain, where they heard a voice out of the midst of the fire, but saw no physical form. This was a crucial lesson, because they saw no image. They were never to represent the sacred through statues of wood or stone. Their connection was through the word and the ear, not through the eye and the idol. They were a people defined by what they heard and what they did, a nation of the book, standing on the threshold of a new world. Second speech of Moses began with a gathering of the people's attention toward the very heart of their identity. Standing on the plains, he did not just point back to the mountain of Sinai as a distant memory for their parents. He told the new generation that the covenant was made with us, who are all of us here alive this day. He then recited the 10 words, the foundational pillars of their society, reminding them that these were not mere suggestions, but the essential boundaries that made a free life possible. He spoke of the weight of those words, which had been written by the finger of the light onto 2 tablets of stone. He recalled the trembling of the mountain and the cloud of thick darkness, a moment so intense that the people had asked Moses to stand as a bridge between them and the voice. From this history, Moses drew a single, powerful conclusion that would become the most famous sentence in their language. "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." This was the Shema, a declaration that their loyalty was not to be divided among the many local gods of the desert or the idols of the hills, but was to be anchored in a single, unchanging truth. Moses moved from the law to the heart. He told the people that it was not enough to merely obey the rules with their hands. They were to love the source of their freedom with all their heart, all their soul, and all their might. These words were to be more than just a memory. They were to be a living part of their daily existence. He instructed them to talk about these principles when they sat in their houses, when they walked along the road, when they lay down at night, and when they rose in the morning. They were to bind them as signs on their hands and keep them as symbols on their foreheads, and even write them on the doorposts of their homes and on their gates. As they looked across the river toward the fortified cities of Canaan, Moses gave them a sober warning about the forgetfulness of plenty. He knew that when they occupied houses they did not build, drank from cisterns they did not dig, and ate from vineyards they did not plant, they would be tempted to think they had achieved it all by their own power. He warned them that the greatest danger in the new land would not be the giants, but the comfort that leads to a dull heart. They were to remember the iron furnace of Egypt and the long road of the manna, ensuring that their gratitude remained as strong in the green valleys as it had been in the red sands. He also addressed the future of their children. He told the parents that when their sons and daughters asked in the future, "What is the meaning of these rules and statutes?" they were not to give a dry list of laws. Instead, they were to tell a story. They were to say, "We were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt, but we were brought out with a mighty hand." The laws were the response to that rescue, a way to stay free and to live well in the land they were about to enter. The education of the next generation was to be built on narrative and gratitude, not just on cold instruction. To protect this identity, Moses commanded a total separation from the altars and the statues of the nations currently in the land. They were told to break down the pillars and cut down the carved images, for they were a set-apart people. This was not because they were more numerous or more powerful than others. In fact, Moses reminded them they were the fewest of all people, but because they had been chosen to carry a specific light, their strength lay in their distinctiveness, and any attempt to blend in with the surrounding cultures would only lead back to the shadows they had left behind. The speech concluded with a promise of the blessing of the obedient. Moses described a life where the fruit of the womb, the fruit of the ground, and the young of the herds would be blessed. He spoke of a nation that would be the head and not the tail, always moving upward because they were anchored to purpose higher than survival. The words of the second speech hung in the air, a challenge to the heart as much as to the mind. They were a people of the one, a people of the story, and a people of the heart, standing ready to turn their loyalty into a way of life. The third speech of Moses turned toward a more piercing reality, the tendency of the human heart to claim credit for its own success. As the people looked across the Jordan at the massive walls of Jericho and the tall inhabitants of the hill country, Moses spoke directly to their inner thoughts. He warned them that when they eventually drove out these nations, they must never say in their hearts, "Because because of my righteousness, the Lord has brought me in to possess this land. He was blunt in his assessment of their history, calling them a stiff-necked people from the very day they left Egypt. To prove his point, he recounted the darkest moment of the journey, the incident of the golden calf at the base of the burning mountain. He described how he had fasted for 40 days and nights, only to come down and find the camp in chaos, worshiping a statue made of their own jewelry. In his grief and anger, he had smashed the 2 tablets of stone, symbolizing the broken promise of the nation. Moses reminded the new generation that their survival was not due to their own perfection, but to a plea for mercy. He described how he had fallen down before the light for another 40 days, interceding for a people who had so quickly forgotten their rescuer. This story served as an anchor for their humility. They were entering the land not because they were better than others, but because a promise had been made to their ancestors, and because the nations currently in the land had filled their own cup of injustice to the brim. Following the shadow of the golden calf, Moses spoke of the restoration. He described how he was told to hew 2 new tablets of stone like the first, and to build an ark of acacia wood to hold them. He went back up the mountain, and the same 10 words were written again, a sign that the relationship could be mended after a fall. This second set of tablets became the heart of the tabernacle, tucked away in the golden chest as a permanent foundation for their society. He then asked the people a fundamental question. And now, Israel, what is required of you? The answer was not a complex list of rituals, but a posture of the soul. They were to walk in the ways of the light, to serve with all their heart, and to circumcise the foreskin of their heart. This was a call to remove the hard, callous outer layer of their pride so they could truly listen and feel. He reminded them that the great power who owned the heavens and the earth was particularly concerned with the vulnerable, the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger. Because they were once strangers in Egypt, they were to be the first to show kindness to the outsider. Moses painted a vivid picture of the land they were about to enter, contrasting it with the Egypt they had left. In Egypt, the land was watered by the foot, referring to the manual labor of pumping water from the Nile into irrigation ditches. But the land of Canaan was a land of hills and valleys that drank water from the rain of heaven. It was a land that required a constant, living relationship with the source of the rain. If they remained faithful, the early and latter rains would come. If they turned away, the skies would be shut. The speech concluded with a choice that was as clear as the mountain peaks. Moses told them he was setting before them a blessing and a curse. The blessing would come if they obeyed the commandments, and the curse if they turned aside to follow other gods. He instructed them that once they crossed the Jordan, they were to station themselves on 2 specific mountains, Mount Gerizim and Mount Ebal. From one mountain, the blessings were to be proclaimed, and from the other, the warnings. This was to be their first act in the new land, a public declaration of the path they had chosen to walk. as the people prepared to transition from a nomadic camp to a settled nation, Moses turned his focus to the practical structure of their new life. He knew that once they were scattered across the hills and valleys of Canaan, the greatest threat to their unity would be the influence of the local shrines found on every high mountain and under every leafy tree. To prevent the nation from dissolving into a collection of independent tribes with different customs, he established the principle of the central place. He commanded them to destroy the carved images and the altars of the land's previous inhabitants, erasing even the names of their gods from those places. In their stead, the people were to seek the one location that would be chosen as a dwelling for the name of their guide. This central sanctuary, initially the tabernacle and later the temple, was to be the only place where they would bring their burnt offerings, their tithes, and their vows. This rule was designed to turn every act of worship into an act of national gathering, ensuring that the tribes remained one people through a shared table. Moses then spoke of the joy that should define these gatherings. He told the families that when they brought the first fruits of their grain, wine, and oil, they were to eat before the sanctuary and rejoice in all that their hands had achieved. They were specifically reminded not to forget the Levites living in their towns, for the Levites had no land of their own. By sharing their abundance with those who guarded the law, the people maintained the spiritual health of the entire nation. The instructions then moved to the sanctity of the blood. As they began to slaughter animals for food in their own towns, something they hadn't done as freely in the wilderness, they were given a strict boundary. They were permitted to eat the meat, but they were never to consume the blood. The blood is the life, Moses reminded them. It was to be poured out on the earth like water, a gesture of respect for the source of all living things. This practice turned every meal into a quiet acknowledgement of the boundaries between the human and the sacred. To protect the integrity of this new society, Moses issued a stern warning against the secret tempter. He spoke of the danger that could come from within, perhaps a dreamer of dreams, a close friend, or even a beloved family member who might secretly entice others to turn toward the shadows of the old gods. He told the people that their loyalty to the truth must be stronger than even their closest human ties. If a city as a whole chose to abandon the covenant, it was to be treated as a total loss. For a society that loses its moral center cannot long endure. He also redefined the dietary boundary for the new generation. He listed the animals that were clean and those that were unclean, from the ox and the sheep to the eagle and the stork. While these rules had practical health benefits, their primary purpose in Deuteronomy was social. By following a unique set of food laws, the Israelites would naturally be limited in how much they could blend into the banquets and rituals of the surrounding cultures. Every time they sat down to eat, they were reminded that they were a set-apart people. Finally, Moses introduced a radical economic principle, the year of release. Every 7 years, all debts between neighbors were to be canceled. He warned the wealthy not to harden their hearts as the 7th year approached, refusing to lend to the poor out of fear of loss. Instead, they were to give generously, for the goal was a society where there shall be no poor among you. This was the vision of the new land, not a place of endless accumulation, but a place of periodic release, where the light of the sanctuary was reflected in the fairness of the marketplace. The 5th speech of Moses shifted from the rituals of the home to the structure of the nation's leadership. Moses knew that once the people settled into their tribal lands, the temptation to follow the chaotic power structures of the surrounding nations would be strong. To prevent this, he established a system of checks and balances that was unique in the ancient world, ensuring that no single man could hold absolute power over the lives of the citizens. He began with the judges and officers. These were to be appointed in every town, chosen for their integrity rather than their wealth or status. Moses gave them a strict command: "You shall not pervert justice. You shall not show partiality, and you shall not accept a bribe." For the most difficult cases, those that were too complex for the local gates, a high court was established at the central sanctuary. This ensured that the law remained a single, steady standard across the entire land, from the northern forests to the southern plains. Moses then addressed a future he saw clearly: the day the people would say, "I will set a king over me, like all the nations that are around me." While he permitted this, he placed 3 strict constraints on the ruler to ensure the king remained a servant of the law rather than a tyrant. The king was forbidden from accumulating a massive number of horses, military overexpansion, multiple wives, political alliances that clouded judgment, or excessive gold and silver, economic exploitation. Instead, the king's primary duty was to sit and write out his own copy of the law, reading it every day of his life so that his heart would not be lifted up above his brothers. The Levites and priests were also given their defined role. Because they had no inheritance of land, they were to be supported by the first fruits and the specific portions of the sacrifices brought by the people. Moses emphasized that any Levite, no matter where he lived in the land, had the right to come to the central sanctuary and serve if his heart moved him. This created a mobile, spiritual workforce that could keep the knowledge of the law alive in every village, preventing the darkness of ignorance from settling over the rural areas. Moses then warned against the shadow seekers, those who practiced divination, fortune-telling, or interpreted omens. He told the people that while other nations sought guidance from the stars or the spirits of the dead, Israel was to listen to a different voice. He promised that a prophet would be raised up from among them, a person like himself, who would speak the direct words of the truth. This established the prophetic office, a line of messengers who would act as the conscience of the nation, calling even the kings back to the original path. The speech also covered the laws of the boundary. Moses forbade the moving of a neighbor's landmark, a crime that was seen as a theft of a family's future and a violation of the map drawn at the Jordan. He also reinforced the rule of 2 witnesses, stating that no person could be convicted of a crime on the testimony of a single individual. This protection against false accusation was the bedrock of their civil safety. Even in the case of a malicious witness, the law was symmetrical. Whatever harm the liar intended for the accused would be done to the liar instead. Finally, Moses spoke of the ethics of the sword. Before the army went out to battle, the officers were to speak to the ranks and offer an exemption of peace. Anyone who had built a new house and not dedicated it, planted a vineyard, and not enjoyed its fruit, or become betrothed and not married, was told to go home. Even those who were simply faint-hearted were sent away, so they wouldn't spread their fear to others. War was to be a last resort, preceded by an offer of peace to any city they approached. It was a vision of a nation that was strong in defense, but restrained by a deep respect for the life and the labor of the individual. The 6th speech of Moses turned away from the grand structures of government and focused on the quiet, everyday ethics that defined the soul of the community. In a land where people would live as neighbors, the law was designed to prevent the hardening of the heart that often comes with settled life. These rules were a lesson in empathy, ensuring that even the most mundane interactions were governed by a sense of shared responsibility. He began with the law of the lost, instructing the people that if they saw a neighbor's ox or sheep wandering stray, they were not permitted to look the other way or hide themselves from the situation. They were required to take the animal to their own home and care for it until the owner came looking. The same applied to a fallen garment or any lost object. In the new land, a neighbor's loss was to be treated as one's own concern, fostering a culture of mutual protection rather than opportunistic gain. Moses also addressed the safety of the home. He commanded that when a person built a new house, they must build a parapet, a low wall around the flat roof. Since the roof was a common space for sleeping and gathering, this rule was a practical measure to prevent accidental falls. It established the principle of proactive kindness, where an individual was responsible for the safety of others on their property. This was followed by laws regarding the purity of the field, forbidding the sowing of 2 different kinds of seed in a vineyard, or the yoking of an ox and a donkey together. This taught the nation to respect the natural order and the specific strengths of the creatures under their care. The protection of the vulnerable and the weak remained the heartbeat of the speech. Moses provided strict rules for the treatment of those who had the least power in society. He forbade the taking of a millstone as a pledge for debt, for that would be taking a person's means of making bread, their very life, as collateral. He commanded that an employee's wages must be paid on the same day they were earned, before the sun went down, because the worker was poor, and set his heart on that pay. This prevented the wealthy from using their position to cause unnecessary anxiety to the laborer. To ensure that the harvest was a time of generosity rather than greed, Moses established the law of the gleanings. When the farmers reaped their grain, They were not to go back and pick up the forgotten sheaves. When they beat their olive trees or gathered their grapes, they were not to go over the branches a second time. The leftovers were to be left for the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Moses reminded them once again, "You were a slave in the land of Egypt, therefore I command you to do this." The memory of their own past poverty was to be the fuel for their future compassion. The speech also covered the dignity of the accused. If a person was sentenced to a beating for a crime, the law limited the number of stripes to 40. This limit was set so that the person would not be degraded in the eyes of their neighbor. Even in punishment, the inherent dignity of the individual was to be preserved. This sense of restraint extended even to the animal kingdom, with the famous command, "You shall not muzzle an ox when it is treading out the grain." If the animal was doing the work, it had a right to share in the fruit of that labor. Finally, Moses spoke of the integrity of the marketplace. He commanded that every merchant must have full and fair weights and measures. He warned against having one heavy stone for buying and a light stone for selling. A society could only flourish if the people could trust the simple transactions of the market. These rules for the home, the field, and the gate were the small threads that wove the nation together. They ensured that as the tribes spread out across the land, they would remain a people defined by a quiet, consistent justice that reached into every corner of their lives. As the new generation stood on the final ridge before the descent to the river, Moses moved from the rules of the marketplace to the rituals of the heart. He knew that once the people owned their own land, the greatest spiritual danger would be the loss of their story. To prevent the silence of the successful, he established a ceremony for the first harvest that would turn every farmer into a historian. He commanded that when a person entered the land and settled into their fields, they were to take the very first fruits of the soil, the grain, the grapes, and the olives, and place them in a basket. They were to travel to the central sanctuary and present the basket to the priest. This was not a silent transaction. It was a spoken declaration. The farmer was to stand before the altar and recite the origins of his people, beginning with the words, "A wandering Aramean was my father." The speech traced the history from the small family that went down to Egypt to the mighty and populous nation that was oppressed by Pharaoh. It recounted the cry for help, the signs and wonders, and the journey through the desert to the land flowing with milk and honey. By speaking these words, the farmer acknowledged that the soil beneath his feet was not his by right of strength, but by gift of promise. This ritual ensured that the memory of the slave remained alive in the heart of the landowner, fostering a deep and permanent gratitude. Moses then addressed the third-year tithe, often called the year of the tithe. While a portion of the harvest was brought to the sanctuary every year, every third year was different. In that year, the sacred portion was not to be traveled with. It was to be deposited within the gates of the local towns. It was a community feast provided specifically for the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Once the distribution was complete, The individual was to make a declaration of integrity before the light, stating that they had not held back any of the sacred portion for themselves, nor forgotten the weak. This created a society where the welfare of the most vulnerable was woven into the agricultural calendar. After making this declaration, the person was permitted to ask for a blessing, not just for themselves, but for the entire people of Israel and the ground they stood upon. It was a communal prayer that linked the honesty of the individual to the prosperity of the whole nation. It taught the people that the rain fell and the sun shone not just because of the weather, but because of the justice found within their gates. Moses concluded this section by reminding the assembly that they were this day becoming a people of the covenant in a new way. He told them they had declared that the light was their guide, and in return, they were being declared a treasured possession. This was the high calling of the nation, to be set high above all other nations in praise, in fame, and in honor. But this honor was inseparable from their role as a holy people, a nation whose very existence was a reflection of the laws they carried. The atmosphere on the plains grew solemn as Moses reached the end of these instructions. The laws of the household, the marketplace, and the sanctuary were now complete. The blueprint for their civilization was drawn. All that remained was for the people to cross the water and choose which path they would walk. The words of the wandering Aramean were the bridge between their past and their future, a reminder that they were a people defined not by what they owned, but by the story they told and the mercy they showed. The eighth speech of Moses turned toward a dramatic and visual enactment of the choice facing the nation. He knew that abstract laws could be forgotten, but a monumental ceremony involving the very landscape of the land would stay in the memory of every child present. He commanded that as soon as they crossed the Jordan, they were to set up large stones, coat them with plaster, and write all the words of the law very plainly upon them. This was to be their first landmark in the new territory, not a statue of a conqueror, but the written record of their responsibilities. Moses then instructed the 12 tribes to divide themselves and stand upon 2 facing mountains that overlooked the ancient city of Shechem. 6 tribes, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin, were to stand on the slopes of Mount Gerizim to represent the blessing. The other 6 tribes, Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali, were to stand on the slopes of Mount Ebal to represent the curse. In the valley between the 2 peaks, the Levites would stand and speak with a loud voice, and the entire nation would answer with a thunderous Amen. The ceremony began with a series of warnings against hidden wrongs. These were the shadows that could destroy a society from within, even if the outward laws seemed to be followed. The Levites cried out against the one who makes a carved image in secret, the one who dishonors their father or mother, the one who moves a neighbor's boundary stone, and the one who misleads a blind person on the road. They spoke against those who perverted justice for the stranger or the fatherless. Each time, the voices from the mountainside rose in a single, unified Amen. Accepting the gravity of these boundaries, Moses then painted a vivid picture of the blessing that would follow a life of integrity. He promised that if they listened to the voice of the law, the blessing would overtake them. It would follow them into the city and into the field. It would touch the fruit of their womb, the crops of their ground, and the young of their herds. He spoke of their basket and kneading bowl being full, and their coming in and going out being protected. They were promised a rain that arrived in its proper season, and a strength that would make them a source of help to other nations rather than a borrower. But the speech then turned to a long and sobering description of the curse that would follow a rejection of the light. Moses did not hold back the reality of what happens when a society loses its moral compass. He described a future of confusion, frustration, and a sky of bronze that refused to give rain. He spoke of a life of constant anxiety, where your life shall hang in doubt before you, and where the morning brought a longing for the evening, and the evening a longing for the morning. He warned of a time when they would be scattered among the nations, losing the very land they were now so eager to enter. This was not meant to be a prophecy of doom, but a covenant of reality. Moses wanted the people to understand that their life in the land was not a guarantee of geography, but a consequence of character. The twin mountains stood as a permanent scale. Mount Gerizim, green and fertile, represented the life that grows from a connected heart. Mount Ebal, rugged and bare, represented the desolation that comes from a hardened one. The ceremony concluded with a call to choose life. Moses reminded them that the command was not too hard for them, nor was it far off. It wasn't up in heaven or beyond the sea, where someone would have to go and bring it to them. The word is very near you, he said. It is in your mouth and in your heart, so that you can do it. As the tribes looked from the peak of one mountain to the other, they realized that the future of their nation was not written in the stars, but in the choices they would make every day within their own gates. Moses now moved into the final moments of his leadership, addressing the nation with a sense of urgent clarity. He looked out at the assembly, the leaders, the tribes, the children, and even the strangers living among them, and declared that the covenant they were renewing that day was not just for those standing on the plains of Moab. It was a living bridge that extended to every generation yet to be born. He warned them that no one should think they could walk in the stubbornness of their own heart and still find peace, for a single poisonous root of bitterness could eventually spoil the entire harvest of the nation. He spoke of a distant future where the people might lose their way and find themselves scattered among the nations, looking back at the ruins of their own cities. But even in that dark vision, Moses offered a path of return. He promised that if they sought the truth with all their heart and all their soul, even from the ends of the earth, the light would gather them back. He described a circumcision of the heart, a process where the inner self is softened and made capable of loving the source of its life once again. It was a message of hope, that restoration is always possible, no matter how far a person or a nation has wandered. To ensure that this message stayed with them, Moses was commanded to write a song and teach it to the people. A song, he knew, would live in the ears and on the tongues of the children long after a speech was forgotten. He stood before the congregation and sang of the rock, whose work is perfect and whose ways are justice. He contrasted the stability of the mountain with the flightiness of a people who grew fat and kicked. Forgetting the one who had carried them through the howling wastes of the desert, like an eagle carrying its young on its wings, the song of Moses was a witness in music. It recounted the history of the world, from the dividing of the nations to the choosing of Jacob's family. It spoke of the honey from the rock and the oil from the flinty crag, the unexpected blessings of the wilderness. But it also warned of the vines of Sodom and the poison of serpents that come from losing one's moral compass. The lyrics were a blend of high praise and stern warning, designed to vibrate in the memory of the nation whenever they faced a crisis of identity. As the last notes of the song faded, Moses gave the people a final, simple instruction. Set your hearts on all the words that I testify among you today. He told them that these words were not a vain thing or a trifle. They were their very life. By these words, they would prolong their days in the land they were about to possess. He handed the written book of the law to the Levites, commanding them to place it beside the Ark of the Covenant as a permanent witness. The transition was almost complete. The voice that had spoken from the burning bush to the burning mountain had now been captured in a song and a scroll. The atmosphere on the plains was one of deep solemnity. The leadership had been transferred to Joshua, the law had been written, and the song had been taught. Moses had finished his work as the teacher and the prophet. He had taken a crowd of slaves and turned them into a nation of the book. All that remained was for him to climb the final mountain and look out over the horizon one last time, leaving the people to step into the future he had prepared for them. The final moments of Moses' life were not spent in sorrow, but in a profound act of looking forward. Before he left the camp for the last time, he gathered the tribes of Israel to give them a collective blessing. Like a father speaking to his children before a long journey, he moved from tribe to tribe, calling out their unique strengths and the specific roles they would play in the new land. He spoke of Judah's leadership, the safety of Benjamin, the abundance of Joseph's hills, and the maritime success of Zebulun. He described the nation as a whole as Jeshurun, a title of endearment meaning the upright one. He reminded them that their true refuge was not in the walls of the cities they were about to conquer, but in the eternal God, whose underneath are the everlasting arms. His final words to the assembly were a shout of affirmation. Happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people saved by the Lord. With this blessing ringing in their ears, the people watched as their leader turned toward the heights of the Abarim range. Moses climbed from the plains of Moab to the top top of Mount Nebo to the peak of Pisgah. There, in the quiet of the high altitude, a panoramic vision was opened to him. He saw the land of Gilead as far as Dan, the territory of Naphtali, the hills of Ephraim and Manasseh, and the entire land of Judah reaching toward the western sea. He looked down at the palm trees of Jericho and across to the valley of Zor. Though his eyes were 120 years old, they were undimmed, and his strength was unabated as he took in the physical fulfillment of the promise made to Abraham centuries before. It was there, on the mountain overlooking the destination he had labored for 40 years to reach, that Moses passed away. The record states that he was buried in a valley in the land of Moab, but the exact location of his grave remained unknown to the people. This hiddenness ensured that his burial site would never become an idol or a place of pilgrimage that might distract the nation from the law he had left behind. The people in the plains below mourned for 30 days, a deep and collective silence that marked the end of an era. The leadership passed fully to Joshua, the son of Nun, who was full of the spirit of wisdom, because Moses had laid his hands upon him. The transition was seamless. The people listened to Joshua and did as they had been commanded. While Joshua was a brilliant commander and a faithful leader, the story concludes with a tribute to the man who had gone before him. It notes that there never again arose a prophet in Israel like Moses, whom the light knew face to face, and who performed such mighty signs and wonders in the sight of all Egypt and all Israel. The book of Deuteronomy, and with it the Torah, ends with the nation poised on the riverbank. They are people defined by a book, a song, and a memory. They have the law in their hearts and the map in their hands. The long journey in the wilderness has concluded, and the era of the settlement is about to begin. The camp is silent. The silver trumpets are ready, and the water of the Jordan is all that remains between the desert of the past and the home of the future.